it's considered a positive charge, bro.
You don't. When I say they repel each other, I mean like charges repel each other. So if you have two negative charges, they'll move away. If you have a negative and a positive,
there's no negative charges, bro. That's what I'm telling you.
They are negative charges.
They eliminated the negative charge. Look into it.
How do you eliminate it? What do you mean they eliminated the negative charge? What did they do?
I call them both charges with different polarities. There's no negative charges. They're both different charges, different polarities.
No, the charges were the same. They had the same charge.
Call one positive and one negative. For fuck's sake, you don't even know that?
Y'all have no, dude. Just look into it, man. I'm not gonna fucking teach you anything else. Look into it.
Right here. I just quoted. It took me all 10 seconds to figure out you're full of shit. Once again,
hey, maybe a quest for your own journey would be to try to like respond to something without doing a personal attack. Just try doing it once, see how it feels. Maybe try second or third time. It seems like every time you say something, you have to just disparage the person and call them insults every time.
Nice, bro. Well said, Gio.
Just give it a try. Try to say something that has knowledge, intellect, information, maturity. Just try to put something. Imagine you're in a court and you can't just call people idiots all the time, and you have to actually say something with substance. People might actually hear what you're saying that way.
The thing about it is, I'll try that, but I won't promise with SC Montreal until he says something that he's actually proven.
He can't do it, bro.
All right, not for you, sir.
He can't do it.
Give it a try. I
want you to say something positive, Mr. SE. Something that you've proven true.
Okay, I love you.
Here's Coulomb's law. Here's Coulomb's law. Coulomb's law is it's like 10. I don't know exactly, but it's like 6 times 10 to the negative or to the 27th. So it's way bigger than gravity, but it's the same thing. It's M1 times M2 over fucking R squared, R being distance. Where's the negative?
Coulomb's constant. That's Coulomb's constant.
Coulomb's constant is 6 times 10.
That is the formula. That is the formula explaining Coulomb's law. The same way you have
where's the negative in that? Please.
Which is the formula. So Coulomb's constant is the formula explaining Coulomb's law. The same way Newton's constant, big G, is a gravitational constant explaining Newton's gravitational law. What you just gave us was the formula. You didn't tell us what
the formula is. The law. What are you talking about?
Coulomb's
the formula is not the law. Is that really what y'all told me?
Right. Which tells you what the force is present between two charged particles. Now, if those charged particles have a similar charge, they're both positively charged, they will repel each other. They'll push each other away. That's how magnets work. But if they have opposite charges,
I know that, man.
So what are you?
That's not the way that's not the way the law is formulated, man. They eliminated the negative charge, and it's fucking. Where's the negative in M1 times M2 over R squared? They eliminated the negative.
Mean? They eliminated the negative charge. What does that mean?
There's no negative charge, man. It's two unlike charges. It's not negative, is what I'm telling you. There's no negative in the math. There's no negative in the concept.
Do you understand that the charges are positive?
I do understand that. I do understand that. And I understand that. I understand that like charges fucking repel and opposites attract. I do understand that. I'm saying they eliminated the negative. That they don't call it fucking negative charge. It's kind of a fucking trick almost, but that's what they did.
What? But that makes no sense to say they eliminated the negative charge. Well, what does that mean, Brian? No one understands what you're saying when you say they eliminated the negative charge.
Let me find something and post it, man. I didn't really agree with it that much. That's what I read.
All right. But Brian, okay, so there's an image I'm posting with Coulomb's law, and it explains what that law is trying to tell you. So if you look at what I posted, right, where you have the two blue balls, they have the same charge. So they are moving away from each other. They are both positively charged. Like charges repel, according to Coulomb's law. But where you have a positive and a negative charge, a blue and a red ball, they attract each other because opposite charges attract. And the rate at which they attract or repel each other is defined by Coulomb's law. That's all that law is telling us. The rate at which this interaction happens.
Coulomb's constant.
So show me how they repel. Show me Coulomb's law in repulsion. Can you explain that, please?
Just take two magnets.
I mean, dude, I'm not being sarcastic. I'm saying I don't know. Can you explain it? Like, seriously.
I just posted a picture, Brian. The picture explains it. I'm talking to the picture. Do you see the picture I just posted?
Explain repulsion. I'm asking you to tell me how the math explains repulsion, because I genuinely don't know.
What do you mean how the math explains
you're an
repulsion?
expert. Yet you're an expert in Coulomb's law and its relation to
when you say explain Coulomb's law, like charges repel, and
yeah, I know.
What's the problem?
No, I'm asking to explain the math.
Why is that complicated?
Show me the repulsion. Show me how the repulsion works in Coulomb's law in the math.
What? Coulomb's law gives you the rate.
I'm not being sarcastic, bro. I'm serious.
All right, so Brian, listen. All right, I'm gonna hold your hand and walk you through this. Coulomb's law explains the rate at which this.
Bro, you don't gotta tell me all that. I know all that. Can you show me mathematically? Can you express the repulsion mathematically?
Do you see the? All right. Do you see the picture I posted, Brian?
It's M1. Okay, it's C times
Brian,
M1 times M2 of R squared. Can you express? Can you express the math of repulsion? That's all I'm asking, bro.
You guys are talking at the same time, and no one can hear anything.
Well, he's trying to.
Hold on. It may be a high tension back and forth, but you have to just let each other finish. And the other person might not answer exactly how you want, but you just have to go back and forth. So at least we can hear what's being said. So,
I'm sorry.
Well, real quick, so you know what I'm asking for. I'm not asking for you to explain the law and explain that likes repel and opposites attract. I understand all that. What I'm asking you to do, and I'm serious, is just mathematically, can you express how the repulsion works in Coulomb's law, in the formula itself? Can you tell me how it's expressed, how repulsion is expressed in Coulomb's law?
All right. So, do you see the picture I posted, Brian?
No.
All right. Please look in the chat.
Is it math? If it ain't math, I'm not looking. Tell me now.
It's math. It's math. There's a lot of math.
All right, I'll look.
It has the formula for Coulomb's law. You see it, right?
Yes.
So Coulomb's law is F, or our electrical force, equals our constant times our two charges divided by the distance between them. So it's an inverse square law, okay? So if you wanted to figure out what your electromagnetic force is, you would say K, which is your constant, that is a constant figure, times charge 1 times charge 2. Now, if charge 1 and charge 2 are both positive, your answer is going to tell you that this is a repulsion. If charge 1 is positive and charge 2 is negative, whatever answer you get, you're going to know that this is an attractive force.
Basically, he's saying both sides are balanced. They show it both sides balanced, bro. There's no repulsion in that formula.
Right, I'm not done, bro. Come on, man. So the answer you get doesn't tell you that there is repulsion or attraction. It just gives you a number. It gives you the rate of the force. How you know it's positive? All right,
thanks for at least agreeing with me on that. Thank you for at least agreeing with me on that, because I was about to tell you that there is no repulsion in that formula. Thank you. But yeah, I'll look into it in the math a little bit further.
Whoa,
they balance out. They do the positive negative. They balance it out intentionally to avoid this, man.
But that's not what I said. I just told you, if one of your charges is negative, you're gonna get a negative answer.
There's no negative in fucking in the formula.
What he's saying,
they balance, bro. Man, I feel like I'm talking. Let me find something, dude. Just quit talking to me.
So, Brian,
talk to somebody else so I don't respond, so I can find what I'm looking for and I'll post it.
Okay. Go ahead, extremist. I'll wait for Brian.
What I was gonna say is, if Q1 is positive and Q2 is negative, then the answer will be negative.
Exactly.
And that is, yes. And if Q1 is positive, Q2 is positive, the answer will be positive. And
exactly.
The sign is what tells you if it's attractive or repulsive.
Exactly.
Remember the original. Can anyone remember the original question?
Yes, the question from Brian is,
No. It's from Gio.
What?
Well, it was about what actually powers the the motion of the Earth, right? Which is what sparked this whole conversation.
You want to go all the way back to that?
Well, that's what this conversation has come from.
Yeah, but conversations move and they evolve, man.
So,
like, do you want us to go back?
What are we boiling it down to then? Are we boiling it down to magnetic sort of spheres, or what does power?
No. The reason this was brought up is because Brian made the claim. Yeah, the reason this got brought up is because Brian made the claim that Coulomb did the exact same thing that Cavendish did.
And so let's make sure that Brian understands it before we go back to the other question.
Yeah, but we gotta wait for Brian to come back. He said he's gone looking for something. But yeah, I mean, while he's gone, I guess we can go back to what Gio was talking about.
I'm trying to find what I found. You know, I'm gonna have to go through my videos, but just Google it and you'll see all over the place. Can Coulomb's forces be negative, or why? You look at the key questions. Why was the negative forces, or how was negative forces eliminated in Coulomb's law? That's all the keywords you get. You'll see a lot of key questions, bro. This ain't just something like I'm making up. This is something that and mainstream, I might not totally agree with mainstream either with everything that's said.
All right, so Brian, I'm gonna post something that says Coulomb's law can be negative, and then
I know I could post something that says it can be negative, but mathematically it won't be.
Why not though? We can do the math if you want. Should we? Should we do an example?
Show me a negative charge in Coulomb's force in a final in the force, please.
All right.
Please.
Okay. Cool. Give me a sec.
If you get it, you're not doing it right because the negatives and the positives balance out.
If I find one, it's not been done right.
How are you going to get a negative? How are you going to get a negative answer with squared law? Honestly.
But Brian, this is the problem now. You are shifting the goalposts. First, you told me that Coulomb's law never gives negative answers. Now you're telling me that if I find one, it hasn't been done right.
Show me how a squared function.
Which one is it?
Give a negative sum.
Yeah, but Brian, which one is
it?
Which one is it, Brian? It's not done right?
Mathematically, you're not going to get a negative answer. So, Coulomb's law,
Brian, to be clear, Q1 and Q2 are the two charges. One of Q1 or Q2 can be negative and positive, negative or positive. So they don't both be negative.
Show me a final answer of a negative charge. Show me a negative answer in Coulomb's law.
If Q1 or Q2 is negative, then the final answer will be negative. What's the problem?
Show me a negative answer in any inverse
negative answer. I just tagged you with a negative answer for Coulomb's.
Then it's wrong, dude. Then it's wrong.
Oh, then it's wrong. It's wrong. You see what I'm saying?
You can't have a negative answer.
If I find something, it's just wrong.
How can you have an inverse square law if you square fucking? You need to learn integers, man.
Brian, can you look at what he posted because it does show the negative answer?
Yes. So why? Is it wrong?
No matter what I find, it's wrong.
Why is that wrong? Why is what he posted wrong?
This is quite in the weeds too. I think we have gotten far away from anything.
Well, blame Brian.
Yeah, but I mean, Brian brought it here, Gio. Because according to him, it's just wrong.
Brian doesn't understand that multiplying a negative and a positive number gives you a negative number. Brian doesn't understand that apparently.
And I think Brian's the only person saying this. I don't think any other flat earther or globe earther agrees with Brian right now.
I'm going to go out on a limb. No offense to this Montreal. I'm going to say Montreal even understands this. No offense.
Sure, I'm sure you meant no offense. I'm sure of that.
Yeah, but we can go back to what Gio was asking. Because I mean, I think this is settled now.
We should ask Brian. Is it settled, Brian?
Fuck no, it ain't settled, man. I'm gonna post my shit, dude. I'll post my shit. In fact, I'll post mainstream motherfuckers saying that it ain't settled.
So,
all right, man.
Explain that answer then. Explain it. Explain how a force can be. How can there be a negative force, please? Don't say charge. That's a Coulomb. That's Coulomb's force. The fucking force. How can there be a negative force? Don't show me
It
a
even
half-ass
says
formula just and explain charges. The law is the fucking answer, and every fucking and the equation is the force. Cool. How many coulombs? Okay.
So
And what a coulomb is the fucking like it's like a tremendous amount. You know, they don't even use it practically, but they use it, I guess, on whatever scale.
So Brian, this is how you got to visualize a negative force. Remember that a force isn't a scalar quantity like temperature.
You're wrong.
It's a
Let me just
vector
find this shit real
quantity.
quick.
So forces have directions, you know? So if you
Yeah.
draw a force on a graph and you draw, you know, like your vector arrow going in the negative direction on the x-axis, that would be a negative force. Or
Sure,
if you
sure. You're
draw
talking.
if you draw a free body diagram of some sort, and if you have your vector or your force moving away from you, that shows that the force recedes as it goes away from you, so that's a negative force. But if the
No,
if the arrow is pointed towards you, then you would say it's a positive force. The force is working towards you in your direction,
yes,
you know.
what he's saying, Brian, to summarize, the number is the magnitude, the negative sign or positive sign is the direction.
Yeah. Forces are vectors. They're not scalar quantities like temperature. Temperature doesn't have a direction. You know, it's just a number.
Going back to what powers the geocentric or heliocentric world and the wandering stars to the fixed stars, I actually quite like Santos Benashi's Benashi's sort of talk on the old torus field and stuff, the magnetic field on the Earth. I think that probably sums up, especially with like the North Pole as well being sort of like the magnetic point. I think that
And
could
what about the South Pole?
definitely be the power behind the whole, Earth moving or not moving.
Is there a South Pole in this thing you described?
No, there's a bloody wall, isn't there?
But that's not possible then. Like, how do we have a magnetic dipole?
When was the last time you went to the South Pole?
I've never been there. I'm just asking, how is it possible to have a magnetic dipole? Sorry, monopole.
Deny the existence of the South Pole just because I haven't been
It
there.
all depends on what model we're sort of talking from, doesn't it? Really.
Okay. So
yeah,
this
that
model
would definitely
of
be
yours,
dependent on what. Yeah, I would agree.
so this model of yours, it's that toroidal donut thing, right? Or it's not that.
Yeah, well, Santos Benassi is a flat earther, yeah.
All right, I'm gonna have to Google this guy then. Santos Benassi.
What if the Earth is flat and the North Pole? Pretend you got a huge bar magnet, right? And the north side of it is 10,000 miles long. Let's say 20,000 miles long. Okay, and that's just right. What's at the underneath the surface or whatever, and then below that you got the South Pole, but it's just so far out of our reach that only the North Pole interacts with us. Is that not possible?
The problem is with that idea is that from the center to the North Pole is always the same distance, at least that I know of, as a center from the South Pole. So you can't have two different distances from the center.
No, I'm telling you, you have the center of Earth is the North Pole. Mm-hmm. Then you have a bar magnet where the top half is 10. Let's say it's 100,000 miles long, right? Just the north part of the top of the magnet, and then underneath that, the next 100,000 miles is the South Pole. But it's just so far that it doesn't interact with us.
So where is Australia on is Australia in the northern hemisphere?
You're talking about the diet. You said you can have a magnet with a single pole. Is that what you guys were talking about?
Oh, okay. So you mean Earth's magnetic field, not like Earth itself.
Earth's the magnetic field on Earth. I thought that's what we were talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out what might power the apparent movement of the Earth, depending on your perspective.
When you say movement,
supposing, yeah. And so, the whole past like half an hour has been spent on dialing it down into a bit of mathematics onto some kind of hypothesis, but I don't think that really explains it, does it? Or,
no, like the whole mathematical discussion was like a segue.
Yeah, it was a very egotistical sort of who's right and who's wrong, right?
Well, I'm still not sure. I'm still not sure Brian gets it, but we'll just gloss over that now.
No, I mean, I'm not. It takes two to tango and all that, and nothing against you. I mean, when you're very passionate about a certain subject, it's always, you want to put your point across, don't you? But at the end of the day, let's all boil it down. We don't need to argue against each other over silly stuff. We just need to try and put our minds together and come up with something that we can all learn from. Do we not? We don't need to learn from people like, arguing and over stuff that's really, I'm not saying it's not important. Of course, it's very important, especially the details of certain experiments, extremely important. But the questions that are posed, they shouldn't be ignored and derailed, so easily.
So I'm still unclear on what you're saying magnetism is controlling or dictating. When you say the movement of the Earth, what are you referring to?
Who, me?
I think you mean the movement of celestial bodies.
Well, I don't know if you meant rotation.
Well, it was. Am I wrong in saying, Gio? It was you that posed the question.
I don't think I posed one that I remember about the movement of it, although that is a very good topic and interesting.
Yeah, that was me, man. That was me. I was asking
I apologize.
that.
I thought it was Gio. Yeah.
No,
I had
it was
proposed
me,
something
Rob.
about what are in terms of what they call galaxies and the swirl and the Magellanic Clouds and all that. I was just that was one.
I know you mentioned the stars first and the wandering stars and all that.
Yeah.
But then
then
it was the one after that. Was that someone
that
else?
Was
it?
That was me, Rob. Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
So what was your question then?
My question was, in the flat Earth, you guys do see these things move. What do you think it is that makes them move? What is the mechanism?
That was it. Yes. I thought that was Gio. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought that was a great question. And then, it just completely went sort of south, didn't it?
It did. It did. But I mean, so you guys think it's magnetism? How would that work? Is it Earth's magnetic field that makes stars move, or what do you think's going on?
Well, personally, I've no idea, but I think it's got to do with the North Pole big time, because all the old ancient stories of seafarers, having all their metal objects sort of flying off as soon as they get closer and closer to it. And
but what about ancient stories from seafarers in the southern hemisphere that don't see the North Star or the North Pole, but they still have stars in the sky?
Maybe because they're south.
Yeah, but I mean, how would you explain their stories if it has nothing to do with the North Pole?
Well, I mean, you've always got to be careful of your sources, haven't you?
Basically,
we're living in an information age now, and we're living obviously a very duplicity, reality. So if we're living in an information age, we're also living in a very disinformation age. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got to think. You got to be very discerning. So, you just got to, if they travel to the south, and you're telling me that they experience polarities and magnetic stuff as well on the South Pole, is that what you're saying?
No,
May I interrupt to defend myself, man? Because real quick, because I looked this shit up, man. Real quick. The magnitude of the electric force or Coulomb's force between two electrically charged particles is equal to F, and then it says M1 and 2 over the distance squared. We use absolute value signs around the product Q1 and Q2 because one of the charges may be negative, but the magnitude of the force is always positive. The direction of the force depends on the sign. Okay, so the direction depends.
Exactly. That's what they say.
Going away from each other, but depending on positive and negative. But the magnitude or the coulombs is always positive. Now, motherfucker.
Jesus, man, he literally said that word for word. I mean, he quoted that.
Now, number one, Brian, what you said was correct, but what you said was very important. You said the magnitude. A force is a vector, so it means it has magnitude and direction. It's not a scalar quantity like temperature, which just has magnitude. You know? So when you are describing a force, you have to describe its direction as well. The direction in which
I told you there could be negative charges.
A force isn't just.
I even told
hang on,
you not
Brian.
to talk
When you
about
were
the
shouting, I
charges.
didn't interrupt you, bro. Come on,
I told you can't have negative coulombs, though. I told you don't talk about the charges, negative charges, because they balance out.
negative
Just like
coulombs.
it just said, dude. It just verbated what I was telling you, man.
Brian, you're misunderstanding what you're even saying. You're saying the same thing that they already said.
Yeah. You aren't disagreeing with
the word. I told him don't mention charges. I told him I don't care about negative and positive charges. Did I not?
You don't have a direction.
Did I not say that, though?
But Brian, you aren't disagreeing.
I literally said that. They can't even be humble. They can't even be humble and admit that I said that.
You did say that, Brian, but you saying that doesn't change anything.
I said that the force, you can't have negative coulombs. That's what I said.
You do have negative coulombs
it's a force, bro.
in the
you can't have a negative force. You can have a direction, but you can't have
negative forces, Brian.
Bro, I just read it to you, bro. I just read it to you, but you can't have.
I can't believe
I just read this. Oh my god, dude! So you're gonna make me find some more shit to back it up, bro?
Brian, quote, read it again. Read it again.
The magnitude is always. It even specifically said that there's negatives and shit, but the magnitude is therefore the magnitude is always positive.
Now, what you
I don't care about
you
the
need to do now, Brian.
I don't care about the charges or the direction.
Okay. I hear you, Brian. What you need to do now is you need to look up what a force is in physics, and then you need to look up what magnitude is in physics.
Bro,
and I think that will clarify everything.
Yes, it does.
Does anybody else have a problem understanding this?
No.
Hold on. So is the magnitude negative or not?
Magnitude is always positive. You said that. You're correct.
Okay, then.
No one is saying you're wrong.
That's all I claimed the whole fucking time. Listen, that's all I claimed the whole time. Thanks for interrupting me, but that's all I claimed the whole time.
The direction, however, is usually defined as attraction being positive and repulsion being negative.
And a direction would be, how would that be determined?
So usually attraction is considered
positive.
Hold on,
no. Take that's a shield. How would the direction be determined, please?
Generally, like I said, attraction is considered to be positive and repulsion is considered to be negative.
Negative what?
In direction.
Negative, positive what? No, I'm asking.
Negative sign.
No. Let him answer this, y'all. What determines the direction, please?
Like I said, attraction toward each other is generally considered to be positive, and repulsion, i.e. away from one another, is considered to be negative.
So negative charge, or are you referring to charge, right?
No, well, you have like two similar charges.
And I specifically said, don't mention charge. I'm not talking about charge.
You need that.
Am I not, Cade?
This is important because you actually how you get.
Dude, it's like arguing with fucking mules, dude. They can't even.
Again,
they can't even
magnitude is always positive. That is correct. However, now we're going to talk
about magnitude are expressed in charge. I made it crystal clear that I'm not talking about the charge, man.
God.
Yeah, but Brian, you got to calm down and let people respond to you. You got to
I
listen
know,
to the
bro.
whole
But
then
you
you wonder.
are so wrong. You will never
Then you
humble
guys.
yourself.
Yeah,
Then
but
you guys
you're
always wonder.
interrupting me now, Brian. Stop
Then
interrupting
All right,
people.
go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Then you guys always wonder. Okay,
Let
let me have 5 seconds and I'll be done for a while. You guys always wonder why I don't try to explain stuff to you. Here is a very, very, very simple concept which we've tried to explain to Brian now for the 10 minutes I've been on, probably more, and he refuses to get it.
Bro. No, you refuse to admit that the magnitude is always positive. Why would they specifically say
magnitude is always
that the
positive.
magnitude is
That is
always
correct.
positive?
The magnitude, because magnitude, you know
Okay,
what magnitude is?
Brian,
You know what magnitude it means?
I know what you guys are arguing.
Yeah, I do. It's the fucking vector. It's the fucking vector
No,
and the
not the vector.
amount.
Magnitude is not the vector. Magnitude is the amount. The vector is a
The amount.
No, the amount and what's the
Okay,
other
well,
part?
that's what
Vector
you
is the
call. That's what what
And-
you call it just said. He said it's the vector. So
correct.
the
And
magnitude is always
direction.
positive.
That's
So
not
it's
what I
right.
The
said.
magnitude
Brian.
of the vector is
That's
always
not what I
positive. That
said.
is correct. However,
So the magnitude is always positive. And what did I claim right off the bat? What did I claim is always positive?
The direction can change.
Okay, but the magnitude is always what?
Positive.
And what did I claim? What did I claim right out of the get-go?
Positive.
Direction is usually considered to be negative being repulsion and positive being attraction, usually.
Here's the fucked up thing, y'all, is if I wouldn't have never went and looked that up, they're trying to talk to me like there's nothing to this and I'm an idiot.
We agree with you. The magnitude is positive.
No, y'all didn't have no clue what I was even talking about.
The magnitude is positive.
No, nobody agreed with that.
Brian.
Yes,
nobody agreed with that when I stated
okay,
it.
Brian, the reason.
Listen for 10 seconds, Brian. I agree with you. The magnitude is always positive. There, you've won. Now, listen.
Okay, thank you. But don't act like anybody agreed with that. Y'all acted like I had no clue.
The reason no one agreed is because that isn't what you were saying in the beginning, Brian. In the beginning,
you
were
eliminated the fucking negative.
Brian,
They made it where every magnitude is positive. I said it's kind of a trick to me. The way they did it, they made it where every freaking answer is a freaking positive value. It's kind of a trick. I don't even necessarily agree with it, but that's what they did. Y'all acted like I didn't, like I just made the shit up, bro.
Okay. Could I please respond to Brian? Come on, guys. I have been waiting patiently. So, Brian, what you were saying now, what you just read now and quoted, we all agree with. But the problem is, 10 minutes ago, that isn't what you were saying. 10, 20 minutes ago, when you were arguing with Brian, please don't interrupt me. When you were arguing with extremists and myself, you never once brought up the word magnitude. What you were saying is Coulomb's law always gives you a positive answer. That's what you were saying, and that's what we disagreed with. What you are saying now, though, I'm not done. Brian, please, bro. What you are saying now, though, is that magnitude is always positive, and we all agree with that. But a force is a vector, so it has magnitude and direction, not just magnitude.
You didn't agree with that. I hope you spoke your piece. You didn't agree with that until I posted it, for one. And for two, I said you can't have negative coulombs. That's what I said. You can't have negative coulombs, and the answer to every answer in Coulomb's law gives you coulombs. So if I said answer, you know what I was referring to, because I more than once stated you can't have negative coulombs. Because Coulomb is the force. Because Coulomb is the force and the magnitude.
What is a negative Coulomb?
Hold on, bro. Listen. Let me tell you this. I'm almost done.
Coulomb,
okay. The coulombs are the amps. Besides that, listen. The Coulomb is the force, is the measured force. Okay.
But we don't measure Coulomb's force in Coulomb.
Almost done. So it is the magnitude. So it is the magnitude. It's going to be expressed in a positive magnitude. The coulombs will be expressed, right? When I said negative coulombs, that's what I was saying. That's what I meant. But anyway,
are you
all right, man, I'll back off.
The unit of Coulomb with Coulomb's law?
He is.
Oh,
bro,
my God.
I got to define that for you too, Pay.
See, the Coulomb, Coulomb, the unit Coulomb has very little to do with Coulomb's law. It's named after him, and that's about it.
Yeah, so Brian, the electric and magnetic forces are measured in newtons, not in coulombs. And you can have negative newtons. All forces we express in newtons.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Let me look. I'll post it. It's something that is 100 amp. Post. I mean, hey, would you agree with this? A coulomb is something we would never compare, like nothing that we use on a day-to-day basis would even be anywhere near a fucking coulomb of.
What is a coulomb?
I'll post it.
Yeah, a coulomb has nothing to do with the measuring the
So nothing to do with amps, then, right? Nothing to do with
electromagnetic
amps.
force. I never said nothing to do with amps. Listen to what I'm saying. It has nothing to do with. Listen to what I'm saying, Brian, because you're not listening to me. A coulomb has nothing to do with measuring the electromagnetic force. Coulomb's law tells us what the electromagnetic force is between two charged particles. The coulomb unit measures, charge and ampage. But that's a measurement of charge and ampage, not a measurement of the electromagnetic force. Different things. Coulomb measures charge and ampage, and Coulomb's law measures the electromagnetic force, which we denote in newtons, not in coulombs. A charge itself is not a force. That's just a property of matter. I hope that clears it up, bro.
Bro, look, I don't disagree with that. But you're acting like it has nothing to do with the electricity or the amps. Well, you didn't say amps, okay? But it's the fucking basic it's the unit of charge. It's the unit of electric fucking charge. So don't act like it has nothing to do with the fucking electricity, because that is an amp, but it's based on a whole shitload. I will say that. So it's nothing we use. So you'll never hear somebody say this is that's half a coulomb or nothing, because no, it ain't nowhere near. But it's a unit. I mean, I don't know, man.
Newton is a unit too, but we don't. So
yeah,
what?
well, a newton is a regular amount though. Like
so is a coulomb.
Compare that to a freaking kilogram or whatever.
You're basically saying newton's a really big number, so we don't use it.
No, what's a newton? 9.8 kilograms. That's what.
No, a coulomb is a really big number.
That's what I heard.
Yeah, Brian,
1 kilogram meter per second squared is a newton.
How many kilograms is a newton? I'm sorry.
1 kilogram meter per second squared is a newton. Some unit of force.
Why do you add time? Why'd you add time? Is that what I'll look if I look it up? Though? Will it say seconds if I look up the definition of a newton?
1 kilogram meter per second squared.
That's the definition. All right.
It's defined as.
So it's a
little to do with Newton, other than the fact it was named for him. Coulomb was named for
But it's practical,
Coulomb.
though. We could use that, though, couldn't we? We could use newtons practically. They don't want to agree with nothing I said. Dude, no matter what you say, they want to. I can't even agree with these motherfuckers, dude. They won't agree with me agreeing. It's
okay, but Brian, am I right in saying your main contention is that you feel there's no such thing as a negative charge? That's your main issue.
Once again, my main point is don't fucking say charge. Don't say charge. I'm not talking about a fucking negative charge. Once again, for the 18th time, I'm not talking about a negative charge. I'm talking about a fucking negative net amount, a negative magnitude. I didn't use the word magnitude. I'll give you that. But I'm talking about a negative force, basically, like a negative magnitude, man. That was the perfect word that I didn't say. But that's what I meant.
Magnitude is not force.
I did appreciate the way y'all acted like, you're explaining all this after I posted that I had to find where it specifically said, therefore, there can be no every coulomb, every magnitude is positive. Until I looked that up, then all of a sudden y'all knew everything about it. But at first, I don't appreciate the fact that y'all acted like you had no clue what I was even talking about.
So basically, the confusion was, Brian. Sorry,
there was 3 of y'all acting like I didn't know what the fuck I was talking about, even at all. Like I just didn't have a point to even make.
Now that we kind of figured it out, the confusion was you kept saying there's no such thing as negative charge. That's what messed everybody up.
Y'all didn't know that. You're lying. Y'all motherfucking did not know that. Now you do. So school's out, bitch.
Yeah. Wow. All right, Brian. Just some things I need to clarify on with you. So, but you agree with us that magnitude is not force, right? Or do you think magnitude and force are synonymous?
I spoke my piece. I had no clue what I meant. Now you do. I spoke my piece.
Okay, I'll let it go, man.
Okay, back to the whole movement of the Earth thing.
Hold on. What are you gonna let go? You're gonna let go of the fact that Brian just done schooling you? Is that what you're gonna let go?
No, I'm gonna let go of the fact that Brian doesn't want to talk about this anymore. So I'm not
even
force
sure
him
you
to
guys even
talk
had a
about it.
disagreement, to be honest. There was a little bit of semantics and some ego of I'm right and you're wrong and some back and forth, but it didn't really seem like there was any actual contention.
Yeah, that's what
it was some confusion on the meaning of the discussion. Now that that's cleared up,
Yeah.
we all agree.
Fair enough,
Yeah.
man. But I've had this discussion in
Let's
other
move on.
with other ballers and never got contention around the gate with what I said. It did usually go into semantics and shit, but nobody ever denied that the final answer is a fucking positive value. Nobody, I've never. But you got to admit, the three of y'all didn't even have a clue what I was even talking about. So I mean, it never got to semantics until after I posted what I was even talking about, man. That's why I got all fucking worked up. But yeah, I'll shake hands and go to my corner.
I think magnetism has a large part to play in it. And it's a very mysterious force, isn't it, really?
Yeah, Paige thought I was talking about the Coriolis force, so his shit don't even count, man.
What? I don't think Peyton Shield said that.
I'm just kidding, man.
You guys.
Here's a question that could be applied to, I suppose, either model in a sense, but why is it spinning? In the case of a globe Earth, it's spinning in the direction they claim it is, whereas on a planar stationary Earth, it would be clockwise if you're looking at it from above, essentially. But why is it clockwise and not counterclockwise? Just kind of an open question on really either general model in terms of those two. Why is it one direction and not the other?
Wouldn't the globe be either way depending on which end you looked at it from?
Yeah. I mean, the southern hemisphere they're opposites, so I don't know.
Yeah, Gio, I don't get it.
Well, okay, on a globe Earth, why does the sun rise in the east and set in the west and not vice versa?
It does that on both, doesn't it?
Yeah.
No, not really. Not if you're looking at the South Pole. Well, yeah, it does. Yeah, that's still considered east. But
yeah, it does it either hemisphere you at.
Yeah.
But
why do we call that?
I get Joe's question. Why doesn't it happen the other way? On the globe, I think the explanation is it's because of the collisions that took place when planets evolved. So I think the idea is most. I don't know if it's all, but most of the planets orbit the sun in the same direction, and they rotate on the axis in the same direction as well. So it has something to do with how the planets were formed. But don't quote me on that.
My answer was going to be, it's because the Earth rotates that direction. If the Earth rotated the other direction, the sun would rise in the other side and set in the other side.
Yeah, but Gio wants to know, why does the Earth rotate in that direction? Why doesn't, yeah. Why does Earth rotate the direction it does? And why?
So when it starts its wobble. Oh, go ahead, Bandit.
I've got a question. If completely off topic, really, but like kind of on topic in respect. Can I pose it? How did President Nixon speak to the men on the moon through a telephone back in 1960?
Inconsistent delay.
When we can't even get a mobile phone reception down here.
Well, according to Buzz Aldrin, all that was bullshit. And Buzz Aldrin, when he was on Conan, he said when Conan said we all heard, we all seen you
he did it
stepping out
live on. Yeah, sorry to interrupt, but he did it live on TV, didn't he? President Nixon,
he said
spoke to the men on the moon.
Yeah, you know the official
Buzz
answer,
Aldrin
though, right?
squashed all that. Buzz Aldrin said there was no signal. He said what you seen was animation. He said this just about 5 years ago. He went on Conan O'Brien, and he said, "No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You thought you seen us and had our voices and all that, but what you saw was animation because we didn't have no signal. I don't, for lack of better words, he said signal, live signal from there to the moon. He admitted that.
Didn't he say that as a joke? Maybe I don't know.
I just think it's funny how and there was no delay, no lag, no nothing.
That's the question. Actually, there was some delay, but then the delay was off. So that's the problem. So can you Glover answer that? I've never heard an answer. Why was there no delay at times in the conversation?
They must have had better technology back in 1968.
Yeah. Let me say something else. This is a killer. When they threw the equipment out, the people in Houston, literally, while we were watching the backpacks, the life supports get thrown out, which is already a problem. But when they threw the backpacks out, it made a noise. A, and that's another problem. It made a fucking noise. But B, it happened instantly. And they said, "What was that? What was that noise?" And they said, it was them throwing what looks to be the life support out. That was Houston, or their backpacks. Maybe they had backup supports, but A, there shouldn't have been noise. B, it shouldn't have been instantaneous. And C freaking what was C?
The globe is gay.
It's fake AF.
Yeah. So, hey, can any of the Globers answer why there was no delay?
Well, maybe it was E, Brian. All of the above.
Oh yeah, how could they have a door open where they just open the door? C would they just open the door real quick and okay, I must open the door real quick and you throw it out and I'll close it real quick. You throw out the fucking backpacks with our oxygen and our pressure. So they fucking open the door to throw out their fucking backpacks.
Let's see if I can get a video of President Nixon on the phone.
Yeah, so I just posted it.
Was there a delay or what? Or there wasn't? Because somebody said there was, and then
it's like at times there was. It was an inconsistent delay. You can tell they were trying to make the delay time it out, and they messed up.
So I posted it.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, we got it.
He's on the call to Houston Mission Control, who then patches him into the lunar module.
There'd still be a delay.
Oh, I don't disagree with that. Was there not a delay?
There was times there wasn't a delay. Yeah. So how does that work?
I don't know.
So moon landing debunked.
I got a theory. Okay, so when we see him talking up there to the ISS, okay, which whether it's real or not, okay, we see a delay. There's always a delay. I ain't seen him botch it. I've seen him botch it with expressions, but they always maintain a little bullshit delay. Okay, now if there's a little delay to the ISS that's 250 miles away, okay, and we don't get a delay here on Discord, much of a delay, sometimes no delay, from me to Bandsaw in Australia, which is about 96 times farther than the 250 miles. So maybe that could explain your little radar bounce to the moon. How just 250 miles we get a fucking delay, much less 240,000 that y'all are calling it. If something slows down just right there, then it could start drastically slowing down more and more if it's a few thousand miles away, and then the time back. So there's your moon bounce in a nutshell.
Dude said delay less than 2 seconds is a problem. Yeah, you shoot your laser and it takes 2.5 seconds. So, but anyway, can none of the I just heard all kinds of Glovers in here talking while I was trimming my beard. I heard all kinds of Glovers. I know they're in here. I'm honestly curious. I'm not trying to fight with anyone. I'm has anyone ever come up with an explanation or anything? Why? I don't
think they're moon. I don't think they support the moon. I think these are moon denying Glovers.
No, it's not. No, they're not. No, they're not, Brian. They are all about the moon.
Extremists. I thought
there's Glovers that are skeptical on the moon landing.
Yeah, there are plenty of Globers that don't believe in the moon landing.
Eggshells don't.
I would say there's more Globers that don't believe in the moon landing than there are flat earthers.
Okay, duh. So, are you one of them?
No, and I don't know if there was delay or what. I've never looked into this. I don't really care about this argument, you know.
So
Well, don't you think
I don't have
it's
an
kind
answer.
of well? Don't you think it adds a whole different aspect to the paradigm? Like for me, I went into this when I first heard flat Earth. I already knew the moon landing was super sketchy, and I thought it was fake. So when I found out that was like that really infamous picture that finally settled exactly what the Earth looks like, and it came from the Apollo missions, and that there hadn't been another one since then, because that was 2015, so they had not even claimed a real picture since then. And I was like, whoa, okay, so we don't have a real picture. I mean, it changes everything, right? So it is a very crucial aspect of this conversation. It doesn't prove if the Earth's a ball or flat, but it definitely is relevant.
Okay. So what are the answers Globers generally tend to give you?
I've literally never heard an answer for that one. And dude, I've heard an answer for all of them, bro. All of them. I've heard every excuse. I can argue that the moon landing was real better than most of Globers. I'm not even joking.
So I did post a link in the chat. It's a 2-minute video with Nixon on the phone. And there's not much back and forth, but the little bit there is consistent with there being a delay in that when, Apollo 11 responds, they don't respond immediately. Now, again, it's only 2 minutes, so maybe there's a longer video somewhere.
Okay, I don't know. I haven't seen the video in a long time. I've definitely heard it where there was no delay, but do you agree that if there's no delay, then they're obviously faking it?
I would agree with that. Well, okay. Look, if there's no delay, there are questions, but I haven't seen any evidence of a delay because the one video I found, didn't look very hard, shows a delay.
Right, but you agree that if there's not a delay in part of the phone call, that means that the phone call was obviously not going to land.
I tell you what, I'm going to take the flat Earth approach to this and just say if there's not a delay, it was fake and edited. How about that? CGI.
Nice, man. Nice, you're getting there, bro.
Would you agree with that if there's a 2-second delay from the ISS and back, that moon bounces could be fucking wrong if the moon landings are fake and the shit we're bouncing off the moon and back that we were doing before the retroreflectors? You agree that it could be a false time based on delay, like I said, the ISS delay?
What's the ISS delay? There's 2 seconds.
Right.
Well, whatever.
That's what I'm saying.
ISS delay?
It's like longer than that, though. If you actually look at the ISS footage, it's normally longer than that. And actually, Brian, I have seen them mess up on the ISS as well.
Yeah, I've seen. There's been several where they don't have the delay. Do you guys remember that one where it was like Donald Trump, and he was like talking to people on the ISS? It was around the time where they launched the whole Space Force thing, and it was some. But yeah, I remember seeing an analysis of that where they like kind of like Witsit, like you were suggesting, that they're like actors and they have to basically delay, so they have to like count in their head, 1, 2, 3, seconds. And there were several times where they messed up, and it was live. So it was something that like, they had to do it live. And there were several times where there was no delay at all. And you could even see like the kind of look on their face when they made the
realize it.
Yeah.
Yo, dude, one of the times it's like the guy's asking a question and he starts shaking his head yes way before the question would have even been received, and then you can tell he like messed up. He tries to play it off. He's like answering, nodding his head yes, but the question hasn't been asked. Like he hasn't heard it yet.
I actually just looked it up real quick, just a little bit more research, and everything that I said that there is a delay, but there is some footage that has the delays edited out to make the conversation appear more normal. But if you check the timestamps on the footage, you can see where the delays were cut out.
Okay, you're talking about the ISS, right?
No, sorry. Going back to the moon landing. My bad. My apologies.
Okay. Well, I heard also. See if this is true or not. I heard that to get like a ham radio bounce off the moon, it's got to be directly overhead. Is that true or not?
No.
That motherfucker was full of shit. Thank you.
Yeah. I don't know. All the signals back is really sketchy too, man. Like, I don't want to get back into that. It's really sketchy, bro. I mean, you can just look at the story. It's like they said that it took them a decade to even get one back from the supposed module the lunar orbiting module or whatever. It took a decade to get one back. And then Kosha was saying earlier they got 200 back. No, they got 200 photons back from tens of thousands of attempts of like pulses. So anyway, that's all. It's just all so weird. Like you would have to shoot it away from the moon and see if you get something back. Right. I mean, that's what you'd have to do to prove it.
I think that's
you get Buzz Aldrin just telling a child that he never went to the moon anyway.
Because we never went there.
Yeah.
Because we never went there, and in the future, if we don't do things, that's not a 10-year-old question. That's my question. Is because the fact is we didn't go there.
Yeah, and then that was taken out of context on purpose. I think that was given to us. That is particularly worded to make people jump on it, and then you go back.
So he just said it just to troll, did he?
Yeah,
he's done everything he can.
He's the ultimate troll.
He knew he was being recorded also, man. Look, and Bart Sprells, he knew Bart didn't turn that fucking camera off. He's doing everything he can to fucking let people know, but, he's limited, man. And his people, he's worrying about the fucking... the motherfucker who did the Senate report got killed by a fucking train on NASA property, a NASA train. Him, the dude, and his family. So that shit's real, and then
Brian,
Gus Grissom and fucking Ed White. Gus Grissom, Ed White got burned up and shit. So it's real. Yeah. He's protected him and his people, man. But he did what he could.
Brian, I suspect he was actually scripted to troll us. I bet he was actually that exactly what he said was exactly what he was supposed to say to
He's been scripted to troll us all his bloody life.
It's being baited.
In an attempt to reach some middle ground with the Globers here, can you guys agree that the Grissom dude's death is really, really sketchy?
Completely.
I mean,
why would you put oxygen in a capsule?
Dude, he said we can't go. He said we'll never get to the moon next year. He's like, we can't even get to low Earth orbit. He said we can't even communicate in our own buildings yet. And then he hung a lemon on the module. And then
during a national press conference. He hung a lemon during a press conference. He fucking hung a lemon on a coat hanger as he was getting into the fucking module, dude. And then the next. Sorry, good.
Well, we also have to consider maybe he wasn't even killed, but he was doing all that also with the script just to stand as an example.
No, he was killed, dude.
Okay, but that doesn't help us.
His wife, it's been going on a long time. His wife's been fighting that shit for a long time. He's dead, dude.
I agree.
They showed the capsule, dude. The question is, why'd they put pure oxygen in the capsule? There's never pure oxygen in that capsule, even when they're in the motherfucker. The question is, why did they put pure oxygen in that bitch to begin with?
Right, I was about to get there. So like that's the crazy part. I want to see if we can phrase it in a way we get a middle ground with the Globers. That's why, like, is it set up? That's not really very helpful, But it's like, so he said all that, and then the door was mysteriously locked from the outside during a routine checking of wires. And then, like he said, they pumped like 98% oxygen in there, and he burned to death, right? So can the Globers at least admit that's very, very sus?
Well, if that ain't enough, Austin, the guy who did the report, the investigation, and had a fucking book-sized report to turn into Congress, comes up dead, hit by a NASA train, and the report goes missing. So does that add up? Does that add up to fucking peculiar yet? Can y'all at least give us that?
Come on, bro. Like, can we be friends for a second? Can we all just be friends, guys? You gotta admit that's really sus.
Friends.
This is like Hillary Clinton. Someone's about to testify against Hillary Clinton and then shoots themselves in the back of the head twice. Like, we can all agree on something, right?
Yes.
They're not going to agree. But hey, you know what? Real quick, I don't mean to switch back too quickly, but since Austin's here, I bet how long were you listening before you came in, Austin? Because Brian was talking about Coulomb's law compared to Cavendish's law, which we've all kind of talked about. But I suspect, Austin, you might have a little bit to add to that idea of those comparisons between Coulomb and Cavendish.
Yeah, I wasn't listening, but I think they just hijacked the electrostatic phenomena and then basically said it was gravity, if that's what you're asking. I mean, yeah, that's what they did. I mean,
Right.
I don't know
That's
exactly
kind of what Brian was getting at. There was a whole argument about whether the positive charge and the negative charge were with the result being either a force or magnitude and all that. If you go back, you don't have to listen to it, but I just thought you might have something, some insight that you could add to that to support Brian and what he was trying to.
Well, what I would say is that everything that exists is magnetic, even if incoherent. And so that's related because electrostatics, you can't have like magnetism without electrostatics or dielectricity. And so even like everything that's incoherently magnetic is attractive. And then what's kind of counterintuitive about it, like you know how they claim that like gravity is proportionate to mass, but like with incoherent magnetism, it's inversely proportionate, meaning that like the strength of pull actually gets weaker as you increase the size. So like that's an electrostatic phenomenon. The Earth is just like this giant incoherent magnet, and it's only attractive, right? And so like technically the Earth does attract, but it's just so incredibly weak that it's like negligible. And then they just hijack that earthly phenomena, like that terrestrial phenomena, which we laid out with Coulomb's law, and then they flipped it over to this idea of gravity that's scalar, and then on the big scale it overtakes it basically. So I don't know if that really.
Yep, that helps. Brian, could you explain the mathematical thing that you were trying to get at, but you thought people were disagreeing with you on? And
please, no, don't ask him to do that.
Well, we came to a consensus on that. We came to a consensus. We're good.
Okay, but do you guys have any suspicion that there might be some kind of conflation between Coulomb's law and Cavendish law of gravity?
What does that actually matter? Seriously, boil it down, everyone. Someone explain it to me within about 15 seconds.
Okay. They hijacked the attractive force of electrostatics, and then they tried to pretend something called gravity is there.
Yeah, it's kind of huge. If you look at it, Jim, there's a thing about it. When you look at the two equations, they're like a perfect mirror of each other with some of the variables exchanged. And I think there's even a relation. I actually texted my friend just now to see what it was that he came up with back in the day when he found out about the comparison between those two formulas. There was something personal between Cavendish and Coulomb with that. I thought was a juicy bit I forgot, but he hasn't replied yet. I don't know.
Oh, wow, I didn't know that. That would be interesting hearing that.
Yeah, try to figure that out. But yeah, it's almost like in your face. And then the torsion bar is exactly the same experiment pretty much too. So, and one of the things they have a problem with the Cavendish, torsion bars, the electrostatics are always interfering. So, and that's what basically the Coulomb's torsion bar was trying to detect, right? So it's interesting. It seems like there was a hijacking there for sure. It seems obvious.
Yeah,
Any ballers have any objection?
Yeah, I just can't believe Glover still bring up Cavendish. It just blows my mind, honestly.
It's a bizarre world we live in.
Yeah, the math thing. I don't know if Brian's still listening. Maybe he's away from the keyboard, but yeah, he was talking about the positive result as opposed to the negative result as far as the math goes. And since you're a math guy, Austin, I thought you might add to that part of it because the positive result is always what you get when you're talking about magnitude.
Yeah, the magnitude's always positive. I wouldn't say that I'm a math guy. I have an aptitude for math, but I'm actually very bored.
I just personally close off on subjects like this. It's just me.
Well, it's interesting because if you look at the two formulas, they're like perfect.
What does it prove then? Yeah, tell me.
Think about it.
One of them can actually be proven.
Go ahead.
Yeah, like he's saying, like one of them can actually be proven, bro. Like we can physically manipulate it. It's in all matter. You can test for it. You can prove it's there. Everything that is matter is electrostatic. It's one thing that's tangible, empirical, demonstratable, like demonstrable, replicatable, right? It's electrostatics. That's very real. And it's always attractive.
Yeah.
So that's like reality. And then we have this other thing over here called gravity, not testable, not manipulatable,
Of
not even
course,
agreed
yeah,
upon.
never been proven. It's just a theory, right? Yeah.
Right. So if you really hammer down on what is provable and point out that they've hijacked the phenomena, it really just leaves them kind of stumbling over their words and parroting pseudoscience.
I'm with you on that one, yeah.
It's like direct proof, pretty much, if you compare those two formulas, in my opinion. It seems like. So Jim, if electrostatics is really what's causing the acceleration instead of gravity, right? And you can see that the electrostatic force is being detected with this other formula that was hijacked and then replaced with the little g, then it's like almost like, it seems like red-handed evidence almost.
You guys really nail it down, don't you?
That's just years of looking at shit.
Wait, I'm confused. Evidence of what?
That maybe the formula that Coulomb was coming up with was hijacked for the Cavendish to represent what gravity is supposed to be. You've seen the two formulas compared, and the torsion bar experiment being very similar.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't see. They're not like. It just doesn't resonate with people. Like some people want to know things, some people don't. That's like,
Yeah, it is pretty much if you want to know or don't want to know.
it should be interesting. Everything is electric, and everything we see is electric, bro. And like they've made up all kinds of stories about it. So it makes a lot of us we become calloused to it, right? We're like, oh, dude, shut up about this attractive, blah blah blah, downward fall. This is so stupid. But really, if you don't let them taint your pursuit of knowledge, because actually it's a beautiful thing. Like everything is connected, everything's electric. Like that electric quality that's everywhere is what holds matter together. It's what holds your body together. It's what holds energies together. It's what holds your emotions together, your heart together. Everything in the world, like the sky clock, everything. It's like this. It is giant, like interconnected oneness of vibration or charge.
Yeah.
So it's very beautiful.
And frequency, yeah, exactly. They're so interconnected, and it just makes it not only intuitively makes sense, but yeah, it is provable to some degree, for sure, to a large degree.
Like they talk about gravity, but okay, well then manipulate gravity and make something float. They can't do that, but like electrostatics is why things go down or up. I can manipulate electrostatics and make things float. Like it's just it's the real side of science and reality and explaining phenomena that's actually real. And then the other side is just literally fairy tale.
Pseudoscience,
Yeah.
It's huge. I don't hear any ballers trying to chime in. Is Nate still here?
Have we got ballers here?
Seems like they go real quiet when this gets brought up. Yeah.
Anyone got like a real niggling question that they've recently sort of brought up within themselves that they want to release?
Well, back to the I was going to ask about the signal thing, because one of the questions that got brought up last night about this was how do we factor in, like, the speed of the Earth spinning and then getting the signal back, and when do they get it back? Do they ever try to even like put a graph to the speeds? And that, I'm sure there is some kind of mathematical answer to this, but
yeah, it's called a Hollywood studio, mate.
Well, you're gonna have to know. You're gonna have to know a few variables. Like you're gonna have to know the time of year, the time of day, the location, the latitude. Then you're gonna have to get the beam divergence, which that's pretty easily known according to their own narrative. But you'd have to factor all that in because like the differential is gonna kind of slightly change based on the moon's orbit. And then like you would have to factor in obviously 2.5 seconds. If you're talking about like when they shoot like the laser back, like so you have to like 2.5 seconds. And then the width of it, from my understanding, it does like extend out to like 15 kilometers or something. So you would have to do the math and see if the station that sent the signal would be further than 15 kilometers away from the original point, which would make it impossible to receive the signal. But Glover's never come back to me with the math, and I've never done it.
And
But
was the
are
ISS.
there examples? Are there examples to find of the math and the actual trajectory with the spin of the Earth and the math all worked out? Can we find
No,
that?
I've never found it. No, like I think Bob worked on it one time. Like I've never seen it from an official source. It's like they just ignore that part.
I've got another question.
Wait, hold on. Let me continue with this real quick. What do you suspect is the truth of it? Because it seems like if I had to bet, of course, as you or anybody might guess, they're not actually bouncing anything off the moon, right? It's somehow a trick. How is the trick possibly done is the question. I mean, we're constantly getting signals back. Is there actually a signature to the signal they send out? And how, and if they're sending out so many signals, does it really have that unique signature of just one of them coming back, like Kosho indicated? Or is there some kind of trick here that we could deconstruct?
Dude, it's all bollocks, mate. It's all bollocks.
Well, I know, but we want to get specific, yeah.
Yeah, I think that like actually whenever it gets wider, it changes spectrum. Like they just don't ever know what they're talking about. But like when it comes back, you shoot the green laser, when it comes back and it gets wider, it changes spectrum. Like eventually it'll start even getting towards the infrared spectrum. And we know we have infrared reading, especially within that spectrum. There's all kinds of reading we already get from the sky. And then you're obviously having to account for the atmos itself. So it seems to me that they're just being very selective and they get something close to this, like what they claim they shoot out. Because it's like it takes so long, right? It's like it's not like you just shoot it up there and then it comes back. You're like, oh, that has to be it. It's like, no, dude, they do it for like hours and hours and hours and hours and hours.
Right.
They do it
and they
for
know they're
about
going to get some signals back, and then they can just jump on one that seems similar enough and call it that. Is that what you're saying?
They do it. Yeah, they do it for about 20 minutes. And is that true? Is that true that when you shoot light somewhere and it comes back at different lengths?
I said it would actually enter into the infrared spectrum based on the distance. I need to cite NASA again.
Yeah, cite NASA on that one because that's just not true.
So you're saying that it would always come back exactly the same no matter the distance it travels?
Now, if you have something like a red shift or Doppler shift or something like that, that's one thing. But if you're bouncing light off of something and it's bouncing back, it's not going to shift.
Would a green laser ever eventually reach the infrared spectrum?
If it's being red shifted.
Like based on just the distance and width alone, it's going to change spectrum.
This isn't the case.
Okay, well, I
this were the case, then.
Go ahead.
If this were the case, then many communication wouldn't work. Spectroscopy wouldn't work. Redshift alone wouldn't work. Redshift is based on the fact that the reason why it's being redshifted is based on the speed.
Okay, so for one, like when you're wrong about a lot of this. I don't know why you talk with so much confidence. It's like when you said they get 200 photons back. That's after like 10,000 pulses. They don't. That's 200 total out of 10,000 pulses. They don't get 200 back at once. You were completely wrong about that. Secondly, when they shoot it at the lunar orbiter, they shoot in infrared. They don't shoot a green laser at the orbiter. And again, they admit that based on the distance, eventually.
I never said any of that.
You did say, you said they got 200 photons back. They got 200 photons back after 10,000 pulses.
I was reading your article. Yeah, I was reading your article when I said that. I didn't say anything about what wavelength they were
to be clear, I'm the one, Extremis is the one that said green, and I was just making up a color for demonstration about the whole background. Like they send to whatever color. How do they know it's not the background of the same wavelength?
It's not a static background. So you guys just say catchwords and phrases. It's not a static background. There's constant fluctuation to the freaking sky, bro. It's not a static background. Okay, so there's a huge fluctuation. So and they don't do it for 20 minutes either. Coach is wrong. They do it. They can do it for hours at times. They do it for many hours. I just now read the article a few minutes ago. You can actually look at the data charts. You can look at the photonic data chart yourself. They have to do it for hours based on the conditions. It's very tricky. If there's any type of impedance in the atmos, it makes it very difficult. And they do it for many, many hours. That's the truth. Actually, I'm supposed to be playing a game. Okay, so anyway, I don't remember. It doesn't matter. And the point that I'm making to you is that to shoot at the supposed orbiter, they had to shoot infrared. Okay, and we know we get infrared reading. And then the redshift, blue shift thing is all pseudoscience, Gosha. And even Evan Hubble himself said that we may drastically be misunderstanding the redshift, blue shift, right? And misapplying the Doppler effect to the redshift, blue shift. It could be a much more dense medium. The lights could be much more local, and that would include a much younger Earth by default. Okay, so when people run around acting like they know redshift, blue shift is definitive fact, they're going against their own priesthood. It's really annoying, but I'm gonna go play a sequence, so I'll talk to you guys later.
I'm gonna post this from this paper.
Oh, it's pretty quiet now. I've got another question if I can pose it. Anyone interested?
Sure, go ahead, Jim. I wouldn't probably be the best to answer necessarily, but I'm sure Baller might try.
Well, this one's been niggling me for a while. How does the from a baller perspective, of course, how does the ISS ground itself, as an aircraft sort of thing?
What are you talking about?
Well, like airplanes, they like when they fly, they can only stay up in the air for so long before they have to go back down to earth and ground, electricity wise. But yet the ISS can stay up in the air for weeks, months on end, can't it? Not even ground at all once. How does it do that?
Yo, Dave. I heard you say my name, bro. What's up?
Oh, that was when Ritzy was here. We were talking about the comparison between Coulomb's law and Cavendish, and I wondered if you had any objection to the idea that maybe there's a conflation between the two going on that would answer a lot of questions about how they are claiming gravity, but it's actually electrostatic, and that maybe the formula itself was hijacked to represent gravity, but it was really just Coulomb's law to begin with that they're identifying this force with, and maybe saying that that's what gravity is, but really it's just an electric charge rather than, gravity. Any objections to that?
Yeah. I got plenty of objections to that, but it sounds like that's like a Whitsitt line. Gravity.
No,
is
actually,
just like
something I've entertained as well, in which it was kind of confirming some of the suspicions that we talked about before, like years ago.
It's generally expressed amongst flat earthers.
Yeah, I object that wholeheartedly. Definitely, Dave.
On what grounds?
On the grounds that Coulomb already knew that gravity was a separate force from electromagnetism, and that when Coulomb and Cavendish were both doing the experiments, they weren't doing it to detect, prove, or verify these forces exist. They were just trying to make a measurement of a property of Earth with relation to these forces. So when Coulomb did his experiment, he already knew gravity was a separate force. He wasn't trying to determine what gravity was. He was just trying to make a measurement, And when Cavendish did his experiment, he knew that gravity and electromagnetics are separate things. Yes, he did create an apparatus similar to what Coulomb made, but there were very important differences in the setup of their apparatuses, and the apparatuses got very different results. So based on that, Graham.
Well, isn't one of them, Coulomb's law is based on the charges multiplied by some ratio between those charges and the distance between them, and squared. And Newton's law that Cavendish used was the masses multiplied by a ratio between them and the distance squared. So if you're using charges, if you're using the charges of some material as what you're calculating the force based on, in one case, and you're using the masses in a different case, you're going to come up with completely different answers. Especially since the ratio, and also the fact that the charges can have a negative value and the masses can't. So there's
but here's the thing. Each mass 1 and mass 2, for lack of better terms for it, but object 1, object 2, and Coulomb's law have to have positive and negative. Okay, they have to have both.
They don't have to. They can be positive.
But anyway, I posted the guy who I learned a lot of this shit from, and it's a math math advanced mathematics classes and shit and physics. It's and he was discussing how, I mean, he even says this. He says that he shows how Coulomb's law. This is where I first heard it. Where Coulomb's law is the same basic, the same function with the object one, object two, over the distance squared, and he explains, it's just different constants, and he says that he's a fucking mainstreamer too, and he says that they're both, more than likely, they're both part of a bigger construct, a bigger force construct that we don't even understand yet. It's just where we are so far with it.
What's part of a bigger force, Brian?
I mean, you just go about halfway in the video I just posted. It is math prove gravity. If you want to see, this he's pretty good, man.
Did he say gravity and electromagnetics are part of a bigger concept, like they used to be?
He doesn't make a positive claim. He says it would seem like they're part of a bigger force, like they're
definitely
cousins. They're part of a bigger force that we don't even understand yet.
I think most
he says he don't know. He don't have the answers.
Brian.
But he's encouraging students to try and find the answer.
Made your point, bro.
Yeah.
I think most physicists agree with that position. Even Einstein, when he was coming up with his theory of special relativity, that is what he was trying to create. He was trying to create some sort of unifying force between gravity and electromagnetism, because during that time, those were the only two known forces we had. We didn't know about the weak or strong nuclear force. We only knew. I'm not dumb, bro. We only knew that there were these two forces, and Einstein was actually trying to create a theory that connects them. But the underlying idea within physics is that all forces, way back at the start of the universe, they were all unified. They were all the same thing. So, yeah, it is right to say that gravity and electromagnetism seem to be cousins. They do seem to be related.
But listen very carefully. Hold on. Listen very carefully. This is very important on many levels. Okay, this is our problem now. Now with mainstream, when they get new information that was not previously known, they never incorporate it into the fucking results. Let me give you two examples. Okay, the one with what Grim brought up earlier with Dr. Pierre Robitaille, where he shown the fundamental mistake in Kirchhoff's laws or whatever, and upgraded it and then he tries to apply it to other things, and they call him a crackpot. Okay, another is what Austin was saying with incoherent magnetism. They didn't know that shit. They didn't know about fucking incoherent shit, where if you add a shitload of magnets together and jumble them up, how the repulsive force goes away. There's no more repulsive force. It's just attractive, and it's way weaker. So the more you add, the weaker it gets. There's nothing about that before all that shit, man.
Hey, Nate, what he said a second ago, I understand you agree with him about the ultimate idea of unified forces. What he said, though, was that this dude that he was talking about in this video claims that in both cases you have two objects being multiplied by some constant multiplied by the distance squared. Well, that's not the case. You're not. That's what I tried to say a second ago. You're not multiplying two objects. You're multiplying two aspects of these objects, namely the charges.
Yeah.
And the mass. So these aren't the same. These aren't the same formula. Talking about the same. The only reason why they seem similar is because they're multiplied by the distance squared, which makes sense. Just that's all it's stating, is that it decreases as they grow further apart.
You're totally contradicting what your boy just agreed with and what this mainstream fucking professor fucking taught me. So go ahead, Kosher. You go, boy.
I'm telling you that mainstream professor.
So just to clarify. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Kosher.
No, go ahead, man.
Yeah. So just to clarify, I wasn't agreeing with the first part Brian brought up. I totally just disagree with that. I was just agreeing with the idea that gravity and electromagnetics are related. Now, there is a bit of a similarity within the formulas. They're both based on this inverse square law principle, right? So the further the force or the source of the force is from you, The intensity of that force recedes gradually, that inverse square property. And also, in both the Coulomb law formula and Newton's universal law of gravity, there is a constant, right? So with the Newton, it's the gravitational constant. With Coulomb, it's the electric constant, K. But the difference, Brian, that Kosho is trying to explain is that within gravity, you'll
You ain't
always
gonna explain that, dude. Or I could have explained that to you. Okay. Go
But you
ahead.
gotta let me finish, Brian. Jesus Christ, man.
I
So
know, but
what Coach
y'all
is?
act like y'all are
Oh
telling me
my
something. I
God,
brought all
Brian,
this up to
please,
try and
bro.
tell y'all something y'all didn't know.
Yeah, but
Please
he's
let me
explaining
finish.
it for everybody. I mean, I'm not familiar
Yeah,
as familiar.
yeah. So within Newton's law, you're always gonna have positive. Um, how can I say this? The way Kosho said it, it's not objects, but it's aspects of those objects, and those aspects being mass will always be positive. In Coulomb's law, the aspects of these objects we're looking at is their charge, and charge can be negative or positive. Now, I agree with you, Brian, in line with what you read, that quote you read earlier, that magnitude will always be positive, but a force is magnitude and a vector. So a force, when we solve for Coulomb's law, we can get a negative answer because we're solving for a force, which is magnitude and direction. We need to know what the magnitude of that force is, but the direction of that force as well. So we can get a negative answer when solving for Coulomb's law.
Yeah, I'm just asking
What?
for solutions to show me the net. Give me a sentence. Something is negative Coulomb without
No,
saying
you would
charge.
say negative newtons. Now, negative coulombs, you would never say negative. Well, you okay? That's
You end up
something different. But coulombs isn't measuring a force, Brian. Do you understand that? Newton's measures a force. Coulomb's law tells us, a force. But the
No,
the
it
the
doesn't.
the unit of coulomb measures the ampage and the charge. It doesn't measure force.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if the charges, if you end up with a positive result, then you're going to get an attractive, uh, like there's going to be a attractive relationship between the force, and if you get a
Yeah.
negative result, these charges are going to want to repel each other and go in the
Exactly.
opposite direction.
Yeah.
So
So
it means
Brian,
something. There's very different meanings.
yeah.
Sorry, but
So Brian, oh, sorry. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
that's all right. I'm just confused by your usages of Coulomb's law. That's all. I'll keep listening. Maybe I'm misunderstanding.
All right. So Brian, if I just tagged you right now, and I posted two things in the live stream, right? Are you there, Brian?
Oh, if you're not gonna watch, I keep watching everything and looking at everything you send. I send fucking one thing, you won't even look at it, bro. You're just telling me everything you know and won't even listen to the fucking professor. So, you know what? Just
What do
save
you
it,
mean?
bro. Talk about it later when there's less people.
What? Yeah, I watched your video, Brian. I skimmed through it. It's 16
I
minutes long,
just
so I didn't
posted it,
obviously.
bro. I just posted it. What'd you
Yeah,
skim
I
through?
watched it, bro. I watched it. I'm telling you, I watched it. You posted it 20 minutes ago. I
Why are you
watched it, Brian.
disagreeing with it then?
I don't. I don't disagree with that video. I didn't. What? What are you saying, Brian? All right, never mind, man.
Let's
Yo,
carry
let
this
me hear
on when
you.
there's less
Yo,
people in here, man. It'd be a
I
better
just want to
All
hear
right,
conversation
man.
in
Nate.
the smaller
I
room.
just want to hear Nate say a hard R.
You want me to
Say
say
Rough Rider. Yo, say Rough Rider.
Rough Rider?
What?
What? You heard me,
Say
bro.
Rough.
Why you want me to? Why you want me to say that?
Bro, I feel like you try
You
to
said
not
Rough
pronounce.
Rider. Rough
You,
Rider.
you try to not
My
pronounce
point
R's.
was, I'll sum it up with this, man. My point is whether it be repelling or attracting, it's a positive force. Okay, it's a positive. There's got to be an amount of repulsion. Okay, and there's got to be an amount of attraction. In Coulomb's law, it's always positive. There's no negative fucking answer. The charges, yeah, negative, but the fucking coulombs are always expressed with a positive magnitude. Period. I mean, I
Yeah,
posted it.
but
I don't know how you could argue that.
weren't you saying it's always an attractive force? Like, didn't you start the whole thing by saying
There's never
No,
repulsion.
dude.
He did,
No,
Don. He did.
no. That's what they thought. That's why I
But
said don't say charge. Because I know shit.
Yeah.
I know that likes. I mean, dude, that's the first thing you learn in elementary school. That positive fucking likes repel and opposites attract. Man, I'm talking about the way coulombs are represented. The magnitude.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't use that word. I admitted that earlier.
Yeah, but
no matter what, whether it's repulsion or attraction, there's a amount of force working on each on all of it. You see what I'm saying? So you're never going to get a negative fucking force. It's a positive fucking. It's they
That's not
measure
true, bro.
how much force is repelling them or how much force is
That's-
attracting them, but it's still a positive magnitudes. All I'm saying, bro. I don't see
What
how you
happens
can
when
argue
the
that.
charge
but what
is
Don
positive
said
is
is
negative?
sorry, coach. But what Don said is correct, Brian, you know, because you weren't being clear in the beginning, and it sounded like you were saying that whenever you solve for Coulomb's law, you're always going to get a positive answer. You did clarify yourself now, and you did say it's the magnitude that's positive, but
No,
you keep
I
switching
posted it, dude. I said the whole time that coulombs, you can't give me a fucking unit. You can't give me negative units in fucking coulombs.
Yeah, that's
give
what
me
you said,
negative
and
coulombs.
that is wrong, Brian. That's wrong. You can get
Dude,
negative.
it's a positive force. It's a positive magnitude, man. No matter what. So how would you
What are
measure
you
the
saying?
magnitude?
Okay, what are you saying? Because you're all over the place now.
Hold
Make
on.
one
So
statement. Make
how
one
come you
claim.
had no clue what I was even talking about? And none of y'all had any clue what I was talking
Yeah,
about
but
until I threw
Brian,
it in your
just
face.
now, 10 seconds ago, just now, you made 3 different statements. That's
No,
why
I
we all
didn't, man. No, you're
Okay,
doing the
so
same thing as you did earlier.
one
You
claim
acted
right
like I
now.
don't have a clue when you didn't
Okay,
have,
make
when
your
you just
claim
didn't
right
know,
now.
bro. You didn't know that all the values were positive. I use
Brian, make your
values,
claim
okay,
right now.
and units,
What are you
okay.
claiming? What are you claiming?
I'm claiming, okay. I posted what I'm claiming, bro. There's no negative fucking values. There's no negative magnitudes. There's no negative units. It's expressed as an amount, and it's expressed.
Okay, so what happens?
Whether it's repulsion or attraction, it's measured and expressed as a force, as positive.
Okay, what happens if there's a charge that's positive and a charge that's
Charge.
negative?
I'm not talking about that opposites attract. So don't say charge. Don't say charge.
No.
I'm
Well, I
not
have to
talking
say
about
charge because when you use Coulomb's law, the equation is K constant multiplied by charge 1 and then charge 2 divided by the distance squared. And if you have the charge 1 by charge 2, right, you're gonna, with one of them's negative, one of them's positive, you can end up with a negative number. Then you take the absolute value. You take the absolute value if you're looking at the magnitude, but the actual
net charge. It's the net charge in the object, Coach. So the net charge, the mass is not considered. The charge is in the object 1. So the net charge, bro. Okay, look it the fuck up.
The net charge can be negative.
Bro, y'all don't know shit about this. Y'all need to look it up. I'm fucking arguing with fucking
this is the problem,
level
Brian.
1, bro. I'm not doing this, man. You don't understand.
So Brian, your claim is that when you solve for Coulomb's law, you'll always get a positive number. Is that's what
you always
said,
get a
right?
positive value, bro. You always get a positive
That's wrong.
value.
That's wrong. That's wrong, Brian.
So there's negative magnitude. That's what you're saying.
That's not what I'm saying. But when you solve for Coulomb's law, you don't find magnitude, you find force. Magnitude and force are not the same thing,
Bro,
Brian.
you need to go read up. Just watch the video I fucking posted and listen to the professor.
I watched
That's where
the
I learned
video
it from, bro.
you
I'm not
posted,
learning from
and
you.
I don't
I
disagree
learned from
with
the
the video you
bro.
posted, but you are misrepresenting the video, Brian. In that video, what he said is correct. Magnitude will always be positive. But Coulomb's law doesn't solve for magnitude, it solves for a force. And magnitude and a force are not the same thing.
Dude,
come on, man.
I just posted in your face that fucking Coulomb's law always has a positive magnitude. Period, bro.
Yes,
you can try to word game your way out of this, bro. You're stuck, bro. You don't understand this shit. But by telling me that, dude, there's 2 or 3 other things you don't understand. I'm telling you, you need to look into this shit. We'll pick up on this argument later.
Brian, do you understand what I'm saying when I?
Bro,
I
there's
understand you.
consequences also to what you're saying.
Okay, Brian, please stop interrupting me. I understand you when you say what you were saying. I just want to make sure you understand what I'm saying when I say that magnitude and force are not the same thing. Do you understand that? Or do you not care?
Yes, I understand that. I understand that, man. I understand that. But listen,
what do you understand by that?
There's consequences
What's the
to your
difference
claim,
between
bro.
magnitude and force?
You already said it, dude. You already said it. Force is the fucking magnitude and the vector. Okay, now look.
Okay.
Now, hold on.
No, force is a vector. Force is a vector.
Okay, well, keep changing your shit, bro. This is twice you
I'm not
changing.
changing
I'm about to make a
anything,
video on your ass. Trust me, I'm about to make a video on your ass.
I would
keep changing your
love you to
story.
make a video on
Okay,
this
keep
conversation.
changing your story, and I will, bro.
I'm not
keep
changing my
updating your
story.
story
I've
as
been
you learn.
consistent. What have I
Keep
changed?
updating your story as you learn, and I will make a video on your ass as long as this shit's being recorded.
Yeah, it's definitely being recorded. I would love to see that video, Brian.
Now, okay, I will. But check this out.
but
Check this
you
out.
know,
There's consequences to what you're saying,
of trying
bro.
to make things personal, Brian, why don't we reach common understanding? All right. So I understand what you were saying. I want to make sure you understand what I'm saying. So when I say,
I got one question for you to make sure you understand this. Okay. Why would they fucking say that there's the negatives? Okay, that there's fucking negatives in the units. Okay, in each individual unit, but the magnitude, what did it say? The magnitude, the coulombs magnitude is always positive. Why would it say that? Tell me.
Because magnitude is not the same thing as force, Brian. Magnitude will always be positive because magnitude isn't telling you that there's a direction or there's a preference, right? There's more here and less there. Magnitude is just telling you, the rate or the frequency at which something happens. But it doesn't tell you. Please don't interrupt me, Brian. It doesn't tell you if this is, more or less. Is it going towards the left? Is it going towards the right? It doesn't give you a direction. So magnitude will always be positive. But when you are solving for Coulomb's law, you are not solving to find the magnitude of the interaction between the charged particles. You want to determine the force between the charged particles. And when you are calculating for force, you need magnitude and a direction. So Coulomb's law does not solve for magnitude, it solves for forces. Do you understand what I just said, Brian?
You ready to listen for once? Okay, listen to this. Can you hear me? Okay, the magnitude of the electric force. The force. Do you hear me? I'll say it one more time. The fucking force. The magnitude of the force for Coulomb's law between two electric charge particles is equal to blah blah. The formula. Okay? We use absolute value signs around the product because one of the charges may be negative. You hear me one more time? One of the charges may be negative. But the magnitude of the force is always positive. One more time. But the magnitude of the force, so shove it, bro, it's always positive. Bam! Shut the fuck up.
Is it repulsive or retractive?
So Brian, I heard what you said with all the shut the fuck ups and the bams.
Did you hear what I said? Again. Once again.
No, Brian, please, okay. Brian. You read it,
bro,
and I didn't interrupt.
You're ignorant
please
on the topic. You need to
rebut.
learn, dude. It's just pissing me off. You don't know nothing about this, and you're fucking arguing it, bro.
Brian,
I gotta take a break. I gotta take a break, bro. Yeah, it's just like fuck. I'm sorry. I gotta take a break.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, this is pretty chaotic.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Brian's being silly because it's not like I'm disagreeing.
Bro, what else can I do but read what it says? Exactly what you just said.
Brian, because I feel like you don't listen to me.
How you're wrong.
All right, Brian, it's because you don't listen to me when I talk and explain things. So I'll say it again.
Make your final statement, but don't insult me, and I'll just back off, please. Every time you insult me, I'm gonna have to jump in. I'm sorry.
But I haven't insulted you once, Brian. How have I insulted you? You're the one telling me to shut the fuck up.
All right, well,
How did I insult you?
Me.
Is there any chance you guys could just like get a room?
But how did I insult you, Brian? You're the one telling me to shut the fuck up.
You just said I'm silly. You just said I'm silly and got a simple fucking.
Yeah, you are being silly because you're telling me to shut the fuck up.
Okay, well, if you avoid shit like that, I'll just back off and listen. You can tell me what you think it is or what you know.
Shut the fuck up. I'm not going to call you silly, am I, Brian?
Yeah, you're right.
You started.
I do apologize for that, bro.
Wait. I want to say something. I want to be objective here. I want to try to mediate a little bit here, if you don't mind. I'm on your side, Brian. I think you might be. I understand why you're intense about this, and I think you might be right that people aren't quite understanding what you're saying. But at the same time, I do hear Nate trying to be rational and explain himself. So maybe it would help if you just hear him out a little bit, even though he may not understand exactly what you're trying to say. Also, I want to point out that the reason I think this is intense is because this is huge. If there is conflation between Coulomb's law and the Cavendish law of gravitation, then it really does kind of point the finger in a very direct way at some big part of the manipulation that's gone on. I'm not saying that's the case, but if that could be proven, I think even a baller would have to say that's a pretty big deal.
All right. So can I respond to Brian? Does Brian want to go first? I don't know.
Yeah. Let me say something real quick. Please don't say that the force is negative. Please don't say that there's negative coulombs or the Coulomb force is negative, and I'll back out. Just please don't say that again. I will be compelled to read that shit again.
All right. So Brian, I'm gonna say whatever I want to say, but I just reposted what it is you keep reading. All right. So that I hope now I'm gonna get us all on the same page. All right. So if you guys see what I just posted, this is what Brian's been reading this whole time. So there where it says, yeah, so there where it says we use absolute value signs around the product Q1, Q2 because one of the charges may be negative, but the magnitude of the force is always positive. That is what Brian is, that's the crux of his argument. And that I totally agree with Brian. Magnitude will always be positive. But this is what I disagree with.
The magnitude of what? The magnitude of what is positive, please?
The magnitude of the interaction between these two charge particles.
No, the magnitude of what, please? You just said it. Just say it again.
Oh, fine. The magnitude of the force between these two particles is always positive. And I agree with you, Brian. We've all agreed with you. We've all said from the very beginning, we agree with that the magnitude of a force is always positive. But what we've also said is that a force is not magnitude alone. A force is magnitude and direction. So if you look at what I just posted of what Brian's been reading, the second part, the direction of a force vector depends on the sign of the charges. If the charges are the same, the force points away from the other charge. So what it's saying is if the charges are the same, like charges, the direction of the force will point away from them.
Don't
showing that
me,
they
bro.
repelled. I'm not done.
Why are you
I'm not done.
me, man?
I'm not strawmanning you. I am
never said that there was no.
Brian, it's not what you said. This is what's in the document. This is. I'm not quoting you, Brian. I'm quoting what is in the document. Okay. I posted what you've been reading, and I'm quoting from what's been posted. This isn't what you've said, Brian. This isn't what you have been reading. All right. So in what you have been reading, there's this extra part which you keep leaving out. And that extra part tells us if the forces are the same. Look at what Damon just posted. If you have two negative forces, they are going to repel. And those arrows pointing away, those give us
dude. Do you think I don't think things repel, bro? Do you think that I don't think things repel?
Brian,
dude, this is horse shit, dude. He thinks I don't understand things repel.
Hey, but your objection will be taken much better if you're not interrupting.
Bro, he's acting like I don't think things repel, bro. That's fucking horseshit.
I don't think he's talking to you only.
He's got nothing else to say, so he's pretending I don't understand.
The only person I'm talking.
Yeah, but I'm trying to understand what he's saying. I'm trying to help you.
Yeah.
by understanding both sides, so that I can give my opinion, and I can't do that if you're yelling over him.
Yeah, and Brian, this isn't the world wrestling.
Brian.
This isn't the world wrestling match. You don't have to scream at the top of your lungs.
Okay, one special request. You're right, but I knew they were going to talk over me and not let this one little quick thing be heard. Please don't say I don't understand things, Rappel, again. Please.
Brian.
Everybody understands. Everybody understands that fucking
that's a
get
promise.
Rappel.
I never said that. I never said you don't understand things, Rappel, and you want the only person I'm talking to. Right now, to be honest, I'm talking to Dave. Because I'm
the
trying
repulsion is measured in a positive magnitude.
Brian, come on, man. You need to calm down, bro. I'm trying to explain to Dave why me and you are not on the same page.
Yeah,
I'm actually not even talking.
I really don't know exactly
if you want to, Brian, you can go and take a smoke break because I'm not even talking to you, bro.
All right, well, you just said I didn't understand.
I'm not talking to you. I'm not saying you don't understand anything.
This is the last thing I'll say.
You don't understand.
This is the very last thing I'll say. Even the repulsion is measured with a positive magnitude. Even the repulsion. All right.
Cool. So, Dave, I'm gonna have to recap because I've lost my train of thought. I'm so sorry, but I'll try and summarize.
That's fine. You're being cool. That's good.
All right. So what Brian is saying is correct. Magnitude is always positive. But the issue is a force is not just a force is a vector. It has magnitude and direction. So when we are trying to solve for Coulomb's law wants to know what is the force between two charged particles. And that force can be attractive or repulsive. So it's the magnitude plus the direction. And the direction tells us if it's retractive or repulsive. So if you solve for Coulomb's law...
It's not particles, bro. It's not particles.
You see?
Hey, Brian,
you just can't.
I can't understand what he's saying unless you let him finish, please.
Yeah, it's like you're doing it on purpose, Brian. I swear to God. Come on, man.
It'll help your side, Brian, if you just wait, please.
Yeah.
Whatever, dude. It's not particles, bro. I don't know what else to say. He's just saying dumb shit.
Chill out, nerds. Chill out, nerds.
Please. I have to understand this before I can help your side. I'm on your side, Brian, please.
So do you see that second thing I just posted, Dave, right above what Dawn just posted now? Where there's Coulomb's formula. F equals K Q1 Q2 over X squared, and the formula's been solved for, and we get an answer of negative 30.46 newtons. So that tells us that electromagnetic
Newtons, bro. It's not
force.
Newton.
Oh,
Brian,
come on.
Please don't do it. Brian, I
swear to God, you're doing it on purpose.
Give you the floor indefinitely after he's finished.
Yeah.
All right, I'll just have to mute Brian.
I'm almost
speak. I'm just temporarily muting you, Brian, so he can at least get through his thing. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. So you can see there, Dave, that we have a negative answer for Coulomb's law, which tells us that the magnitude of that force is 30.46 newtons, but because of the negative sign in front, that gives us our direction as well, which tells us this is a repulsive force. So when solving for Coulomb's law, you can get negative answers. But I do agree with Brian, if all you care about is magnitude, your answer will be positive. But Coulomb's law doesn't solve for magnitude, it solves for forces. I hope you understand now, Dave.
Yeah, it sounds like the vector is the important part of the addition to this that allows it to be negative or positive, either or, right? And so, then is there a certain direction for negative and a certain direction for positive that they're indicating?
Yes. Yes. If it's negative, then that tells you it's two like particles and they're pushing away from each other.
Mm-hmm.
It's a repulsive force. If your final answer is positive, it tells you both particles have a positive charge, and they're I got it backwards. If
negative
your answer is
positive or both negative,
yeah,
right.
So
it would be a like, right?
Yeah,
and if it was the opposite, then it would be repulsive, and it would be a positive result.
Exactly. Yeah. So sorry, I said it backwards, but you corrected. All right,
got it. Okay. Are you done with your explanation? And then Brian can jump in
Brian
and say what it is that he objects to?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, Brian.
I don't even know where to start, bro. When he says that it's measuring particles, dude. No. When he says that it's coulombs, not newtons, man. He's talking about particles. That's not. I don't even know where to start, man. He ain't arguing with what I say.
Well, let me ask you.
The whole time. Okay, the whole time. I'm just trying to say that the value, the magnitude, whatever the fucking, that even if there's a negative, it's expressed as a positive force. Okay.
Right.
He did argue that earlier. He changed it, but he did argue that earlier. He said it's not a positive force, and he's trying to change. Like I said, I ain't talking about charge. I understand that negatives attract. I mean, opposites attract. Everybody understands that, man. That's crazy. I mean, if you didn't insinuate that, fine.
No. I think
slow it down, bro.
Real quick, Brian.
I'm just gonna back off, man. All right, I just need to take a break, man.
Brian, I think I might ask you. I might have an important question to ask you that would help clarify it for me. The vector being added, and just in my head, because I'm not familiar with this. The vector being added is important because then it could give the direction, which is the way that gravity is expressed, right? Gravity is expressed as a direction, a vector, right? And the important thing that you're trying to get at least as far as I can guess, is that there might be conflation between these two formulas that are actually talking about the same thing. But then when you add the vector, which could be the trick to it all, then you could say, oh, well, that's why it's actually talking about gravity and not electrostatic.
That's exactly the trick, right? Okay. That is the trick.
Right. You guys focused on the wrong part for the longest. I mean, the direction of the charge. It's a good point. That's why I brought that up, because there's obviously one of them will never be negative. The Newtonian gravity will never be negative. However, the main part that is obviously tells you they're different is that in one case you're comparing the mass of two objects, which is some number, some value, right? The mass. And it's a very different value than the charge of two objects.
Yes, right.
Two objects
could
be huge objects with no charge, or they can have huge charges with small mass.
Does not even matter. He's right.
But these two qualities, they don't have any relationship to each other, and there's no way to make these the same.
Yeah, I'm still confused because I'm sorry, I'm still confused because like Coulomb's law is simply electrons. I don't understand. Like, it's a potential difference, right? And then like if you're measuring a Coulomb, it's how many. It would be an amperage, and that's how many basically set of electrons, which is like, what is it? It's 6.24 times 10 to the negative 18th or something, or 18th. Sorry, electrons is a Coulomb. And
look, I want to give my
however many coulombs pass a point in a particular amount of time is amperage. So like, I don't. How's this have anything?
That's what I'm trying to tell them, dude. It's all amps, man. It's all fucking has to do with the amps. Thank you. Go ahead.
Brian, look, please. If you didn't say this, you didn't say it, bro. But it sounded like you were saying from the beginning.
I did say it, bro. He's agreeing, man. And that's why I thanked him.
You can't even talk. Like, but what I heard from the beginning was you was like, it's always an attractive force.
No, man, fuck off, dude. Fuck off, dude. You know what? Y'all need to mute me, dude. No, so there's no fucking repulsion.
You can't even listen to me, bro.
Off, dude. Yeah, they got a good way. They're professionals, bro.
I can't hear you when I'm talking, just so you know. I can't
Dude,
hear
you're telling me that I don't think there's a fucking repulsive force?
No, you came in immediately. You said, I know that opposites attract and likes repel, but as far as the coulombs, you were like saying there was a weird thing going on with it, and the summary of it could only be in this. Now you got to the point where you were saying it's just a units, but it and a strength of how much it's repelling or attracting, and like Damon just said. But it's from the beginning, it sounded like you were trying to make a different point than that, Brian. That's just what I heard 2 hours ago, bro.
No, it's all based on the amp. I said that right off the bat. I swear to God on my life, it's all based on amps. He said it didn't have nothing to do with the electromagnetism, I said you're wrong. They're professionals at making it fucking, making me look however.
Dude. It has nothing to do with electromagnetism. Who said that, Brian?
I'll make a video on you right now.
Yeah, make that video, please. And I want to see who said
nothing to do with electric force or some shit.
There's nothing to do with electromagnetism. I want to see who said that.
Maybe it wasn't electromagnetism, but when I said amps, you disagreed.
Yeah, Coulomb's law does not calculate amps. Coulomb's law doesn't calculate amps. When you solve for Coulomb's law, the end answer you get isn't 16 coulombs. That isn't an answer you ever get. You get newtons.
Coulomb is
Newtons
amount
is
of
the measurement
charge.
force.
Yeah, well, from
coulombs
the
just
beginning,
means
he was
charge
saying the amount. He was saying
and the
every
amount of
answer.
charge is basically the amount of free electrons, which
Well,
the amount
he
of free
agreed with that.
electrons is measured in average. But like
He
it has nothing to
agreed,
do with
man. He was trying to say like he agreed with it's however much you calculate, it's gonna be a positive number, right, Brian? But what were you implying that the Coulomb did? Could you clear that up for me, man? Like, were you disagreeing? Like, what the actual phenomenon of this?
Don. Brian feels that when you solve for coulombs, you can never get a negative answer. That's his argument.
Okay.
Plain and yeah.
Okay, it seemed like a fluid type move. You heard it the same way as me. I'm telling you, you seem to be confirming.
Yeah.
You heard it.
Yeah, you and I have been here from the beginning. That's when the argument started 2 hours ago between Brian and I. You know, and that's been his stance the whole time. He's changing his wording. Now he's bringing in magnitude and things to try and justify his
you are
position.
learning as you go, bro. You are learning as you go.
Brian, come on, bro.
Just because you know a little bit about fucking math and shit, you're learning as you go, and you're
But
projecting
you are
on
too,
me, bro.
Brian. You were telling me you didn't know the video exactly. You got to go. You got to figure it out. Come on, we're all learning.
You were saying
Bro, I've been studying this shit, man.
Just real quick. Hey, Brian, it would just, there's no reason to try to make a video on him or make it personal. It's about the argument. The argument's the most important thing to make the video about. Make the video about the
change shit every 2 seconds, bro. You got to be held accountable, and he's literally changing his shit.
I know, but I've been objectively listening the whole time, and I think that even if he's changed his answer, I don't think he meant to. I don't think that's necessary. I think you're putting your energy towards something. But even if you did, I'm saying it's not important to make a video about it because that's not as interesting as the argument. Please, Brian.
Yeah, no, I mean, if Brian's frustrated and he wants to make it personal, that's on Brian. I'm not going to fall to his level. I'm not going to digress.
I just listed the amount
All
of amps
I'm going to say is Brian's argument, and I don't know why he keeps on, interrupting me when I never interrupt him. Brian's argument is that when you solve for Coulomb's law, you can never get a negative answer. That is his argument, and that just isn't true.
Hold on, man. I just listed the amps per second conversion. If you want to convert amps per second, there I listed the table on how to fucking convert amps to coulombs. When he says it has nothing to do with each other, and he'll probably change that now. Now that I've listed the table, how to convert fucking amps to coulombs.
Brian, do you hear him accusing you of something directly, though? Do you hear this right now?
Yeah, let him talk. Let him change his story and disagree with.
No. He's accusing you of something that you're not addressing. You're doing all this talking.
Dude, he's changing his story. He's sitting there saying that there is a negative force. Okay, earlier he changed the definition of magnitude twice, and I'm gonna video this shit.
I'll ask you directly. Are you claiming, Brian, that you can't get the negative answer?
Dude, there is no negative coulombs. That's I've said it different ways. Okay, I understand that shit repels, shit attracts. Everybody knows that, bro. That's fucking fundamental shit.
Calm down,
but I'm
man.
telling you, I'm answering, bro. Okay,
but it's yes or no. I do not understand. Your answer is yes or no.
Not. Yeah, dude. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? You just asked me a question and you're butting in. Okay, if you shut up, I'll calm down. Now look, man. Now, what was the fucking question again?
Okay, Nate.
Please don't tell me to calm down when I start to answer.
Yes or no?
ADHD medications in this room.
Yes or no what? Yes or no what?
Yes, Don.
Okay.
Don, did you say my name?
Yeah, can you give Brian, are you claiming that yes or no, that you can't get the negative answer when trying to get these coulombs? I don't even need to know, but I'm sure you can put on the spot.
No negative value, bro. No, there's no negative value. Yes and no.
Okay, Nate.
Seriously, right, guys, who gives a fuck, right? Who gives a fucking shit?
Because Brian cares. He has all this energy.
Stop trying to get
I wish we wouldn't know.
If you don't want to hear us talk about
guys, are seriously boring me now. I wish we could just change the fucking topic.
No one says you got to be here, bro. But this is what we're talking about. Come on, man.
Yeah,
professionals, man.
I'm just
Fucking
giving my
professionals.
opinion. That's all.
Pushing my
hot
words.
shit
I,
coming
I,
up next,
I
Rodney.
understand, but like you can't force us to talk about something else. You've been trying for a long time, man, and it's just
Wait
not
on the
gonna
edge
work.
of your seat, man.
Don't get me
I just
started,
feel
man.
Hot
it's
shit
a
coming
lot
up.
of wasted energy, mate. It's a lot of wasted energy.
Yeah,
It
you
is a
sound
very,
like
very,
that.
but it
You're
is
all,
a.
you're all going around in bloody circles for crying out loud on stuff that's already been written fucking years ago.
Yo, let Keith Richards have the floor.
You know? It's like, get with the fucking program, dude.
So
What's up, boys?
you
Fuck
said
yeah.
that was funny, man. That was funny. So, Don, to
Seriously, though, you
respond,
guys are like the worst
Yeah.
nerds. We need some other
Brian has
nerds to
totally
step in, dude.
changed the argument now. If Brian is only talking about coulombs and ampage, if that is all he's talking about, then that is not the original argument we started off with. If he
What
is
can
saying coulombs are always positive, I
Okay.
100% agree with that. But that is not what we started off arguing, is it?
Okay.
What we started off arguing is Coulomb's law.
Okay.
Coulomb's law doesn't give you an answer in coulombs. It doesn't give you an answer in ampage, right?
Okay.
Coulomb's law gives you an answer in forces, in newtons. Coulomb's law tells you what is the force between two charged particles. And the answer you get will be in newtons. And that can be a positive or a negative answer. Now, Coulomb's law and coulombs themselves are two different things. Coulombs just tell you the ampage or the amount of charge in a particle. That is not Coulomb's law.
That's cool. So he did kind of two different things. He made a law for one type of equation, and he also got a unit named after him.
Exactly. Yeah. Very true.
Interesting.
That's why that thing Brian keeps posting and the video he keeps talking to, they are talking about Coulomb's law. But what Brian just did now is he did the craziest switcheroony where he posted something about amperes and coulombs, and he's trying to make it sound like that's what he's talking about. If that's what he's talking about, then he's had us all confused, and he's using the wrong wording and really the wrong language. And he shouldn't keep on invoking Coulomb's law and magnitude. All these
Real
quick,
descriptive and informative, And
I don't think he's trying to pull a switcheroo.
I promise you, everything he knows about Coulomb's law is what he's fucking read tonight. I promise you that. Everything he knows about Coulomb's law is what he's read during this argument. He's so full of
calm
fucking
down.
shit.
Look, we know Nate is shifty and smooth like water and little snake. Man, we know this, okay, right? But that was pretty concise and descriptive and informative right there. You got to give it to him right on that one. So maybe I got a little bit of hope for if he can either swallow, you know what I'm saying, or help me figure out my with this other topic. Maybe he can help me figure out my switcheroony that I'm missing because. Brian, it seems like these guys don't understand that the photons got mass, whether it's rest and not rest and whatever, man. Things have mass, period. It's simple like that. And then there's one other math thing that I was going to bring up too. If we can move the topic.
Can I add in? Let me real quick. I do want to clarify though that it did seem like there was an interesting point about the fact that when it says that they're trying to determine the magnitude of the force, and the force is the vector, then it does seem like it's talking about the force and the vector, right? The magnitude of the force, right? Now, when you're adding the force to it, you're adding the vector, right? And that's what makes it either positive or negative in the result. So then is the result then not talking about magnitude whatsoever? Or is it just talking about the combination?
No, you would know the
How is
context.
the magnitude of the force not a combination already?
You would know how to apply the direction from the context, right? That's right.
Yeah. So when they talk about the magnitude of the force, Dave, they are just talking about the intensity of this force. They're talking about half of the answer towards this force. If all you cared about was magnitude, you would get an answer that would always be positive, but that doesn't tell you everything about the force, does it? If I just give you the magnitude of the force between two charges, you won't know whether or not the force is a repulsive or an attractive force. You'll just know the intensity of that force, how strong the force is, but you won't know in what direction that force is acting in.
So
in
what's
order to
added to the
understand the
formula to
force
get the
fully,
direction?
come again?
What's added to the formula to get the direction?
You just solve for positive or negative. If it ends up positive,
Yeah.
it's one direction. If it ends up negative, it's the other.
Exactly.
Well, so it's the
That's
same
why when
formula?
solving for Coulomb's law, you can't get negative answers. And when Brian says you can't get a negative answer for Coulomb's law, he's either talking about something else, or he might be confused.
So is the only difference
or
the result?
really going on.
Is the only difference between the two the result being positive or negative?
The difference between two what?
The two equations.
The two what? It's one equation. There's only one equation.
It's only one equation, right? And so you're saying that the result being positive or negative is the only difference between solving for the force plus the magnitude plus the vector compared to just the magnitude.
New perspective. They still multiply them together. Listen, they still multiply them together like they're positive numbers. So, in other words, if it's a negative and a positive, okay, it'll be a negative, right? But they still multiply them together and combine them and then put a negative in front of it. It's still a positive value. You see what I'm saying? So that's the trick. Basically, you're always going to get a positive value, but they put a negative or a positive in front of it.
So that's
for
all.
the vector.
The whole difference is either a positive or negative.
Exactly.
Which indicates the
But when
direction
you're
which gives them
talking about
gravity.
the fucking, you have the context. When you're talking about,
Let me give an example, though, man. Let me give an example. Let's just say you have a rock. Hold on. If you have a rock, I'm almost done. If you have a rock and you call one rock mass, you call it mass 1, and it's 3. Just three, whatever. And then you have another rock. It's 3. Okay, over distance squared. That's your gravity. Okay, bam. So you say 9, right? 9 over distance squared. The same thing with Coulomb's law. If you have a rock with a positive charge, then it's 3, and you have a rock that's a negative charge, it's still 9, right? It's just negative 9 now, but they still call it a positive value. So it's still 3 times 3. I mean, this is a very bland fucking explanation, but in other words, it's still 3 times 3 over the distance squared, but they just put a negative in front of it. You see what I'm saying? That's
So how do they determine whether to put a negative in front of it or not?
That's
how you know what Brian just said is nonsense.
If it's opposite charges.
That question
but you're saying if they're just trying to figure out the magnitude, then even if they're opposite charges, then they still, even if they're the same charges, they still just have a positive answer if you're just talking about the magnitude.
Right.
But if you're talking about both, but if you're talking about both, and then they just add that in, it's like now we're talking about the vector. So we're going to say that because they're both like charges, we're gonna make it negative because they would repel.
Right, but it's the same whole numbers. It's the same absolute numbers. Though.
That is
interesting. You have to admit on your side that does seem
that is not what happens at all. None of us agree with
your way.
So
I mean, that was a basic.
Yo, Brian, you had to go.
The way he sees it, please.
That's a very basic explanation.
So
I get you,
Dave. Yeah, Dave. I've just posted 2 images in the live stream, so I want to walk you through them. Right. So in the first image, you have 4 particles, right? So we have Q1 and Q2, the 2 blue balls. And the idea is both of them are positively charged. So if you look next to them, blue balls, yeah. So if you look next to them, they have 2 lines pointing away. F1, F2. Those are...
What's their distance? Let us finish, Brian.
Come on, man. Brian. Just stay muted, man. All right? Because I'm talking to Dave. Please, man. So they have lines next to them, F1 and F2. Those are the forces we want to calculate for, Dave. We want to know what is the force between Q1 and Q2, these 2 positively charged blue balls. And to calculate for that force, there's the formula at the bottom, right? F1 or F2, because the force is the same, equals K Q2 over R squared.
You're going about the particles, bud.
Oh my God, Brian. Stop it, man. So now, Q1, Q2, we are going to substitute in for what the value of the charges of those particles are. So if Q1 is +1 and Q2 is +1 as well, we're going to put 1 times 1 there. But if one of them was negative, that would affect the answer we get, right? So if you look at the two balls under, where you have Q being positive and Q2 being negative, that is an attractive force.
What's
Brian,
negative 2 times 3?
I'm
Just answer
almost
this,
done.
dude.
I'm almost done.
What's negative 2
No,
times 3?
Brian, when I'm done,
Let him
bro.
finish.
You
Let him
can't
finish
keep
because then it'll be
interrupting me
better.
because
Your point will be
I
better taken
never
once
do this
you
to
finish.
you when you are talking, Brian. I never interrupt you. I've intentionally controlled myself when you talk. Even if you say something I don't agree with, I've waited for you to finish. If you could
Objectively
just show
speaking,
me
Brian,
the
it's being really
same
calm, and
level
you're
of
not.
respect,
It's
please,
not
bro.
helping your side, but I'm trying to
Yeah,
help your
you're
side.
being
Let me
extremely
figure it out. Okay?
disrespectful, Brian. Please, man.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
So you're saying
So
that
that
the
is
only difference is if one of them's positive and one of them's negative, and you're trying to get the vector, right? Then you would include the negative or positive, and you would pay attention to the negative or positive, whereas just the magnitude is just always going to be positive because you're talking about the magnitude, not
exactly.
the direction. That's exactly what Brian was saying.
Exactly. Is
That's
that what
exactly
Brian
what
is
Brian
saying?
was saying.
No,
That's not
he
what
was
Brian is
saying
saying.
no.
Because what Brian is saying that when you solve for the whole thing, even if you put in the vector, your answer should always be positive. Brian is saying
No,
when you solve for Coulomb's law. Is that not what he's saying?
no, I
Maybe
think
I
No,
missed
my
it.
interpretation,
what's negative 2 times
Maybe I
3,
missed
bro?
it.
Brian,
Yeah,
my interpretation of what Brian's saying is that my interpretation is that Brian's saying the trick might be that just including the negative as a way of denoting it as a vector is possibly the trick to the whole thing being like the difference between up and down, making it gravity rather than just some kind of electromagnetic force.
Man, he was misrepresenting his position.
Here's my
Man,
point.
from the
What's
beginning.
negative
You
2
made
times
it
3,
sound like
everybody?
mine that coulombs can't represent a fucking repulsive force that always had to be attractive, bro. That's what you tried to say.
Hey, wait, you came in late
No, it's
though.
always a
I think
positive
do you
force.
understand that? You understand that we're talking about this being conflated, magnetism and gravity being conflated to represent gravity when it really shouldn't. But mathematically, they can do that just based on this negative positive thing.
There's no
All
such
right,
thing as
Dave.
a negative force, bro. That
All
was
right,
my
Dave.
point from the get-go.
Just to make sure now, because it sounds like you understand what Brian is
Well,
saying.
wait,
And,
what's negative 2 times
I
3? I
feel if
need you
I
to
talk
answer
like
that so I can make
Brian,
my point. What's negative?
hang on. Brian, I'm trying to get clarity,
I know,
but I
but you
feel if
don't
I
let me
talk
ask you a million times, bro. What's negative 2 times 3?
so Brian, I'm not going to talk to you because I feel
It's a
when you and
simple
I
question,
talk,
bro. There's a
we're
point
just
to it.
going to
What's
bump
negative 2
heads.
times
So
positive
I
3?
would rather we talk through Brian, through Dave as an intermediary. So before
For
I
fuck's
answer your
sake.
question,
So you won't
I
answer
just
a
want to get
simple
clarity.
question.
I will
What's
answer your
negative
question,
2?
but
What's negative 2 times positive 3, bro? So I can quit asking this shit.
-6. Okay, so Dave,
No, what's 2
I just
times
want to,
3? What's positive 2
bro.
times
I
3?
answered your question. I answered your
I
question.
know.
It's
Okay,
-6.
well, my point was
All
this.
right.
My point was
Now,
this.
if your
2 times
question
3 is
has
6,
a million
and negative
questions
2 times
after it,
3 is 6.
then
That
fuck
was my
that,
point.
bro. But I answered your question. Now, if I can
Right.
get
That
back
was
to
my
Dave
point.
right
My
quick.
point is 2 times 3
Okay,
is
make your
6,
point.
and negative 2 times 3 is also 6. The fact there's a negative there is the fucking trick. They're both 6. That was my point. Sorry.
Wait.
Yeah, I get it.
Negative 2 times 3 is 6.
How is -2 times 3 6? That's not 6. It's -6. -3 to the power of
Absolute
2
number.
is 6.
As far as the absolute number, it's 6.
Hold on, Brian. Brian, just a
No,
second.
Brian,
Before
what
you
you
start
said is
off, I
wrong.
want to
Now
add
you
this
now
to
you
it.
now you're trying to fix yourself. You were wrong.
Hold
It's
on.
negative 6,
-3
bro.
times 2 is -6. You said it's +6. That is wrong.
No, the fuck I didn't, bro. 2 times 3 is
Did
6, and
you
negative 2
just
times
did,
3
Brian? We
is
all heard
negative
you.
6.
That's not what
The
you said.
absolute number is 6,
You
bro. That's
corrected
the point.
yourself.
The point is the
You've
fucking
corrected yourself.
equation. The point is you said the solution changed because of a negative, and I just made the case that just because you put a negative in front of it, it's the same fucking answer. It's the same. And they eliminate. There's no negative forces, bro. There's no negative coulombs. It's a negative to express the fucking attraction or repulsion.
Hold on. So, Brian, is 2 times 3 and negative 2 times 3 the same answer?
No, but absolute numbers, they're both 6. But yeah, no, it's negative 6
So,
to 6.
I'm not talking about
You have
absolute
just corrected yourself. Yeah,
No,
you
they're
just
not.
corrected
No,
yourself.
what the fuck do you think I brought the point up for, dumbass? To show you that it's the same answer with a negative in front of it.
It's not necessary to call him dumbass. Real quick, Brian. Real quick.
Hey, man.
Wait. I get it. What he's saying is that when you're talking about forces, there is no negative force, so therefore the absolute number would be 6, regardless if it's a negative number you're timesing it by. right? Is that right, Brian?
That's absolutely right. He just said that the answer would be different, and it's not negative.
Well, you did say the answer 6 to begin with, as if that would be the answer, and it's only the answer if you're talking about forces which have no negative, right?
No, I said absolute, the absolute number.
Okay, well, at first you didn't, so it's okay. But regardless,
yeah, I did. I did. That's my whole point, bro.
You did not, Brian.
Regardless, it doesn't matter if you did or didn't. Your point's made, though. Your point's made regardless of what you said to begin with. Okay, I get it. So why is that? Why is what he's saying? Why is what he's saying? But it does seem significant, though. If he's saying that if we're talking about forces, that the negative, there is no negative force, so that's kind of important. I understand why he's making that point. You guys have a rebuttal to that? Why? If there's no negative force, then how could it's just the negative just indicating direction, right? It's just not talking about the force; it's talking about the vector.
I hear you, Dave. So I'm going to rebut right now. What Brian is saying now about there being no negative forces, no one disputes that, but that is not the claim Brian initially made that Don keeps referring to 2 hours ago. 2 hours or an hour, 30 minutes ago, this is not what Brian was saying. Brian has shifted his claim a lot, especially in the last 10 to 15 minutes.
Well,
so when
that doesn't
Brian
matter.
says,
I think it was because he misspoke and he admitted he didn't include the word magnitude to begin with. So that doesn't matter now either.
All right. So when Brian says there's no such thing as negative forces, we all agree with him.
Okay.
No one disagrees with that.
So that negative sign is just indicating the direction, right? That's just a way of indicating the vector. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So that does seem like a small difference to indicate that that's a way of showing that it has a vector rather than a force and a vector.
So Dave, let's say I solve for Coulomb's law and I don't put a plus or minus sign in front. How are you going to know if that force is repulsive or attractive in nature? How would you know?
Well, that's interesting. Okay, yeah, I don't know, but the reason that okay, now this is where it gets back to it. Okay, now the reason that he's making us think about it is because it seems like that vector, that direction, and the positive, negative. If they're just solving for magnitude, then it's not necessary because you're just talking about the magnitude of the force rather than the direction of it. And that it could be like I'm trying to figure out if there's a trick involved here as far as the vector
Yeah, exactly.
goes.
You just called a stink. What stink? He has no point. What stink are you referring to?
Because we're talking about well, if you go back, and this is something I've dealt with over the years, and all flat earthers have made this argument, a lot of them, that Coulomb's law is so similar to the Cavendish experiment in general is very similar to what Coulomb was talking about with electromagnetism, and that the conflation between electromagnetism and what they're calling gravity could be the same thing, but then this whole mathematical idea of adding that the negative or positive in the result can indicate the vector, the direction, which gives us the downward force, which is gravity, and that could just be the same exact thing. But mathematically now they can understand it as gravity rather than electromagnetism.
But the problem with that is when you say it like that, it makes it sound like it's arbitrary. Like maybe we'll put a minus sign here and maybe we won't. That's not how it works. The direction is part of the answer, and if you don't put the direction in, you're going to get the wrong answer sometimes.
I understand that. So, but this kind of brings up another point, though, real quick. I just want to add this in because we're talking about a force now, right? And the equal and opposite reaction is part of what the laws of forces have to follow, right? Which brings in the whole idea that gravity cannot follow the laws of forces. It's only a pseudo force, and so therefore this may not even apply to gravity because it's only a pseudo force. And if it actually did act like a real force, then the bending of space-time would straighten out instead of bend. It's something Witzit brought up, right?
Yeah, all right. That's wrong. That is Witzit's argument, which I've heard him say so many times. And I know even you don't understand that argument, Dave. You just go along with it because it sounds nice to you. So Witzit is wrong in saying that.
I'm not going along with it. I'm trying to bring it up to get some clarity to it.
Yeah, but before we go down that road, because that's going to change the whole argument. That's like a different argument. Well, just to conclude on this one, I think you would agree with us in saying that when calculating for a force, you don't just stop at magnitude, right? Because that is not a force. If I calculate something and I figure out the magnitude, I have not determined force yet, right? Would you agree with me there, Dave?
You don't have the full
magnitude is not enough to have force, right?
I would agree that I would agree just based on what you're saying, but I'm not sure that the whole thing was as far as the direction, the vector part of it goes. I'm not sure that that's necessarily called gravity or what they're trying to claim gravity is.
We're not talking about gravity. We're talking
Yeah,
we're talking about Coulomb's law.
Yeah, but
Okay.
for any force, Dave, any force in general, whether it's electrostatic, gravity, weak, strong, nuclear, pressure, tension, whatever, for all forces, you would agree with me that a force is not just magnitude. That if I just calculate magnitude, I do not have a force yet, right?
Well, but then what about why? Okay, so do all forces have a vector? Is that what you're asking? Is that what you're trying to clarify?
Yeah, I just want to know, do
Is
you
that a
agree with that?
requirement of a
All
force to have a?
forces,
Is it a
yeah.
requirement of a force to have a vector?
Yes, a force is a vector. A vector means magnitude and direction. When someone says force, you can say vector. You know, it's the same thing. But a vector
Right, but
has
if a
magnitude and
balloon like
direction.
okay, let me just then beg the question then. If or just let me clarify, like if you have a gas and that's popping a bubble, or a balloon, right, and the gas is going all directions, right? Well, that could be considered a force, but the gases are actually going in all directions to pop the balloon, right?
What is the force? Is the force the gas is going in all directions, or is the force the buoyancy force?
That's a good clarification. Is it? Which one is it?
No, all right. So if you have a balloon and you pop that balloon and all the gas flows outwards, that is the pressure force, because the gases in the balloon are trying to find equilibrium with the gases outside. So the gases, the pressure force is pulling the gases from inside the balloon to outside to where the rest of the air is. So you have a magnitude, which is how strong that pressure force is, and the direction in which that pressure force is working. So there you have total force. But if all you did was try to calculate the magnitude, you would not have a force. And the perfect way to understand that is by looking at temperature. Temperature doesn't tell you in what direction the temperature is increasing. It just tells you that this is the temperature. This is the magnitude of temperature we have.
But temperature
in this
can act
area.
like a force, right?
No, how?
Well,
Temperature
let's
force?
say,
What is that?
well, let me go back to the gases first. So if you just keep blowing up the balloon, right, then the gases inside are popping it from the inside out, right?
Mm.
Right?
What was
Dave?
that? Someone wanted to change the conversation. Who said that?
Wait, just a sec.
Yeah,
Wait, I want to clarify.
okay.
We've gotten this far. Don't try to cut us off now, because this is what I'm trying to figure out. Like, if the gas is going all directions and the gases are what's popping it, right? You can't say pull, by the way. You said pull. The gases are pulling. There is no pull. There's only a push, right? You understand that? So
It
if they're
doesn't
pushing
matter.
out,
If you want to say
the
it's a
gases are
push,
pushing the
they're pushing out.
balloon. If the gases inside are going in all directions and pushing the balloon, making it pop, then those gases acting in all directions act like a force without a vector, right?
No, they have a vector. Because you
Which
can
is
say
in all directions, right? Gas is going all directions.
well, that's for all of them. But if you want to look at one individual gas molecule, you can say the force acting on this molecule is pushing it in that direction. If you want to
What do you
look
mean?
at all of them, then you can say the forces acting on all of these balloons are pushing them in these different vector directions, in an outwards direction. But then you would use a field to explain that sort of force, It would be
And
easier
are
to
there?
explain it as a
Are
field
there
as
any
opposed to looking at every individual particle. You could just use a field to
in
explain
this
that
environment?
force.
Is there
if
any?
there is
If
no
there's any
vector to a force, you
ionization
call
in
it a
this
field.
environment, then you have a whole nother set of rules.
Grim, you came in from nowhere, bro.
We don't need Grim.
Like you came in from nowhere.
Grim can help. Grim can help.
No, I was just thinking,
Yeah,
like,
go ahead.
ionization and any of those. If that environment includes any ionization, then we all have a lot of different rules that now can apply. It wouldn't just be simple, the pressures pushing at that time. There would be all kind of
Yeah. But Grim, all I'm trying to do is explain to Dave the difference between a scalar quantity and a vector. A force being a vector quantity and something like temperature being a scalar quantity. I'm just trying to explain that difference.
So in the example of the balloon, If you pop it or whatever, all the gases expand outward. The vector is out. If you increase the pressure on the outside, now the balloon contracts and the vector is to the inside.
Yeah. And the difference in pressure will give you the magnitude of that force. But magnitude alone doesn't tell you everything about that force. It's not enough to claim I have a force. You know, you need magnitude and direction there. I hope that clears it up.
Can you hear me right now? Because I can't unmute for some reason.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah, my thing's stuck. Okay, so it shows that I'm muted. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, we can. If you can turn yourself down all the way, that'd solve the problem.
Go ahead, dude.
Is he arguing for relative density or something?
No, it's a pressure thing.
Okay, so what I was, if you're saying that then it's a field. Okay, wait, go back. So if you're saying the outward direction is then the vector, even though it's going in all directions, you can just call outward the vector or inward rather than having it be like one particular direction.
Yeah, for simplicity. Yeah.
Well, so that's kind of my point, you know, because you're saying that there's the vector and the magnitude are what causes force. But if you're if the vector of these molecules are going in all directions and it's just outward of the vector, that seems like it's going in all directions.
Vector would be like boundary specific, right? If no boundary, then no vector. It would be all directions.
Yeah.
But since there's a pressure boundary, he's right. There's really not a vector. It's only an induced vector. It's not really a vector. It's a vector due to fucking, properties of the force containing the gases in the first place.
So remember now, when we, all right. So if we're looking at something like a balloon, right, and we're looking at more than one particle moving, and these particles are all moving in different directions, but their movement is being mediated by the one and same force, then the easiest way to explain that would be using a field, but most of the time when we're explaining these concepts, we just talk about one body or one particle. So if we were looking at all of these gases dispersing from a balloon, we would just focus on one of those particles and say, for that one particle, this is its vector. But if we were trying to look at all of those particles, Brian, Dave, sorry, for each particle there would be a different vector. They might even be a different magnitude, even though they're being mediated by the same force.
Okay.
Because of the different type of
my point
collisions
was made as far as that you could see it as like the force of the whole thing being outward and inward, and not necessarily having the same like single direction that you might think you the way you explained it, the vector needing to be a certain direction. It kind of does debunk that a little bit. But regardless, I want to go back to the equal and opposite reaction thing. You said I don't understand it. It does, because you're calling it a field. I understand, right? But then if we're talking about the equal and opposite reaction, you said I don't understand. You said I don't understand Witzett's argument about bending of space-time straightening out if gravity actually followed the laws of forces. What can you explain that then to me better? Do you understand it? And who was that was saying that?
So to clarify, I didn't say you don't understand Witzett's argument. I think you understand Witzett's argument perfectly well. We all do, but his argument is wrong. What I'm saying is you don't understand the idea of equal and opposites reactions and how this applies to pseudo forces. So the idea is with the pseudo force, right? A pseudo force doesn't satisfy all of Newton's laws of motion, because with pseudo forces we see them happen in inertial frames of reference. So in non-inertial frames of reference, right? So in inertial frame of reference, imagine you are in a 1 foot by 1 foot block, right? That is you guys like to call it personal domes, right? You understand what I mean when I say personal dome, Dave?
Yes.
All right. So imagine your personal dome was like a personal square. This square is your coordinate system. That's your frame of reference. And within that frame of reference, you see everything. That is where reality exists for you. Now, within this frame of reference, the idea is this square is standing still. It is an inertial frame of reference. It's not accelerating or decelerating. We don't even know if it's standing still. For all we know, it could be moving at a constant rate, right? It's like being on a train with the blinds down. You don't know if you're moving or standing still. This is your personal block. And within this personal block, we see things move around, right? So we say that most contact forces happen in inertial frames of reference because they satisfy all of Newton's 3 laws. The third one, especially being for every action, there's an opposite and equal reactions. So if you push on a wall pushes back on you. Now, the idea with things like gravity and buoyancy is that we don't see this contact, right? They seem to be non-contact forces. A really good example I can give is the Coriolis effect, right? You throw something and you see it deflect. Now, it deflected without contact. There was no action that created this opposite and equal reaction that we see that we call deflection. Now, the idea is the way we satisfy this is that we say what's happening is it's not the ball moving, it's our personal block that's moving. Our frame of reference has moved, and it's non-inertial. It's being rotated, or it's being accelerated, sped up, or it's being slowed down. And because of this, we now see this deflection happen, and this allows us to then say that the reaction, which is the ball deflecting, the initial action is my frame of reference being moved. So that satisfies my action and my reaction. That's why we call it a pseudo force. I hope I explained it.
Well, when you're talking about the bending of space-time, stick to that because you're going to trigger me talking about Coriolis and how there is none on Earth.
Okay.
So as far as the space-time bending, why it would straighten out? Why is the argument that it would straighten out?
So for Whitsitt, he feels that when it comes to space-time bending, the initial action is mass bending space-time. And then he feels the reaction should be, if mass bends space-time, then space-time should, I don't know how he explains it, but it should find a way to...
He was referencing somebody in particular. Do you know who it was? I'm not sure who it was.
I have no idea.
It was someone in particular that was talking about the reason that gravity can't be called a force because it doesn't follow the laws of forces for the equal and opposite reaction, which would cause space-time to straighten out rather than bend. Now that's pretty significant if that's true, because then it's not only a pseudo force, but it can't even follow the laws of forces, which would be equal and opposite reaction. And if it's supposed to be causing all these things to happen, then it does seem like it almost downgrades it in my mind as far as its ability to do all these things if it's not even following the laws of forces, as well as being called a pseudo force. Like when you have a train and you're talking about centrifugal force, or if you go around a bend in a car, you're talking about the centrifugal pseudo force. Well, we know the cause of it because the car's moving, right? We can attribute the cause still, even if it's not a force that you can call a force in the same way normal forces are. Right, but we know the cause of it. With this bending of the conceptual space-time, it does seem like a fucking patch job for someone that doesn't think that we're actually bending space-time or that we're on a ball going through the space, all that. Right, so that's our conclusion, that we're saying, look, this is a way of patching it up to make it seem like, okay, this is all happening because of the bending of space-time. Now we're not even talking about attraction of mass and mass, and so it kind of fucks it all up for you if this is the case. It's very significant if this could be like documented in a way that shows that it doesn't even follow the laws of forces. And why are you saying Whitsitt's wrong? In general, I'm trying to get why you're saying he's wrong.
All right, so you said a lot just now, bro, and I don't agree with most of what you said. But going back to what Whitsitt said about whoever it is he's quoting and what that quote was, I agree with everything in that quote except for the last part, which is this idea that if space-time was a real force, or if Einstein's gravity was a real force, we should see this opposite and equal reaction express itself as mass bending space-time and then space-time somehow straightening out again. That's totally wrong. If Whitsitt can provide that quote, I would love to see it, but I doubt a scientist actually said that. I feel that's just Witt's personal quote, but I might be wrong. I don't.
No, I think
I don't
I
know.
think you're wrong about that. I can't quote what he was
All right, I
quoting.
might be wrong. Like I said, I might be wrong,
There was
but
some kind of
I would
scientist
love
backing.
I would love to see the quote.
We'll have to
But now
wait for
to
him.
explain why Whitson is wrong or why that quote is wrong. Yeah, let me rather say that quote is wrong, right? To explain why that quote is wrong. It's because, as I explained earlier with pseudo forces, because we don't see them satisfy Newton's third law the way we do in an inertial frame. We see them satisfied in the non-inertial frame by saying the movement of the reference frame is your action that causes this reaction of deflection. Now, falling is also considered a deflection, right? Because we see you fall without you coming in contact with anything. You jump up and then all of a sudden you start falling, but you haven't come in contact with anything above your head that you bounced off of and started falling down again. So we say this is a non-contact force, gravity. It's a pseudo force, right? Some people even say gravity.
In actuality, you're being pushed down,
I'm
not
not
pulled down,
bending. Okay, Dave,
go ahead.
you monologued for a while, and I didn't interrupt.
I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just trying to clarify. You're being pushed down, not pulled down, right?
Yeah, but I mean, I'm just trying to explain why we say gravity is a non-contact force, because when you jump up, there's nothing your head is bounced off to push you back down again. So you haven't come in contact with anything that makes you stop rising up and then makes you start falling down again. So we say this is a pseudo force because there's no contact, so we don't see opposite and equal reaction the way we would see in a inertial frame of reference. Now, the idea is with gravity, your frame of reference is being accelerated along a geodesic. So you are always changing. You are trying to find a perfect circle, So the way the ISS floats around Earth, the way the moon floats around Earth, the way Earth floats around the sun, the way when people are in those vomit comets and the vomit comet finds its perfect geodesic, you all of a sudden get weightless. So once you are along that line, that perfect circle, you are always accelerating because you're always changing direction because you're moving along the circumference of a circle. And we call that your changing non-inertial frame of reference. And that action is what leads to this reaction that we see as you falling.
So you're saying it does follow the equal and opposite reaction
for a non-inertial frame of reference, because the action is the movement of your reference frame. But in an inertial frame of reference, your reference frame isn't moving, so the things moving within your frame of reference need to interact with other things to change direction. But in a non-inertial frame of reference, because your reference frame is moving, things don't need to touch other things to change direction. They will change direction because your frame of reference keeps moving around.
Now, you understand why it is that a flat earther might say, well, the idea that we're moving is fallacious, and that's just the way of explaining the force, or this idea of constantly falling but accelerating. And that's really what we're talking, what I'm saying, why a flat earther might say that it's fallacious to say this is what's causing the force because we're not actually moving. And actually, we're talking about equilibrium of the density, and there's a layer cake thing going on here, and they're trying to claim the pseudo force of gravity as this way of inertial reference frames causing this equal and opposite pseudo reaction, but it could be explained both ways. So that's what I'm trying to get at. Is there a way of trying to actually determining if this is the case or if one is the case or the other? And maybe we'll have to wait for Whitsitt. But my last point is that if it is true that it doesn't follow the equal and opposite reaction type thing, then that might even affect what we were talking about initially with this vector that's determined by this formula that we're originally debating.
I don't think you'll come across any flat earther that will find their viewpoint fallacious.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about the flat earthers will say that Ball claim is fallacious.
Oh, right, okay, yeah, sorry. Cool.
I wasn't saying
So,
anything about
Dave,
flat Earth being fallacious.
Sorry, yeah, I took it.
I would understand if a flat earther told me the whole idea of forces is fallacious and they had a proper reason as to why. But if a flat earther told me the idea of forces works out and they agree that there are things like forces and they agree to Newton's 3 laws, but then they want to tell me that pseudo forces aren't real, then I would find that claim fallacious, and I would say that flat earther doesn't know what he's talking about, because pseudo forces are a concept within Newtonian mechanics. Newton used pseudo forces.
Wait a minute,
It's
wait a
not,
minute.
a
I
brand
think you might be
new modern
strawmanning a bit
idea
there.
that came about with Einstein.
Let me just make sure you're not strawmanning. Are you trying to say that what I was saying was trying to claim that flat earthers are saying that forces aren't a real thing and pseudo forces aren't a real thing?
No, it's like you didn't listen to me there.
Okay, I'm sorry. I misunderstood what you were trying to say then. Because
All right,
you
so
were
I'll
saying
say it again.
flat earthers said that forces aren't a real thing and they don't follow the laws of forces. I think that all of the forces and everything totally check out. It's just the claim that the Earth is spinning and that gravity is this force that has to do with the Earth spinning is the fallacious part that's worked in mathematically to make it seem like it could be that, and they call it a pseudo force as a way of like making it pass, even though it's not a real force or a force at all.
Gravity is not a pseudo.
Well, who said gravity is not a pseudoscience? Who said that?
It's not a pseudo force.
Gravity is a pseudo force. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I mean, it depends which way you look at it from, but within general relativity, gravity is considered a pseudo force, and most people will tell you that Einsteinian gravity, we don't even see gravity as a force; it's an interaction between space, time, and matter. But from the Newtonian point of view, gravity is a force.
No, but the Newtonian, you realize, Nate, you realize the Newtonian point of view is dead in the water now. Even your side doesn't try to say there's Newtonian gravity. They have to explain it as the bending of space-time, making it appear as though mass is attracting mass, but mass does not attract mass. That it's only this bending of space-time pushing it forward, pushing it toward the other mass, in the same way that Newtonian gravity might work, but it's not mass attracting. Mass attracting mass is over, right? You realize that?
Do you want to know a funny fact? Do you want to know a funny fact? Right. I was born in Grantham in the UK, which was where Isaac Newton actually went to King's School in Grantham, right? There's a statue in the middle of the town of Isaac Newton, right? And in the indoor market, there's a stupid lion with and at 12 o'clock midday every day, the apple falls down.
Is this Branch's uncle, or like what the fuck?
Yeah. I grew up with Isaac Newton. Yeah.
Are you like Branch's family or something?
No, but I'm just saying it's a funny fact that I've got to deal with.
But I want to clarify with Nate real quick. Nate,
Sort of
you don't think Nate, you're over the idea that mass attracts mass, right? That's over.
No, why would I be over that idea? That idea
Because
works
that's what your
pretty
side
well.
is claiming now. No, it's not the idea. I was talking about the idea. I'm talking about the reality.
The reality is mass attracts mass is used every day. That idea is used every day by people. That idea is used every day by people that know Earth is a sphere.
Well, now it sounds like you're just trying to win an argument rather than actually address what I'm saying. Technically,
all right.
There is no.
What are you
technically, your side now claims there is no actual mass attracting mass, even if that idea is used. Okay, then explain. Explain.
So Sorry, go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, even in relativity, even in general relativity, it's still mass attracting mass. Just because one mass causing space-time to bend causes the other mass to accelerate towards it, it's still mass attracting mass.
Wait, no, it's not technically. If space-time bending causing it to move towards the other object, then the other object's not attracting it whatsoever.
Yes, but what's causing the space-time to bend? It's the mass. Therefore, it's mass attracting mass. It results in mass attracting mass. It's still the same.
But the technicality of it's different. The technicality of it is different. That's the whole point.
Right. The whole point is it's still mass mass. It results.
Go ahead, full step. Go ahead, Jerry.
You could describe it either way, but to technically say that the mass is attracting something is not correct, because that would say that it's a force. Something's being forced. But that's not what's going on, right?
That's what my point was. Yeah, I don't know why they're trying to say it's still Newtonian.
We're not saying it's Newtonian. It's still mass attracting mass. Whether you talk about it as general relativity or Newtonian mechanics, it's still mass attracting mass.
No, because you're saying mass attracts mass rather than bending of space-time.
But what causes the space-time to bend? It's the mass. The root cause is still the mass.
Regardless, regardless if it's the mass causing the bending of space-time, mass is not attracting mass technically. You have to say that that's the difference.
No, I don't have to say that at all, because the root cause is still the fact that there's mass there.
Right, but it's not pulling on anything. That's what we're trying to say here. Is that
Doesn't
the
matter.
bigger mass is...
It's still the point is that where you have two masses, the bending of space-time still results in masses towards each other.
Yeah, well, the gravity is the result of the larger mass bending the space around the smaller one, and then the smaller one being pushed into the bigger one.
Which is still just a conceptual explanation of something that we could possibly explain and with another cause completely.
Perspective of which camp you come from, Newtonian mechanics or general relativity, the end result is still the same. Masses attract other masses.
That's the claim. Yeah, I understand. I understand
electromagnetic.
that's the claim, and I understand how it's used practically to with that claim, but that's not necessarily the truth.
Oh, Dave, I think I've answered your questions and I've proved how that quote is wrong and why you shouldn't believe in that quote anymore. So welcome to
No, it's not about me believing that quote. I was trying to clarify the quote. We still haven't necessarily figured out why it's wrong. I don't think you've proved anything, but we will have to get Whitsett's direct quote, the reason that he was saying that, and maybe involve him at some point. But I don't think you've proved anything to me other than you object to the idea of it because the reference frames and all of that could act as a equal and opposite reaction in a pseudo sort of way.
Oh, you just don't agree then with my explanation?
No, I have to get clarification from where the quote originally came from before I would even make a judgment. Is all I'm saying.
All right, that's fair. But don't say that I haven't explained it. It's just you just don't agree with the explanation provided.
No, it's not about agreeing or disagreeing. I've heard what you had to say, but we're still debating whether there's. I mean, right now we're into gravity and whether that's even a force or not a force, and whether it's called a pseudo force for what reason. And I think you have to maybe agree that there is no pull, there is only the push in general, and then we're talking about Newtonian gravity not at all being correct any longer. We have to give that up. I think that's decided on both sides. It's not Newtonian gravity, and that mass attracts mass. even if you can say the bending of space-time is caused by mass, it's not an attractive force.
It's an attractive pseudo force, which is the same thing.
Right, I can hear a lull. I heard a lull there. I heard a bit of a silence. Anyone want to make a little bit of a, change of discourse by any chance? Anyone? Any good old chap? Any good old chap out there want to change the course of the conversation?
Jim, you have the floor. Change the topic up, please.
Please,
is that
anyone?
Is that Jim Jam?
Please, anyone, change the conversation.
No way. That can't be Jim Jam. Is that you, Jim Jam?
I've been dying of death here.
But is that you, man? You sound so different.
No, it's not me.
It is you.
What?
That's Earthworm Jim, right?
Are you
You're
getting me
rotten
confused
today?
with someone else? Sorry.
Oh, are you
Yeah.
rotten instead of you're not Earthworm Jim? I thought it was Earthworm Jim.
No.
Yeah, is that
I'm rotten to the core, dude. Sorry.
Sorry, yeah, this is someone else, Dave. You sound so different from Earthworm Jim.
Sorry.
But what do you
sounding
want
that
to
I'm
talk
sounding.
I thought Earthworm Jim might have been a few drinks in, and I didn't really. That's what he sounds like when he gets a little bit too drunk. I'm sorry. Not that you are.
I'm just trying to put out there that I think we should change the conversation. That's all.
So what do you want to talk about?
Well, the life, the universe, and everything, right? Yeah, and don't come and back to me and say it's 42, because we all know that it's 42. You know, it took thousands of years from Douglas Adams to figure that one out, you know, right? But come on, let's put our heads together. Let's at least all of us, you know, go home tonight and go to sleep, at least learning something, you know, from each other. Instead of just hearing mindless ball swinging chatter, you know?
Then bring up a topic of conversation, bro. What do you want to talk about?
I've tried, but I'm kind of running out of ideas now. I don't know. Why don't you think of something? I mean, what's been really scratching your brain?
And you made us stop the whole conversation because you don't like what it is we're talking about. So come up with something.
Oh right, okay. So you're really like pinning me down because I've stopped you, right?
Do you just want attention?
Says the person that is really. Do you know what psychologically that resembles? That's called. If I'm right, I'm not a psychologist by any means, but it's you're basically
narcissism.
No. You mirror yourself off other people.
Projection.
Projection. That's it. Thank you. You're projecting yourself off me.
Okay, I guess that's what you meant. You mirror yourself off other people.
Yeah.
That's a weird way to say that.
No, but it's true. A lot of people do that.
I hear you.
But Rod, I'm just trying to understand what's going on. We were having a conversation.
There's no need to be defensive about it. I am just here to just
I just want to know
have an
what is
objective
it you
conversation
want
with people, yeah? And
So what do you wanna
you're
talk
saying,
about?
okay, well, you've stopped me talking. Why don't you start me talking about something? Well, why don't you think for a second in your own mind and come up with something that you want to talk about? Why don't you stop asking questions? Why don't you stop asking questions?
Okay, fellas.
I don't even know anymore. Man.
You know, I'm just chill, dude.
So what-
you know what I mean?
what
We're all
do
here
you
to
wanna
learn
talk
from each
about?
other, aren't we?
Yeah,
Who's
we
your
are.
favorite
So what do you want to talk about? Man?
Absolutely anything you would like to talk about. Are you a flat earther? Are you a glober? What are you?
It doesn't matter, but I would like to talk about the conversation we were talking about, but you didn't want us to talk about that. You know, the last 3 convos we were having,
No,
you kept trying to choose
the
all
past
of them.
2 hours we've
So,
been talking about
yeah,
that crap. Yeah.
yeah. The
It's
past
been
2
boring the
hours, you
fuck
didn't
out of
want
me,
us.
yeah.
Yeah, so you didn't want us talking about that, even though that is what I wanted to talk
Yeah.
about.
So you
wanted
feel
to know
offended?
what do you?
So are you
I don't
offended
feel
by that?
offended
Are
at
you
all. I'm
are
not
you
offended.
offended by that? No.
I'm not offended at all. I don't mind changing the conversation. We have been talking about that same thing for 2 hours, so it's fine. But if I ask you, what do you want to talk about? You can't sit there and say, I don't know. What do you want to talk about? If it's up to me, I want to go back to what we were talking about. But you don't want to talk about that.
Why can't I
So
just
what
do
do you
that?
want to talk about?
What gives you the judgmental right to judge me that I can't do that?
What?
Well, what gives you the right to say that? What gives you the right to say that I can't just walk into the room and change the conversation?
I didn't say you can't do
Why
that.
is it so? What, Well, you seem to be referring to that.
I'm not
You're not
referring to
changing
that
the
at all.
conversation. You're literally stopping it.
What's wrong with changing the conversation, guys?
You're not
There's
changing
nothing
it,
wrong
dude.
with changing the conversation. The problem I have is if we want to change the conversation, then you should bring up the new topic of conversation. But every time I ask you what it is you want to talk about, you tell me, I don't know. What do you want to talk about?
Well, maybe
that's
it's
what's
because
frustrating.
I love the fact that there is no topic right now.
Shut up.
Yeah, you just want attention.
No.
Yo, Don, what are we gonna talk about now, man? What fight about?
No, it's because we find out who the egos are, right? We find out which, you know.
Is this Rotten? What's up, Rotten? Is that you?
Yeah, that's me. Yeah, what's up?
Are you trying to be Rotten? Well, it's like you was complaining about nobody talking about shit, and then listen what the fuck you was just talking about, bruh. Bro, tell these motherfuckers about acting like they playing around on Mars and shit, bro. Tell them.
All right. Well, all right. Well, please explain to me how the ISS grounds itself.
Next year.
Don, explain it.
I did pose it earlier, but it sort of went over everyone's heads, you know?
Don, how does the ISS ground itself?
They said next year it's grounding itself.
Oh, right. So how long does it actually stay? How long does it stay in orbit, though? It stays in orbit for months, right? Even years, yeah? Apparently.
Your question specifically was, how does it stay in orbit?
No. How does it ground itself?
Yeah, when you mean ground, are you talking about like electrical ground? Like how
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Geo, yeah.
The electronics and everything, how are they all grounded?
Yeah, anything physical that leaves the ground, if you ask any aviator that works in the aviation industry, any aeroplane that leaves the ground can only really stay in the air for so long before it has to come back to the ground with the electronic equipment and stuff, okay? So how does the ISS get away with this magical ability?
You mean land, right? Like how does it not need to land? Or is it what Geo said? How does it ground itself electrically?
Well, you do realise why. I mean, like in England here, we've got like 240 mains, right? 240 volts mains.
Okay, you mean what Geo said. Okay.
And you've got one of the three pins in our plugs is an earth, right? And like you get churches, they've got a steeple, yeah, and they've got a big copper wire going from the top to the bottom of the earth, to the earth. It grounds it just in case it gets struck by lightning and all that sort of stuff, yeah. How does the ISS not get struck by any lightning, or you know, how does it ground itself? I think it's a question that no one really asks themselves, you know, especially with from a globe
how high up
perspective.
is the ISS, and how high up in the atmosphere do lightning storms, form? Ask yourself that, Rotten.
And my point is, it's all a load of bollocks, isn't it? You know? That's all I'm saying. We're all told a load of bollocks. And like the more people fucking start admitting it, the better I think we're going to be. You know, better we're going to be off. You know,
give peace
everyone.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm a peaceful, loving man. You know, and like I'm not here to like cause arguments with anyone. I'm not here to like cause any discourse between people. You know, or stop conversations. Blah blah blah. But like, you know, like let's talk about something that's real and you know, and things that mean something, and we can all learn from, you know.
Yeah, so
I mean,
I might
I
have,
would
I might have an, I
to
might have
learn
an
stuff
answer.
from you. Yeah.
Yeah, I might have an answer for you. I just did a quick Google. Apparently, the ISS is 400 kilometers up, and
Mhm.
lightning storms form between 40 to 60,000 feet. So I'm not sure what that is in kilometers, but I'm sure 60,000 feet doesn't come anywhere close to 400 kilometers, does it?
Nate, but doesn't that seem stupid?
Well,
Doesn't it seem like, there's going to be lightning, like the higher up, the cooler the lightning actually? Because, okay, and think about this. Think about this. When the electron gets to a higher energy state, it goes outer shell, right?
what do you mean outer
Right?
shell? Oh, it goes to the higher electron
Depends
shell,
what,
yeah?
depends what you class as orbit as well, though,
Right.
doesn't it?
So that shit be getting bigger, right? Because the density, it be getting bigger, the density less. So the shit up there, up at the highest, got the fucking highest potential to fucking, right? Because it's all fucking, spread it apart, right?
Insane. Yeah, Don, I don't think, thunderstorms, star formation that
Yes.
high up. Where we have the ISS, I don't think you would find clouds and thunderstorms there. I don't know. That's just
It's
my
invisible.
opinion.
It's invisible. But
You're
it happens.
invisible.
Like static electricity. You can feel that shit, right? But it's invisible. But sometimes you can see it. But it's invisible too.
So
It's
it's
a bit like
invisible cloud.
gravity, I suppose. It's just there when you want it to be there, right?
It might be popping the ISS, but it ain't gonna do nothing to it, right? Is what I'm saying. Like it's getting hit by shit for sure. But
Yeah.
Well, how many flat earthers have we got in the channel? Come on.
what if it got caught in a Sprite, bro? What if the ISS Sprite attacked
Why are you
the
all
ISS?
so gay? Fucking hell. Jesus Christ. Fucking, I'm a proud fucking flat earther. I don't give a fuck.
Why?
You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, come on, you globers. Where are you?
Do you think guys become gay because they want to play with each other more than women do? Or
No, I didn't mean it in that respect. No, Jesus Christ. Here we go.
these are the questions science asks, and the Earth should
No,
awaken.
this is the questions that you're asking.
I'm a scientist, bro.
Why would it need to ground itself in the first place anyway?
You're a scientist now, yeah.
I'm an assologist.
Cool.
I mean, why would it need to ground itself in the first place?
Yo, is this my man? Okay, look.
Yeah, without giving it a reach around and all, you know what I mean? It's like, that's just rude, right?
IQ Roof. Look. Can you tell me like a nice friend without doing, because we're foreign or wherever you are from, the accent be so cocky. Okay, sometimes I don't know if all Americans hear it this way, but sometimes I promise you, if we could just talk like so nice, extra nice. I really want to know why Nate over here and all y'all, because you probably will. I'm just kidding around. Okay, I'm just kidding around. I want to know why the stuff be saying that you can calculate the rest mass of the photon, but then everybody says it doesn't have one.
Oh my God, it's going back in circles again.
No, not a circle. This isn't a circle.
It's happening again.
This is actual real stuff where, they might actually like to challenge themselves for real and talk to a person who's not gonna yell and fight them, and
Yeah,
they
no,
can.
I
They're in
like.
here wanting to teach. They want to teach.
I like your delivery. Yeah.
Okay. There's challengers and teachers. That's what it is. That's what this forum brings. It's grumpy students and training teachers. Okay, you understand? And of course the spies and whatnot, and of course, the Illuminati shells and all that too, right? But,
yeah, hello. Hi, Mom.
But it's like, yo, it's natural to open with the challenging, like crazy topic or whatever. You know what I mean? Like that's natural. Like you got to open with it. You got to be like, well, why is this? You're like, okay, but you know, you got to be honest with it. You can't be twisting it. I don't know what all this twisting is going on over here. Okay, but Nate, every time,
where are you from, dude?
Where am I from?
Mm-hmm.
Planet Earth.
Oh, really? I would never have thunk it. I would have thought you was from the plain Earth.
You can tell we're American, right?
No. I would have thought you was Canadian.
When you say from, it's interesting. Just a couple nights ago, I watched The Origin of the Ancient Aliens, and they have it on the History Channel that it's snake people.
Oh, so it's got to be true then, right?
Lizard, alien, dragon people, and all the religions have record of it. And if you met where am I from, the snake people, like, do I believe it? I mean, it's snakes or mushrooms or whatever. So, yeah. But can I talk to Nate for just a second? Or I love hearing IQ Roof destroy people, but like, I don't want to totally get destroyed. I want to just learn the thing. Okay.
I just want to slightly get destroyed.
Yeah, just a little. Okay.
What yo,
Go
pause,
easy on him, yeah?
Your man wants to get slightly destroyed there, John.
You know, got to return the favor. You know, you bend everybody over constantly and destroy so much ash. You gotta, you know, play all the roles, do the charity. You know, show the people you're one of them, as it be. And Nate, so every time though we bring it up and you just confidently say the stuff about Photon's mass and you know, and again, just kidding. All the attacks, I'm just kidding. If I'm spending energy,
Dude, you should be a voiceover for something like in movies and stuff. You've got a great voice.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Anyway.
seriously, you have, yeah.
No, I sound like a
Yeah, you
nose.
have.
Sound like a
Yeah.
nose. Anyway,
I feel like I'm in a movie right now.
You want to be regurgitating. You want to regurgitate the narrative, you know.
No, I don't want to regurgitate. No, you can keep that
You
down,
do.
mate. Yeah.
Look, tell me this: if things are things, they have a thing, and if they have to have a mass, if they're a thing, right? Come on, right?
Yeah, I'm all for people getting things off the chest. Yeah, go for it.
Hey,
You know?
does a picture, does memory on your memory card have mass?
That's a good question.
Information? Does information have mass? No.
You fucking retards. I'm just kidding. I shouldn't have said that like that.
Yeah, but I mean, the way
kidding.
I would see it, you could maybe say that there is a relationship between them because mass is just like it's a property of energy. It's a type of energy. So if mass is energy and information is energy, you know,
It's kind of in the
You say
ether,
there's-
isn't it? You know.
Well, here's what gets weird, Nate. I want to hit the philosophy. It's always like, yo, there's stuff, and then like the figuring out of the stuff is the information, or the kind of like the knowledge that the stuff presents, or the usefulness the stuff presents. That's info, but like there's still going to be now this connective system where there has to be a receiver, which is going to be more mass, which is interpreting the information. So to me, I see this combo system. You know what I mean? Where I still always see that there's mass there. You know what I mean? Because you have the sender and receiver now, both of which are still mass. You know.
Yeah, but if the sender and the receiver are sending information at the speed of light, that information has no mass.
Again, so now, but this is what gets weird to me.
Mhm.
What do you mean right there? Are we talking about photons now, or what do you mean?
Yeah, because I mean, if you were sending information at the speed of light, it would be in a photon, right?
Okay, but see, first of all, as far as I understand, you concede that photons have mass.
Hey, pass,
What
puff.
what are
The
you
photon,
smoking?
the
Yeah,
photon
what are
isn't
you
the
smoking on?
information.
What
Yo, the
what
photon
strain is
isn't
it?
the photon isn't the information, dude. Information has no mass. It has no spin, chemical
You
charge,
tripping?
nothing.
Well, we have a hypothetical right here, Jeremy, where we're arguing this combo system. He kind of conceded to that, so like now we're on. And not that he's agreeing with it, but he's just like following me. And but yeah, but like Nate again, what?
So as I was
Photon.
saying, if I'm sending information to you at the speed of light, I would send that information in the form of a photon.
Which
And secondly, what are you smoking on, Don? What strain
For
is
real,
that?
bro.
Is it
I'm
You
actually
got
that
that
like
a cigarette.
OG Hindu Kush.
Oh, just a cigarette, black and mild or what?
Or why the fuck can't you say ours? You used to
What do
talk
you
like a
mean?
normal human being at one point in time. Then you went away for like 3-4 months, maybe 6 months, and you came back and don't pronounce ours now. Even Veach pointed
Jeremy,
out. He's like,
I
bro,
got the test.
he's
I
like,
got
bro,
the
your accent changed.
Nate, here's the
Remember
test. Here's
that?
the test.
Veach was like, yo, your accent changed.
Yeah, you are the only two people that say that. Like y'all are wild.
I was gonna say the same thing earlier. To be honest with you, man.
If Kosho won't interrupt, we can give Nate the R test. Because Kosho's too smart for the R test. So we gotta say railroad crossing without any R's. Can you say that without any R's?
But just hang on though. It's Kosho, Jeremy, and Veach, right? So it's a Jew, someone from Jersey, and someone from Hollywood. Like
holy shit!
Come on. But yeah, Don, can I say what?
Holy shit! I can't even.
No, I'm joking, man. I'm joking. But I don't know what these guys are talking about. But
okay, look.
What are you
So if
saying?
you're sending the information with the photon, the photon has the mass while you're sending it, right?
No, photons don't have mass.
You said it does have mass.
How did I say a photon has mass?
You
I
first
just
of all,
said if I
we
was
can't
sending
even get
information to you at the speed of light, I would send it as a photon.
Okay, listen. I apologize for context. Before, I recall, we had to get to the point where you was like, "Yo, the photon doesn't have the rest mass."
Yes, doesn't have rest
But you
mass.
said it had moving mass.
What? Did I say that? Not tonight.
We talk about how the
Yeah.
photon can hit the thing and push it.
Yeah, but
And
that doesn't mean it has mass. It's, Howard just said it. It's through its momentum.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Howard
Okay.
can explain it to you.
Look,
Howard,
well,
go ahead.
either way, I apologize for misunderstanding the halfway position. Like, to qualify something to say, listen, we could come up with 100 easy analogies, but to say like a photon has no rest mass, that's unneeded. You could just say a photon has no mass. I mean, period. You don't talk about like, you don't go, your rest mass is this. You just say your mass is this.
Yeah, I mean, you'd never say that in the first date with a woman, would you?
But like either way, Nate, fine. But that's what I'm trying to say. I'd be trying to find these clips, man, and I'd be seeing stuff where they talk about they calculating the rest mass of the photon. I'd be posting it for you.
All right, but how are they calculating it? Is this like a photon just flying through free space, or is this a photon on the surface or something? Like, are they calculating the weight of this photon?
What does it matter?
Okay, then post the video.
If I'm an idiot that's like not knowing enough, if I just read this guy calculates the rest mass of this and blah blah blah, well, how am I
can you
gonna know
post that? Can you post that where this guy was someone calculated the rest mass of a photon?
Just look at my last post, man. Look, it's like 20 minutes ago. It says right here. I got like 20 different million. There's a million places you can find this stuff. I googled it before. They were like, "Y'all," where everyone was just laughing, like, "Nah, that's just another crazy doctor or something," or he's just playing around with an equation. That doesn't mean anything to me. Look, if you have stuff and a piece of the stuff is moving around, it's still stuff. I mean, logically, what the fuck, man? Like, it's simple logic.
Well, that's a great argument.
Is it not?
It's not. I mean, most of those things that calculate the so-called rest mass of a photon use an incorrect assumption, and that is that E equals mc squared. E doesn't equal mc squared. That's only an approximation.
Okay.
Wow, that was from nowhere.
Yo, but see, this is the type of stuff you gotta like. These people
this is what I like about this
draw,
place.
Quick draw on the frickin' applications.
Yeah, from nowhere, dude.
Great.
Yeah, cool.
Tell me more, IQ, please.
Well, I suspect that you're claiming that they're calculating the mass of a photon by using the relationship that E equals Planck's constant times the frequency, and then also using E equals mc squared and relating the two and getting that m equals hf on c squared, which is incorrect because you can't use that equation E equals mc squared because that's just an approximation. That's not the complete equation.
Okay, so is there a large body of like academic that try to do stuff like this, and that you'll find that's why I find stuff posted like this?
You'll probably find people posting stuff like this that don't fully understand the true nature of general relativity.
Okay, because some of the stuff is pretty in depth. Some of the stuff that I'm posting, it doesn't just look like poppycock stuff, is what I'm saying. But maybe it is. How the fuck am I supposed to? You know what I mean? Like, maybe it has this flaw that you're talking about right here.
What is it about maths that you really like then? High IQ cursed with. What is it about maths that you really like?
Well, I don't really know what you're asking me there.
I've just asked you it very simply. What do you like about maths?
Or what if I don't like anything about it?
Well, you obviously know a lot about it, so I'm just asking you what you like about it.
Oh, I like that it starts with M. How's that?
Nate, you read this before. Is that why you knew it was content?
I'm not trying to lead you into some kind of conversational trap or anything. I'm just genuinely intrigued on how, because you're obviously a mathematician, right?
No.
On what fascinates you about maths?
Math. I thought you were saying mass. He's asking math.
Oh, math. Yeah. Putting numbers together and weird symbols.
Math is amazing to me that you can take a big pile of numbers and turn it into a visual representation of something.
It is a fantastic area because it fathoms me because I know nothing about it, and I'm more the creative side of my brain rather than the mathematics side. So it completely baffles me, really. So that's why I ask, what is it that interests you? Yeah. I'm guessing it's like the perfect. You can put everything from A to B into, or you can put things in a box, right? You can sort of. You can. I'm just hypothesizing here from a mathematics. I don't know. Is it because you just like the routine, the routine that you can just repeat things all the time?
Are you a math guy? Like, are you a super?
I'm not. No, this is why I'm asking. This is why I'm asking a mathematician.
Number file.
Yeah.
I'm not a mathematician.
Curse.
Oh right, okay.
I was just refamiliarized with whatever, man. There's the equation where they talk about it was on Mythbusters, I think, or something like that, where they tried to hang. They did like the gravity equation. They tried to keep hanging stuff over. What's the dude's name? The Reinhold. I don't know, man. No, not right. The man, I'll look it up. But they calculating like how they keep adding like a smaller and smaller fraction onto the whole, right, for this like hanging ledge thing. But basically it's like it was like it was very hard for them to determine whether this number where they kept adding a fraction on could ever approach 2. Like say you have 1 and then 1.1 and then 1.15 and then 1.1525.
Like to the
And then
power
like
of
that,
it.
and you just keep adding a decimal. Like, can that number ever get to 2? Right? But we know it infinitely. Like, of course it could get to 2, right? It doesn't matter how tiny. But if you're actually only adding on a smaller 0, if you're always adding a 0, right?
Well,
Isn't
zeros
that
don't
weird?
exist.
That shit would break your fucking head thinking about that shit, dude.
You're just talking about limits.
See, in Roman numerals, zeros don't exist. This is non-existent. But obviously, it depends on which mathematics you're talking about, I suppose.
Well, you can't have 0 of something.
But it's like, you always chop off the 0, don't you? You know what I mean? So why do you even have it there in the first place?
Like, if I have an apple and you take it, do I have 0 apples? No, you have the apple.
It's the Rhine.
That would be 1.
Do you know the Riemann
Exactly.
hypothesis? You know Riemann hypothesis? That's
No, I don't.
You mean Riemann?
Riemann?
No, what's that?
It's what I was talking about, right? Where it's like, say you're always adding like a new smaller piece to the whole. Can you ever reach 2 holes? If you added it infinitely, and your brain will tell you, well, infinitely, obviously you can reach any number if you keep adding things.
Yeah, but it depends on what you're adding, right?
Right, you're adding fake holes. You're never actually adding the same thing.
Yeah, you're adding double the fraction as before, like 1/1 plus 1/2 plus 1/4 plus, keep going, to infinity.
And then there's numerology as well.
So what do you think, Kosho? Could it ever get to 2?
Yeah, no, that's no. In the case of what I just said, no. I mean, that isn't the limit for that. Isn't the limit for what I just said too? But that's what Paul was talking about when he said like limits. So basically, that's what you use. You'd find whatever the limit was for that series. So like 1, if you have a series of 1 plus 1/2 plus 1/4, and just keep doing that till infinity. I'm pretty sure the limit to that is 2.
So crazy. It's like this. If you have a jar and you keep putting things in it, why can the jar not get full no matter how small of a thing you keep putting in it? That's crazy. That's way deeper. Like the thing where, you get halfway to something and halfway, you never can get there because you're always halfway. That's different. That's way different. You know what I mean?
You've lost me there. I don't know.
You got to get to the size of an atom. See, that's that Einstein shit, bro.
I
That was
want,
in that
what
movie.
you're smoking, dude. That's what I fucking want.
Dude, this is easy, stupid shit, dude. This is stupid. It'll still break your fucking head. He talk about a limit. You got a jar. You put stuff in the jar.
Yeah, I'm putting it in right now.
Okay, you put one piece of sand fills half the jar. Your first piece of styrofoam or whatever.
Okay.
Now you can only add in half a piece of styrofoam next.
Okay.
Right, so you got 75% of jar full.
Mm-hmm.
Now you can only add in a quarter of the styrofoam. So you got what, 87 and a half.
Yeah.
Okay. Something like this. Right now you can only add in an eighth. So you got 93.8, whatever this shit is, right? And you have to add the half of what before.
Okay, Don. Just look what I'm about to post, all right?
All right.
You see what I just posted?
Yeah.
Imagine if you had 1 and then the next number, if you added 1 plus this number right here is easily seen. You can see this is 1. 1 plus this number is 2, right? So if you keep adding infinitely, you would keep filling up that small square in the corner.
You're gonna have a baby dot and your baby, but eventually the line is gonna fill that shit up in, bro. You know, I mean,
It's always going to behave the way that this looks right now. It'll always behave that way. So it'll only approach 2. It'll never reach 2.
saying only go into that corner and just keep regressing into that corner,
That's right.
That's right.
This is kids stuff, Don. I can give you something that'll really make your head explode, right?
Go
for it.
Okay. Can you imagine an infinitely long piece of wood?
Fine.
Okay, so, so this infinitely long piece of wood has a cross-sectional area of 10 centimeters by 10 centimeters, right? So it's 10 centimeters thick, it's 10 centimeters wide, and it's infinitely long.
Okay.
What I'm going to do is cut that infinitely long piece of wood into 10 centimeter lengths, right?
Okay.
So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take one of those 10 centimeter cubes and I'm going to surround it by other 10 centimeter cubes. So I've got a 3 by 3, right?
9. So you got 9.
Yeah, because I've surrounded the original one with others. Now it's 3 on a side. It's 9, right?
Okay.
And then I'm going to surround that by more. So I've got now 5 by 5. I've got 25 blocks surrounding that original one. And I can keep on doing that forever, right? Because I've got an infinite number of pieces, because that piece of wood was infinitely long.
Mm.
And so by taking an infinitely long piece of wood that's got a cross-sectional area of 10 by 10, that's still got a whole heap of space around it, just by cutting it up and rearranging it, I can now make it fill the entire space.
See, that's what's not fair about infinity. That's not fair. It keeps growing and see, and then like you're saying, you see this thing coming into the corner, and so you know it has to be tiny hole in that corner. But you're just like, man, dump some more shit in there and just fill that shit up and fill up the glass and pour over the bike. But it's like,
Hold on, Paul. Paul, could you say that again? That last part, because you said you're making these cubes. You're making these cubes, right? And then what was the last thing you said?
Well, by taking an infinitely long piece of wood and cutting it up into cubes and then rearranging those cubes, I can now make that infinitely long piece of wood, which obviously has a heap of space around it because it's only 10 by 10, right? And infinitely long.
Yeah.
And by rearranging it, I can now make it fill up the entire volume.
Right. Okay, I got you.
but that's like tricky, right? Like that's just, because you whatever. You got the same volume of the line that it was on the first time, but now you fill the kind of like the different volume. But really, you would fill up everywhere because you're saying you have infinite. You could keep building on, but it's like you'd be catching up to the front of the log. It's like you'd have a house, a brick wall building behind you, and then you'd still be walking down the log. But yeah,
That's like there's like an infinite set of. There's multiple sets of infinity. Like there's different magnitudes of infinity.
Yeah. God body infinity.
Like there's infinities that are bigger than other infinities.
Oh, I fucking hate maths. Does me head in. Oh, no offense. Right, I'll be right back. AFK.
So do you think it has to be like just a pot, just like I don't know. It's weird to me. It almost seems like if light can't be mass, then like electrons can't be mass either. You know, shit
Why?
like that. Just because they're just not a thing. You know,
But electrons don't move at the speed of light.
They're putting the light in and out. You know what I mean? Like it's just, it's more likely that they're light stuff. You know. That's what I've been thinking. It's kind of like, I don't know, you'd be like the electromagnetic spectrum, and it's kind of like that stuff is kind of all the same. But then you got the hard stuff. You got the nuclear, the nuclear material.
I think the word you're after is nucleons.
Nucleons. Hmm.
But even those nucleons are made up of smaller shit, right?
I guess. You know, like they doing. Oh, I posted an article that was like hating on like the particle colliders and shit. It was like, bro, scientists are shaking their head like we ain't trying to spend another 100 billion, bro. But you know how? Okay, so they do the explosions and they got their little like room or area, right? That detects the little pieces, and they give their little 3D chart of the, you know, if I say it wrong, the scattering of the pieces or the impact and magnitudes, types of impacts of the little particles, atoms, and they paint this picture with it. Can't they do that stuff and like paint picture of just the actual like atom, like just the actual before they smash it? You know, like that would be pretty cool.
Yeah, it's 5 o'clock in the morning in the UK, yeah?
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
It should be 6. Is it 6 in Spain?
I don't know. Ask a Spaniard. I have to say, I've really enjoyed talking to you guys tonight. It's been very educational, apart from the 2 hours of mind-numbing bullshit.
You should come in here. You can learn, man, how the people.
That's why I like to come here. Yeah.
They'd be like, man, you can learn a lot of social behaviors.
I'm very open-minded, you know, and like I'm always willing to learn, always willing to be schooled. You know what I mean? It's like I'm very honest and You know, if I don't know something, I will say it. I'm not egotistical at all.
Have you ever
No.
killed somebody?
No. Why? Why did you say such a thing?
What do you think? I don't know. I don't know.
Oh,
You were talking about being open and honest. I was wanting to learn.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yep.
You're one of those, are you? Okay.
Anecdotal evidence. What about what do you think murder is?
It's a trespass on common law.
Do you think Britain became king of the world because of their evolution into boisterous, magical speech, or because of murder, or because of a mix? Which one? Like, why do y'all have king of the world, queen, or whoever? And then y'all have the very bold talk. And I know there's a culture of the talk over there, right? Is that how?
Yeah. I kind of know where you're coming from. Right now, I never chose where I was born. Okay, I just happened to be born here. Now it's not necessarily my fault. But to be perfectly honest, I wish I was never fucking born at all. Fucking pisses me off being here, to be honest.
Life's painful, isn't it?
Yeah. Right, but I'm dealing with it, and it's cool. And I know there's a lot of other people out there that are a lot worse off than me, and I'm humble about it, and it's all good. But like,
do you know why it's
the
painful?
British. You know
why?
No. I know what I know.
I'll wait.
I'm getting to the point. Yeah. Now, there's a lot of history in our country, okay, and it was before your country was made, okay. Now, your country was pretty much discovered back in what 16th century, 17th century, and all that, right? Now, we already had laws. Unfortunately, the sun never set on our British Empire at that time, okay? We had fucking ships out there and everything, although the Spanish were exploring and they got there first, and, and they got the South Americas and whatnot, and etc., okay? Now, our laws, when we got to the Americas, our British laws that were enground from like the 1000s and like back almost to the ADs, like British law. And this is my point, because there's something that's very passionate to me and that I'm actually practicing right now. Regarding the Magna Carta, but our laws are basically what your country is built on, whether you like it or not. But you obviously you rebelled and whatnot, but then you basically kept those laws, but obviously you transformed them and you made them your own. You know what I mean? But they're fundamentally,
right.
This is the key. They're fundamentally the same. Okay. Now, like the legislations and stuff, natural law, common law, and all that, your country is built on the same fucking laws as ours. It's like there's no denying it. It's like it's fundamentally built on Earth. Now, your assumption that our country is king is a fallacy, as far as I'm concerned.
Who is the king, then?
No, we're
Who is
not
the king.
No. I never voted.
No. You tell me yes. Who is the king?
No, I never voted for any king. All right, I'm an anarchist. Yeah, personally, I'm an anarchist.
Do you even know?
Huh? No, but you're flying these assumptions around that Britain is like. You've obviously got this.
Okay, fuck Britain then. Who is the king?
Yeah, fuck Britain, man. I'm with you.
Are they not
right?
hiding the
I'm
king?
with you on that, right? Fuck Britain, right? Because, like, seriously, what do you think Britain is? This is what I feel like I need to educate you on this. What the fuck do you think Britain is?
I thought it was Camelot and King Arthur.
Yeah, you seriously need educating, dude. Yeah. No, we're not fucking Camelot.
Don't
We're not
y'all
King Arthur.
really have we're the
Yeah,
real
that
Illuminati people who put the money?
it's kind of it's serious history mixed with a lot of mythology. The whole King Arthur bollocks, right? That is not fucking true. If
Come
you
on.
want a real true British historian, I can find you one, but his name fails me. David Wilson, I think his name was.
So who
But,
do you think the kings are? Who do you think they are? Just families? Who do you think it is?
Well, you know the British family, the British royal family. The name Windsor was changed back in the 1940s, wasn't it? From a German name. You do realise that they're actually a German family.
Do you think that we could list off common I don't know if we want to say targets, common positions where people, kneel their power, like, right? Like,
Mate,
you know what I mean? Like,
there is so much ingrained history and like archaic pre-Masonic societies that are going on around us that we don't even realize.
check this out. How much percentage of American people, or you could do Britain, do you like, for instance, I think maybe 95% of American people will bend the knee to the government and do whatever it is. Like when they all say you have to wear the mask, it was like a large percent. Like, and maybe it wasn't serious. But like when the government says we're all doing this right now, you're going to see 90% of the people. Listen, this isn't what I'm trying to say. Let's find some things where we can be like, okay,
I'm
look,
just trying to get to know you. That's all.
you're going to get to know me like this. Let's talk about these numbers, bro. I think that 95% of the American people will bow to American government. I think 20% of the whole world would bow to the American government. Like, and I'm just throwing around numbers. I think 30% of the whole world, right, would bow to, right, like some World Health Organization, right? I think 80% of the world, bows to, and this is where I want to get to. Is there some other target where the money is mixed, where like they all bow to money, but it's like not tied to their government, right? Like, is there
we've got to be careful on this subject.
Targeted, right? Let's talk about where the king is. This is what we're trying to talk about. Where's the king, bro? Who is the king? Why can we not even say hail to the king? Who is he? Right?
Well, I never voted for him.
You don't vote for a king. You don't have to vote for a king.
That's my point. That's why it's funny.
I got
it was a Monty Python sketch, Have you never seen Monty Python? It's a British comedy sketch.
I can't remember though. No, not enough to remember them. But I have
mate, I am going to educate you so much. I am sending you some Monty Python right now.
I remember where they yelling up to the castle wall and shit. And
Yeah. You have seen Monty Python then, yeah. Monty Python. I never voted for it.
Have you seen the "Fuck You Ezekiel" or whatever that is, where they're yelling at each other across the water? Have you seen that? Is that Ezekiel? Is that the name of that?
There we go.
I fucked your mother.
I posted it into live stream chat. There we go. I didn't vote for you.
Bro, I think it's like the world, 90x high percent of the world bows to being taken care of, bows to be convenient, bows to be someone else making them safe.
There's a big ass 1% that's controlling the fucking few, mate. And what we don't realize is that there is a hell of a lot more of us than there is of them. And that's what we don't realize. And they keep us divided. They keep us divided.
10%, bro. There's 10% that work for a 10th of a percent. Not even a whole, maybe even less than that. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's 10% of everybody that's just working for, to be better than the 85%. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, that's it. They just like, look,
No, I'm totally with you. Yeah. I know what you mean.
and they're gonna fall in line. But then it's like, but maybe they're not in the. I don't think they needed to be in the shadows, right?
But your original assumption of the British was pretty off par, I have to say.
But that's why I asked you, did they get that way with the talking and stuff like this? Because you could look around and you could be like, holy shit, like, look at all those assets, or look at all those assets. You know what I'm saying? Like, or maybe they still hide it in the numbers or in the coffers, but you could be like, look at all this land, look at all them, you know what I'm saying, credits. You know what I'm saying? You'd be like, well, damn, what did y'all do? What did y'all, hustle in the beginning? Were y'all just, shuffling that many motherfucking strawberries around, or was y'all talking that game? Building it up, and y'all just murder everybody and take the shit. Like
all the smart people went to America, all the dumbasses went to Australia. No offense, Australian guy, but that's what happened. We sent all our prisoners to fucking Australia, and most people that wanted to get out of the imperialism of the British, they all fucked off to the new lands, which was America's.
Well, whatever. America's the bomb because it's so big and everybody can come here.
Yeah, well, it was the only time in history that anyone has ever rebelled the British fucking Empire. So you should be very proud of that fact. And keep your fucking guns.
No, we were far away, but man, it's like there's so many
your fucking
beautiful,
guns, dude.
diverse people here now.
Honestly, swear to you, keep your guns. Australia lost theirs. Look what happened to them through COVID. Called Australia now.
Do you see any evidence of mind control over there? Propaganda stuff?
Mate, there was institutionalized mind control all over the fucking world for the past 2 years. Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
No, it was military level.
I still got a private business. Here's awkward one where there's no more government situations here with any mandating, but then there's registry offices for motor vehicles for like your car tags, and they have DMVs where they have I'm pretty sure it's a municipal office where you go and you get your license and you can get tags or whatever you need, but for just tags they contract out work to third parties who open offices and sell tags. You can't go get your license tested there, but they'll sell tags in my state. And these are privately owned businesses. So I could see if it was a government municipality, there wouldn't be any restrictions because there's not any government restrictions. But because there's a place here still, like this week, that has signs up to wear masks and everything, they won't let you in the bit to get your stuff registered.
Yeah, well,
it's not like on every corner.
Go on to onto all the websites, and just damn vote them because they literally do that. That's what you should. That's one thing that you can actually do as a citizen is damn vote areas.
Everything should be like that, and you should have to earn. You should have to earn like your credibilities and stuff should be vetted and double checked and everything. But like that, everything in society should have. That's what everything should be based off of is upvotes and downvotes. Period. And credits should be issued as such. That's it.
Yeah, but unfortunately, they are censoring all this bollocks. Yeah, but
so what happens to like?
I've dominated this land and I've taken these. Sorry, Nate. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, what happens to like disabled and the elderly and people that can't help themselves in your system?
Their family's gonna upvote them.
And then what happens when they get upvoted?
What we're
They-
talking about
they-
here, we're
they get
talking about the
benefits
social
from it.
credit score system. This is one thing that we do not want to be implemented. This is not something that we want, guys. This is not something that we should be talking about as normalization, you know? This is
Look,
something
first
that
of all,
we're talking about
it
fucking
doesn't
off.
have to be life or death. Okay. Second of all, if you could see a long drawn out evolution process of it, it's like, you know, you could see it evolving and branching into directions of
I know. Yeah.
hold on real quick, man. Of benevolence, though, where again, cultures where old people prepare to go away and die when they're not useful, or cultures where people learn how to always make use of the old people no matter what. Like, dude, like there's always compromises and evolutions that take place. And really, though, the question is, you know, like what's fair, what's logical, what's productive, and, you know, to have a philosophy of we don't like murder, but let's keep rewarding it. It's gonna have to end soon. Sorry.
So
How
have
do
you
we
ever,
keep
have you ever murdered anyone then?
rewarding murder? What do you mean?
Nate, you ain't ready, man.
Huh?
Come on. You ain't ready. Either you should know,
You sound
or
like a
you ain't ready.
gangbanger.
Come on, red pill me, man. Red pill me. Like
Initial
are you saying
initial distribution of resource, assets, land, power.
Oh.
Murder.
What's that?
All.
What is murder to you, dude?
Killing.
I'll do it if I had to defend myself, I'd fucking kill them. No worries. You know
And
what I mean?
you'll support the ones who do it to take what they want and feed your country still.
Seriously, for the yeah. I've never killed anyone in my fucking life, but if to defend
you'll
myself,
support that shit.
yeah.
You will support, man. You'll support it for more than that too. I bet you. We all do right now, and we need to wake up to that shit.
That is every man's right. Every free man's right.
Oh no. Like how does like the average ordinary person support murder?
Because if someone
Like
was going to
Walter-
murder you, are you telling me you wouldn't murder them?
I am relating to America.
That's not what Don's saying.
No, but that's what we're talking about.
Don, could you
So
explain?
don't try and confuse the matter.
Okay.
We're talking about very plain and black and white sort of matters here, yeah? If someone's going to fucking kill you, are you telling me you wouldn't kill them? Please tell me now.
Maybe not, man. Maybe not.
I swear this is Branch.
No, this is very simple. It's very black and white. If someone is going to come up and you know for a fact he's got an axe at your fucking head, are you not going to turn around and shoot the motherfucker?
I've had anecdotal evidence of
I'm gonna
me
turn around.
You're going to turn around and run, right?
Yeah, I have
Okay.
anecdotal
Well,
evidence.
that's your prerogative, okay?
Yo, Don's trying to speak, man. Come on, go ahead, Don.
I've had vengeance thoughts where I've wanted to hurt somebody when my life wasn't in danger, and when my life was in danger, I've wanted to run.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, if someone points a gun at me, I'm gonna just turn around and pray, you know, so that when I go to heaven, you know, God doesn't bring them with me, you know, and God doesn't make them suffer for what they've done to me. I'll just pray for you, bro.
Seriously, when the fucking time comes to the crunch, though, dude, you seriously just need to just fucking drill the bitches, you know?
What? All right, you are what's wrong with the system, man.
I really
You
fucking
are
would.
what's wrong with the world.
No. What?
It's because of you.
Just
because of
defending
you and
myself.
people like you that the system is so fucked up.
Just people that are defending my whole soul sovereign right are the problem that is with the world. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you people with your type of mentality, you know.
My
So
mentality.
if someone, Yeah, if someone wants to hurt me, I'm gonna hurt them before they hurt me. Like that's
Okay, so that's what
proper
I'm saying.
culture.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm going to do.
Yeah, that's exactly what you're saying, and that's what's like wrong with the world and the whole system we live in. You are the
Why?
problem, man. You are part of the 1%.
Why am I the problem?
I just said why. Because
You gotta transcend, man. We gotta transcend it, dude.
Exactly. You got to break the cycle. You got to rise above it and reach.
No.
And reach
You got to
nirvana.
rise above
No,
this.
come on, man. Come on.
No.
Let me explain myself. You are caught in this circle, right? If
No,
someone wants
I'm
to hurt
caught in
you,
your fucking circle.
you want to
And I'm
hurt
trying
them
to get the
before
fuck out of it.
All right, make your point, and then I'll go after you, man. How about that?
No. You're telling me that I don't have a right to defend myself?
I didn't say that.
It's different.
You have a right to defend yourself, but you wanting to exercise that right.
You're telling me that I don't have a right to kill someone if they want to kill me.
This is what I'm saying. If you will let me say it, what I'm saying is
You're
have
twisting
the right.
shit, and it's fucking weird, mate, and I don't like it. So choose your words fucking wisely.
Okay, I will, but please listen to what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is, you do have a right to defend yourself, but it's the justification for exercising this right that you have that is the issue. The way you justify the right to defend yourself is, I'm gonna hurt someone before they hurt me. That's how you justify this right to self-defense,
Oh, I'm
and
saying
that is
that
the
if
issue.
they are gonna hurt me, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So you want to hurt someone before they hurt you. That's how you justify your right to defend yourself, and that's what's wrong with you and people that think like you. That's why you guys are what's wrong with the system we live in.
What are you gonna write over laws from the 15th or even 1056 of the Magna Carta of the common law of the right to defend oneself and anyone that disturbs the peace? You're willing to rewrite British history, are you?
I'm not trying to rewrite British history, but I'm not British. I'm American, so I don't live in accordance with this stupid
Your
Magna Carta
laws
number.
are based
Number
foundationally on
two,
our laws.
yeah, but I mean, can I respond? You spoke and I didn't interrupt you, unless you want to say more. Maybe you didn't finish getting your point out.
I don't think you really understood like the law of defense. It's like if have you ever been in a fight yourself personally?
Yeah.
Oh really? You ever been knocked out?
Yeah.
Have you ever knocked anyone else out?
Oh yeah.
Yeah?
I've been knocked out and I've knocked people out.
So you know what it's like when you're on the front line then, right?
I know what it's like to get knocked out, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So you're telling me that you wouldn't defend yourself?
What I'm saying is I wouldn't have this mentality of I'm gonna hurt someone before they hurt me. And what Dawn and myself would do, since we are both, God-fearing people, if someone wanted to hurt us, we would pray for them,
Well,
and
that's
pray
all
that.
very well and good, right? And
I'm not done,
totally
bro. Come
for
on,
that.
man.
That's great. Yeah.
Yeah. So Dawn and I would pray that Allah, speaks to them.
Yeah. Okay, so you're Muslim, right?
And enters their heart. Yeah, Dawn and
So-
I, both of us, and enters their heart and turns them away from this act that they're about to do.
Yeah, we don't.
I do have a right. I do have a right to defend myself based on these stupid British laws from 1,000 years ago, but that doesn't mean I should exercise that right.
Now we're
That's
getting
what Dawn and I
somewhere.
believe.
He was just kind of standing up for the defense. Although we were kind of aggro talking, but Ryan, we do want to be careful not to be bloodthirsty, right? Or do you recognize it's like from what perspective? Same as the be careful with the social credits. From what perspective do you say someone's hurting you? You can go do all this preemptive murder and say, "Oh yeah, they were gonna hurt me because they were gonna change the tax laws or the the speeding laws or whatever, like, so I'm just went and murdered them because they were gonna threat to my way of living, and whatever. I mean, from what
Might
where
even give. I'm not going to say anything.
I mean, really though, man, like why is if you be like, we want to cooperate, but then I'm not gonna do it, right? Like you could have a plethora of different situations where they're gonna hurt you, but you're prepared to jump into the safe room or to encase them in a bubble of foam.
Very basic as far as I'm concerned. No. Don't you think? It's like if someone's coming at you with a knife, you telling me you wouldn't defend yourself?
I'm
Don
saying
and I would get on our knees and pray for them, right, Don?
Something like that.
Yeah, I'm sure you fucking would. Yeah.
I mean, I'm in it though. I've been tempted with vengeance. You know what I mean? Like I remember. Not saying I did, but wanting to hurt.
The last thing I would want to do is kill anyone.
Wanting to hurt somebody when my life was not in danger, but maybe when even pride-ish matters. We're not even where like I needed to take property back or nothing. Like just off of just pride.
Yo, are you watching the UFC, bro?
No, not right now.
Oh, you should turn it on, bro. These guys are opening each other the fuck up. It's crazy,
buddy.
Oh,
turn it on, bro. Like right now.
So you like watching physical violence then?
Yeah, I used to box. I mean, that's how I've been knocked out, and I've knocked people out. But this is a bit different, man. UFC is crazy. Jeez, you guys are trying to kill each other. But I mean, just because I like contact sports doesn't mean I condone hurting somebody.
Why are you?
There's an agreement.
Why are you being devil's advocate on someone that wants to defend themselves?
What?
That's what
devil's
baffles
advocate?
me. Yeah.
I'm not being devil's advocate. Don and I are just expressing ourselves. We're just saying that we try to fight the temptation to commit violence. You don't. You give in to that temptation pretty easily, it seems.
Oh, really? That's a bit of an assumption that I've suddenly been accosted with.
Listen, man, if you had the option to where I'm swinging the sword at you and you could guaranteed just disarm me, or you could, because you had the right, you could guaranteed chop my head off too. Like, would you go ahead? Would you just want to go ahead and chop my head off? Or would you just
came at me with a fucking knife? Yeah, I'd fucking chop you into fucking small pieces, mate.
See what I mean? But it's like, it's not necessary. It's not necessary.
What is the deal?
Chop you into small pieces. Oh my god!
I fucking would.
You see what I'm saying?
You have that effect on people, man, or whatever.
Why is that? Why is that an issue with you?
You must have that effect on people.
Oh, really?
What do you mean?
You just can't kill everybody.
Myself?
I mean, can you really kill everybody? And I don't want to be killed, so I don't want to kill people. And I just always be like, come on, man. Like, let's just, even though people be like, fuck you, you're so annoying, we're just going to kill you.
We all just hug and get over.
I just cannot do it to people. I just want to see people take power in numbers. The more, the merrier. Okay? More the merrier.
MashaAllah. I totally agree with what Don said.
Show me where an extra person helping is ever
right? You're both fucking Muslims, right? You're both singing off the same fucking song sheet, right?
Do you have a problem with that?
I'm only
jealous.
Stuff,
man. I sound jealous.
Why would I be jealous?
You haven't found God and like internal peace yet. You're just trying to chop people into little pieces.
I've got many friends that are Muslims. Okay.
Well, now I'm jealous.
It's got nothing to do with you personally. Okay.
Yeah, but you're jealous because you haven't found God and internal peace, and you just want to chop people up.
No, this is what I found. No, this is what I found hilarious about the 2-hour conversation that went on about this whole subject of mathematics with some bollocks that we don't really fucking care about, okay? Is because at the end of the day, right? Fucking, we're all the fucking same, right? Why do we even fucking argue about shit? What's the fucking point? You're just talking about bollocks that no
Like
one even...
you literally here arguing with us about killing people. Like I don't get
No,
you.
I'm arguing with you about defending myself.
I'm
And
hungry.
chopping people
You're
into
twisting it.
little pieces.
You're
Is that
twisting it.
self-defense?
Yeah, you're
What do you mean
twisting it.
twisting it?
And you're not really representing Muslims very fucking well, to be
What?
honest.
Listen, Don asked you, right? If someone came at you swinging a sword, would you safely disarm them or would you chop them into little pieces? And you said you would chop them the fuck up into little pieces.
Someone
So
came at me
I
with a
don't
fucking sword? Yeah, I would. What, are you telling me you wouldn't do that?
thank you.
Are you
No, I
telling me
would
you wouldn't do
safely
that?
disarm them. No, I would
Oh,
safely disarm
really?
them or I would pray for them. I wouldn't chop them up into little pieces.
Oh, yeah, of course you would, yeah.
Safely disarm
Just
them.
fuck off right now. You're a fucking
What about
twat,
you,
man.
Ryan?
You're a
What
fucking
would you
idiot.
do?
Man of fucking water.
What would I do
Seriously.
if somebody came in my house with a sword? I'd shoot the fucker right in his face. That's what I'd do.
Thank you very much, Ryan. Thank you very much.
Ryan, you would shoot them once, right? Oh, sorry, Don. Don, I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
Man of fucking
First, I
water.
would tell them to
You're
get out of my
fucking
house. But
twisted
if they
shit,
kept
mate.
coming, yeah, I
And you
would
fucking
definitely
want to
kill
get the fuck out of it.
Yeah, that's enough out of you, Rotten. Stop with the personal attacks, thanks, mate.
I guess. I mean,
I was just trying to lighten up the situation.
yeah, the hypothetical just has to be like, there's no extra burden. You don't have to worry about them coming back or sending a message. It's just like if you could just choose, how do you want to answer the situation? To keep yourself safe. You could just turn an off switch and they go away, or you get to also kill them. It's just like, why would you add on the latter? That's kind of...
Well, my personal viewpoint on this is the way that, because this has been brought up, in many other discussions, and it is an interesting one in terms of this. So my viewpoint on it, on a spiritual level, I think it's wrong always to strike another human in any way. So that includes like physical violence or killing in any way. Even includes to the point of like boxing and all that and fighting in that way. I think spiritually. Now, even if the two people are consenting and it's for sport, that is a little bit different because obviously the two people are willing to do that. But there still is something karmically and spiritually, I think, off about the idea of striking other humans like that. But back to the idea, like if somebody were coming at you with a gun or all of that, in my viewpoint, like I said, I'm not trying to push this on anyone else or say that anyone else is wrong for their position or anything. But my viewpoint on it is that I absolutely would never kill another human no matter what. Even if they came at me with a machine gun, a knife, whatever it may be, I'm more on the side of what Nate was saying, where I would, pray for them. I would maybe try to guard myself. Like I might try to put up a shield or, run or whatever I might need to do. But in no way would I ever strike them.
I would try to do everything that I can in my possible being to not fucking kill them. It would be the last fucking resort that I would do. This is my point. You know what I mean?
You were not saying that though.
It was 5 minutes
ago. You did not say that.
This is my last resort. You don't have to fucking say that. In self-defense, that is just what it is.
He chose tiny pieces.
Oh, screw you. Just give fucking women rights, all right?
What? Yeah, no, but Gio, I'm totally with you, bro. 100%. Unless like this person was endangering a loved one, like they were holding a gun to my daughter's head, that's different. But for myself, no.
Look, guys, this is that's a scientific discussion that
we know whose house to take.
I try to have that discussion. That's the Genghis Khan discussion, Nate. And it gets tough, you know what I'm saying, to find consistent moral ground. Well, consistency with moralities and science and stuff like that, because there is evidence of barbarians dominating and stuff like this. And
what's the Genghis Khan?
What?
It's go ahead, Gio.
No, if you want to finish that, because I was going to say something a little different. I mean, not on a different topic, but go ahead.
It's just Nate, it's just that like Darwinism or something like that might qualify like a violent or like conquering type person as successful, you know?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, I mean, from my perspective, like I think karma is a very real thing. And I think the purpose of karma is to sort of teach us essentially, or I can just say for myself, I guess I'm not going to say this, that this is for everyone, but I'll just say for myself that the purpose of karma is, so like, let's say that somebody has a desire to steal something, you know? So they're like, oh yeah, I'm going to steal this thing. And they do it, you know, and they get away with it. And they're like, all right, I stole this thing. Well, then there's a karmic process that has now played out. Now in that lifetime or in a later lifetime, as it were, in the progression of their soul, they may then be stolen from. And then they're like just going along their life, and all of a sudden, boom, they're stolen from. And then they have to feel what it's like to be stolen from, because they caused what it was like to steal from another. And so with all that being said, I think it's wrong to kill another human in any circumstance, no matter what. That's what I think the karmic law is, as it were. And so even if someone's coming at you with a gun or whatever it may be, if I were to kill them, I would be essentially, in my viewpoint, like failing that lesson. And it would keep happening to me until I learned that lesson. So maybe people would keep coming at me with guns or knives or whatever until I were to learn that. And every time that I would kill them or, do whatever it may be when that's happening, then the lesson is not processed and not, progressed through.
Oh, that's like that Midnight Gospel.
Oh, Midnight Gospel. That's a good show.
That's
have
one
you seen
where
that
the guy
before,
kept climbing out of the prison. That's what Gio's talking about, right? Like the karmic challenge.
Is that a show? I don't think I've seen it. No.
Yeah, it's on Netflix. You would love it, Gio. Actually, it's that. What's his name? Russell something. Do you know the guy's name, Don? He's always on Joe Rogan's show.
Yeah.
You guys do know that television isn't real, right?
Simon?
No.
Oh, Russell Carlson.
No.
No. Why you say Russell? Is it Russell?
Duncan Trussell, my bad. Duncan Trussell.
Trussell, bro.
Trussell, yeah, not Russell. My bad. Trussell. Yeah, he's a big psychonaut, Gio. Like you would like the show, I think. Midnight Gospel, you would love it.
It's all the Joe Rogan stuff. It's all. I think that whole show is like him talking to Joe Rogan.
It sounds like a podcast actually, because he's talking to people, right? During the show.
It's clips from a podcast. But someone put me on it. Someone put me on that shit, bro, and I watched that shit. Was deep, and what he just said about challenging. I don't know if it was totally a match of like you got to beat the challenge. There were challenges, but I don't know if they were synchronous to the ones that you were triggering, like how Gio just said. But yeah. I don't know, man. Like you got to think about it. Like there's so much potential for bias with these docile, religion styles. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's weird, man. It's so weird. Like America is still such a mix of cooperation and competition. I mean, it really is. It's just very interesting. It's like, so basically, and I could give different analogies that are going to be so nasty, But like you're like, yo, so it's really just competition, but with rules. It's like there's certain, you know, scenarios that trump something. Like, you know, you could have ink and water, you know, but once you mix them, it's just ink. You know what I mean?
Isn't it still ink and water?
No,
But
it's
I
just,
hear you. I hear you.
you know what I'm saying? Like it's something like that. Like for instance, like to me, and this is so weird, like you, it's like as soon as a white and African American person have a kid, it's like it's African American. It's so weird. Like, you know, I don't know.
Yeah, but
But
that's just, you know, that's just like, isn't that just like in like American thing? I don't know. Like I know if you go to South America, they have like sayings for these different shades, right? Like if a native and a European have a kid, they call it a. There's a word for it, man. Castizo. You know, castizo and mestizos.
I do not know the other cultures.
You've never
see where everybody's like, everyone was dark, and then the mixed kid, like they'd be white instead of being dark. It's just a majority of people, I guess, are white in America. It's still such a high percentage.
What are you, Don?
I'm white.
Like my
Have you ever
toilet
taken
paper.
Have you ever taken like a DNA test before?
I've looked it up. I've looked up
Damn.
on who your relatives are.
What are you insinuating?
What
That his
are you?
voice sounds black or something?
No, I'm just trying to figure out what's Don's ancestry.
Oh, I see. I don't
I
know
mean,
why. Okay.
anybody special. I'm all white. Like, I mean, I'm Italian.
You like Jeremy? Oh, damn.
Anywho, yeah, man. What do you think about it, man? About our bias to, you know, have these beliefs of the karma and cooperation. I mean,
What do you mean?
it's just like to have that type of philosophy sometimes, to just be the nice person. You just gotta sit in your place and just get what you get, because otherwise you make the moves, you're now trying to take something from the other person, you know? Or it's like, oh, well, they agreed to it, but really, like, you know, like
Yeah, I mean,
morally,
it's a difficult mentality to hold in this world, you know. It's a bit weird. Like we are taught in school to be nice and compromise and think about others, think about your community before yourself. But then when we turn on the television, we see that the people that get promoted in society are the most selfish, right? The people that think about themselves before everybody else. So it does kind of give you the idea that if you hold this mentality, everyone else before me, you know, you kind of putting yourself on the back foot. You kind of weak. So it is it's a difficult mentality to be successful with in the
right.
world we
But
live.
let me flip the script, right? Okay, so now let me flip the script to extend it into the topic we were on. So, okay, would we kind of be like, so it's okay? I mean, it's comfortable. Like, there's business people doing their business. Certain people agree they want these comforts and these conveniences, so they will just sit in their corner and chop wood all day. And these other people will run around and do the business and have more steak at the end of the night, right? So there we go. So, all right, you know, like it's fair, like, right? Like, but the mentality of them being selfish, right? Let's say, can we find a position where we understand an agreement on that? Like, we understand where, yeah, there's going to be people that do it, you know, and like, are we going to call them morally bad right there at that point? Like right there?
Yeah, I would say selfish in the fact that when Elon Musk goes on stage and gets an award for being the richest man in the world, you know, that's a bit selfish. You know, even the fact that he accepts that award or acknowledges that award, that's a bit selfish because he didn't make those riches all by himself.
Someone
You
mentioned
know,
Elon Musk, yeah.
it took a whole industry, a whole business. You know, it took many years for that 50 billion that he has to be made, but he didn't make it all by himself. You know, he needed
Rocking
people.
right. Fed
He
wise,
he
you're rocking right.
he needed you and me to buy Tesla cars.
Check
He
this
needed
out.
so
Check this
many
out.
things.
Is that what he got 50 billion and he's the richest or something?
I don't know how much is he worth? Isn't he the richest man in the world?
Dude, I don't even dude, he can't even buy one Large Hadron Collider for 100 billion. Like that's how poor, like that's how much of a joke fucking they think this money is that everyone scrambles around for. It takes community, exactly like you said, bro. For anything. And then really though, if somebody anyway, the king, but yeah, okay. So like I'm saying, you're gonna call the person selfish. That's kind of wrong. You know what I mean? I kind of see that. I kind of see it. And to me, what I was gonna say is, it's no different than the people murdering, and there are people murdering. There used to be a lot more. Now they do it tricky. There's more tricking going on now, you know. But there's still people who don't give a fuck about murder, nothing, war, nothing, you know. And right, I mean, and that's kind of to the point where saying how you was asking, well, how do we support this? Right. Well, I mean, dollars, man. You know.
Yeah, by spending money, by feeding into the system. Yeah, okay, yeah, no, then then you finally answered my question, Don. If that's what all of this was about.
Right, but then there's also, again, I like to explore, like, okay, well, what's wrong with the greed? And if I could say there's nothing wrong with the greed, then I could extend it into, who am I to say there's anything wrong with the murder? You know, if they're strong enough to do it and conquer and be fucking Genghis Khan or fucking Illuminati or whoever the fuck, Saddam Hussein or whoever the fuck they are, like, I'm not the maker of this realm. I'm not to judge unless I'm a computing piece, and my job is to judge. That's my purpose, is to judge and solve these, you know, scenarios.
Yeah, but you don't need to be God to know that murder is wrong, you know, and
prove it, and give me evidence.
Prove what? That murder is wrong?
Yeah.
Well, if I murder you just because I don't like you, and then everyone started murdering people they don't like, you know, there would be less people on the planet to maintain the societies that we have. People would lose mothers and fathers and brothers and sisters. Kids would go, you know, hungry and starving and homeless. Old people might not have people to support them. Society would break down if it was just a thing of we could kill whoever we wanted to kill.
If
So
you
I think
suddenly got an
Dolphin
ounce of empathy.
But what would thrive? What would thrive out of that? I don't know if you've seen Game of Thrones, Nate. But what would thrive would be the Dothraki would just be so beautiful.
What's that?
If you got an ounce of empathy, I don't think any of that would be in question at all.
Yeah, Don, what?
What it is it's a tribe. It's a tribe of savages who kind of just, you know, have a culture of, like in Black Panther, there was a little more formal in Black Panther where they had, you know, you had to fight and be the leader type of thing. But they were just savage, tribe or clan nation who would just kill each other whenever they wanted if they felt like it and be savage. But there was that understood,
But how did things work then? Like
Huh?
if you decided you didn't like
Man of Water, I have to tell you, this tribe he's describing is not real. It's part of Game of Thrones. They're not real people.
I understand. He did say before all of that it's from the show Game of Thrones. So I do know it's from a show. But like how would you think that would work, Don? Like if we lived in a world where you don't like my dad, so you kill him, wouldn't that make me want to kill you?
Right, but that would breed, mental
family history.
Right, like mental strategies would have to evolve off of that, and then you would get
personal.
I don't know, like whatever. You're still going to have evolution of strength and survival of the fittest, still under just different scenario. It's just why would it be good or bad? I guess, just because people would be looking over their backs all the time, or whatever scenario you can present, like who cares? Why does that mean it's bad? You might, in my opinion, you might have stronger people in that scenario.
It
Well,
sounds
what are morals to you, Don? Like, what is right and wrong to you?
Yeah.
Why is a thing right and why is a thing wrong?
Because someone told me so.
Okay, so you don't think that it's right or wrong outside of just someone telling you?
So here's the deal. I think that I've seen evidence of karma, but whenever I try to give other evidence of synchronicities, science will go, no, that's just observer bias. But if it's morally contexted, then, now it's karma. And so, Man of Water, you're like a science person, and I bet in all these other contexts, you'll throw me this science speak of observer bias. That's not magic. That's not magic. The cat didn't find your keys. The cat didn't find your keys. There's no way. That's just observer bias probability. But then in another way, you'll go, I know in my heart that we should just be good because I'm a wuss and I don't want to be killed in my sleep.
Yeah, man. It's called keeping an open mind, Don. That is the very definition of being open-minded. To be able to hold two opposing ideas in your head.
Fucking Sherlock.
So,
Right,
I have studied science,
Jesus
but I am a
fucking
very
Christ.
religious
Where
person
was
at
I
the same-
without you, mate? Fucking hell.
But we do got to recognize it's way more likely that we've been taught these morals than we've actually learned them through karma evidence, right? Like, come on.
Is it though? You see, if you get protective over someone, let's say you out with a friend and someone disrespects your friend, you get protective over them because you feel whatever someone did to disrespect your friend is wrong, right?
Yeah.
Don't you just inherently feel that's wrong, Don?
Yeah. Don't you inherently feel that it's wrong that they should attack you?
What? Or if we were like animals
are
out
we
in
going
nature,
round
Don.
in circles again? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, if we were animals in nature, Don, and you were a daddy hippo, and you had a baby hippo, and Rotten was a lion, and he tried to eat your baby, you would kill him, right? Because you feel what Rotten's trying to do is wrong inherently. No one told you it's wrong, but wouldn't you just inherently feel like Rotten trying to eat my baby hippo is wrong, and he needs to, die for that?
It is hard to try to take the conditioning out of it, but I have seen environments where it could be a child acting instinctively where that it's just pure instinct, or animals like you're exemplifying, and it's like no, there's definitely primal nature where you can recognize certain protective things and all this reactions
You
and
can
whatever.
feel,
But
mate.
it's like,
Feel free.
but it's like, bro, that's still okay. Well, that still could be recognized as like a primal programming. That doesn't mean again like it's
Hey,
right or
I'm
wrong.
in
We
at
talk a
you.
lot about how in
Fucking
society
kill you.
we fight
Uh,
our primal urges. You know, in society, like, look, man. I just think like it could be one way or another. You know, it could be the test. Either way, you should do what the universe calls you to do. Do what makes you happy. Why not, right?
when the time comes, you'll find
what do
out.
you do, Don? Do you do what makes you happy, or you listen to the universe?
That's the thing is, so we asked the question earlier, and I hope we could all get a one-word answer on what causes pain. But yeah, I try to do what makes you happy, but it's a quantum world, man. Sometimes you don't know, or sometimes there's to go down one path, you got to sacrifice the other path, man. It's hard to get all your that to me is my challenge.
Just say it's a quantum world.
All my ducks in a row and make sure everything's all on the same path.
Last time I checked, I'm not in a quantum world.
Are you not?
I fucking ain't, mate. No.
So Ryan, what do you think causes pain? Give me one word.
What do I think causes pain? Well, it would have to be maybe my body.
Body. All right, good word, Ryan.
As strange as that may sound.
All right, we got it. Can I ask a different person? Ryan, what do you think causes pain?
Stimulation of the nerve endings, maybe.
Okay, great. Say nerves. All right.
What was you hoping for?
What do you mean pain? Pain anywhere?
You
Pain
were hoping for a different answer, wasn't you?
You all are wrong. I mean, whatever. Man,
Oh, really?
Just kidding, you guys. I'm
You're
just
telling
kidding.
me my body's not telling me that the pain is happening here? The pain's not happening from there? You're telling me that I'm wrong?
On a Sunday morning, bro. Ain't you got church?
You're telling me that my body's lying to me?
So I know that he's.
Oh, right, okay. My body's lying to me, guys. It's okay. We've answered all the questions in the world. It's fine. It's okay. My body's lying to me, guys. I don't have to feel any emotions anymore whatsoever. It's okay. He's got the answers. Okay?
Who said that?
Over to you, dude.
Nobody said that.
I didn't say I was gonna fix it.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, I wish you would, because I don't like pain. You know what I mean?
Well, in that case, don't ever speak again unless you can fix.
Nate, you ain't trying to. Nate, you ain't trying to get in on a riddle, man.
If you don't have a fucking solution, then shut.
It's not God. Don't be scared. I'm not gonna say God, man. Let's not do that.
What's the riddle, man?
What causes pain?
Oh, suffering. Suffering causes pain.
Oh, it can't be my body.
I
then.
disagree.
Suffering is
I
pain.
disagree.
What causes
I disagree. I disagree with that. I would say pain and suffering are two separate things. Pain being a physical sensation, suffering being something that could be pain but is not fully encompassed by pain.
Everything is physical, period. Even idea. Let's go. We talked
That's
about
very material. That's a materialistic point
No
of
one
view.
will agree with me. Nate hates me for it, but everything's physical. So anyway, other than that,
That's a
No,
materialistic point of
I'm
view.
not saying suffering and pain are the same thing.
You
I'm
saying that
suffering is
materialism is
caused by
correct
pain.
doesn't make it correct.
He asked me what causes pain. I said my body. And that's apparently
I
not the
didn't
right
say
question.
suffering and
That's
pain.
not the
pain
right
are the
answer,
same
no?
thing.
You're
Yeah,
close.
Don asked what causes pain. I just said suffering causes pain. I might be wrong.
Before we give this final answer, does anybody else who hasn't answered want to answer? Gio, do you want to answer? Jeremy?
Well, I would say there's aren't there different kinds of pain? Like you've got emotional
Just one
pain,
word.
physical pain. There's
One
different
word.
kinds of pain.
Oh, one word now, Gio. One word.
Yeah, one word that you would say. What is the cause of pain?
The laws have changed.
Okay, so no one knows the answer, but it's obvious that the cause of pain is pleasure. Without pleasure, you don't have pain. It's that simple.
Well, we do live in a duality. Yeah, this is true.
So that's why, like my man was talking about, you got to turn and pray or like whatever, but you got to find that balance. But yo, this life, man, there's so much pain in this life. It is, but there's so much pleasure too. You know, it's like, bro, like you wouldn't know if you just suffered all the time. You just think that's how it is if you never had pleasure before. You know? How the fuck would you know?
Yeah, I don't know. I still disagree. I would separate pain from suffering. In
Why
that
do
I
you
can
think
do
that?
something, I can do something while I'm in pain, and I'm not necessarily suffering. The pain being only the physical sensation. And it can also be the opposing. You
Why
can
don't
suffer while not in pain, right? So
you're saying relatively suffering compared to somebody or something? Like what do you
that's
mean?
not what I said.
Like where does this suffering exist? How does it how is it manifested, this suffering?
A state of misery. Well, you could say that, pain causes suffering. You could break a leg. The pain from that causes you to suffer from that pain. Or you
Right,
could
but I
suffer the
disagree.
loss. You could say you're suffering the loss of a loved one, and you're experiencing the pain of suffering the loss.
Right, but here's the thing, is I guess, you can be in physical pain and not necessarily suffering, right? Like you can be playing basketball and you can be playing so hard and breathing so hard and your feet can be so sore and your whole body can be in pain, but you're not necessarily suffering, even though your physical body is feeling the sensation of pain. You're having a fun time playing basketball.
You're just definitely, yeah, but dude, you're just categorizing something that's really part of the same group, man, and like giving different frequency or intensity level or something. That's still all is a negative experience. They're still all in that general category of hurting, of something you don't like. They're so overlappingly synonymous.
So you're just talking about joy and pain and like sunshine and rain and all that
Yes.
good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the distinction it sounded like at first you were going to say like I thought you were going to say something about like your actual, nerves all over your body or the feeling all over your body, and something else was like a mental state or something like that. I was kind of interested in that type of distinction because I like to make the argument of just even consciousness is physical, ideas are physical, all that stuff, man.
Okay, well, that viewpoint is a materialist viewpoint. So if you want to go with a materialist viewpoint, you can. But how I would put it, kind of going back to the pain versus suffering, I would say if you drew a Venn diagram, suffering would encompass all of pain, but pain would not encompass all of suffering, right? So only a fraction of suffering is pain. But all pain is suffering, basically. Is how.
Well, what's the separation and the definition between those? Because yeah, that is interesting. The difference.
No, I saw it the other way around. It sounded like you explained it the other way around. Though pain would be bigger than suffering. Suffering would be a tiny. Anyway, sorry.
Well, I mean,
yeah, it really depends on the definitions you use. If you're going to kind of hold towards English definitions, then
yeah, because one of like the
pain has to do with the physical side, whereas suffering includes physical, but it does not preclude other types of things like emotional or hardship. And then for you to basically conclude that everything is physical, that's a materialist viewpoint. If you want to debate materialism, you can, but that you just assuming everything is materialist does not actually make it true.
Okay, but I'd Venn diagram the opposite way because even and I get the picture you painted, and definitely that's how you diagram it the way you said it. But the emotional, if I could, I guess where I would flex it is the emotional part. Even when you you have the emotional situation, to me, that's always going to have a physical feeling with it. It's like when I have the emotion, you feel it physically. It's not just, oh, I think I calculate like a robot that this is how my emotional state should be. I mean, it tingles your body.
I was going to say too, in terms of the difference between suffering and pain, like I think suffering is often used for like the idea of like enduring pain, you know, something that's ongoing, you know, like if you have like some kind of an injury, like let's say you cut your hand or something. So yeah, it may be painful when it happens, but maybe you kind of get a Band-Aid on it or whatever it may be. And then a couple days later, you're not necessarily like suffering, perhaps. Maybe that's not the best example, but just the idea of suffering being more like enduring, chronic, long-term type pain, whereas pain itself is just that kind of sensation. Although I guess it could be said that all suffering has pain involved as well. So yeah, they are kind of intertwined. But I know what you mean, Don, too. Yeah, I would say that often for many people, like emotional pain also comes through on the physical. Because there's the concept that the mind, body, spirit, that they're all interconnected in that sense. And so the emotional body can create physical pain and vice versa.
Hey, I'm going to say that I've really enjoyed talking to you guys tonight, but I'm going to have to bow out because it's getting stupidly early in the morning here in the UK.
Nodders.
So yeah, nice to talk to you all. Take it easy and good luck to you all.
Coffee in the morning.
You rotten. Yep. Have a good one.
Yeah. Take it easy, guys. Adios.
Hasta la vista.
Go ahead.
He was cool.
So how about this one? When it comes to pain and suffering, from the perspective of the creator creating everything, why do you guys think it would have created pain and suffering? Why create something that's so abysmally unpleasant to go through? You know, I mean, think about all the things people go through: car accidents, you know, sicknesses, illnesses, cancer. Oh my gosh. I mean, think about all of the, you know, acute, like, you know, dying in a plane crash and all that stuff.
Motivation.
I don't know. When you talk about physical pain, I think, you know, it's pretty useful. I.e., when I touch a burning stove, I don't just rest my hand on it and let my whole hand burn off. The pain causes my arm to, I guess, retract.
Protection, that's right. So, but that's why we got to listen to our elders and heed their words so that we can, you know, efficiently grow. Right? Like the emotional pains and stuff like that. The stuff you can't just learn quickly, like touching a hot stove. That to me is the evidence for the moral stuff, Gio.
That pain has a teaching quality to it. Like,
Yeah. Did it? Yeah. Like
if you're driving recklessly and then you get in a car accident and then you're in pain, then there's like a repercussion for the action. Although some people seem to have car accidents where they were not even driving recklessly. It just happens to them.
Dude, machines are scary, dude. And it's like, that's just another situation where we got to learn as a group and stuff like that. Like, you got industrial accidents, you got learning curve for dangerous new devices that society gets and stuff like that, man. Like, ethics is important, man.
Well, no, we have nobody to talk shit to us.
You can talk shit to me all night, keep telling me that a photon has no mass, keep selling me that something is nothing. I mean, I'll be your whipping boy. I'll talk shit to all of those who think something is nothing. Do y'all ever think
Oh, you cut out, Don, if you were going to say something.
it cut out? I
Yeah,
said, did
you
y'all
all
ever
think, and then it cut out right after
do
you
you
said
ever think that you could smell radio waves or whatever? Or like that there's enough of them around that they mess with your skin, like the 5G people say, and like it messes with your snot and your nose, and like then you can smell it. Can't you smell electricity?
That's an interesting thought.
Like, for instance, say you're minutely sensitive to it, there's a minute charge, but the human nose is like very sensitive spot. It has soft tissue and all the hairs and everything. So maybe, and also the smelling device or whatever. Seriously, you never thought that you could feel or smell the electricity or the radio or the computer or the static? Like, because you know the static is there. Like, you definitely can smell the static.
Yeah. Yeah, being able to sense it like on your skin and in your body, like electrical fields.
Yeah, I guess I'm like, I don't know why I assume I know like some sort of smell associated, like a rust smell or something with it, but I feel like that shit has a smell too. Oh man, maybe it's a taste and shit too. But man, we be sensitive to that. They said something. They were talking about protons taste salty and this and this. I'm gonna get them wrong, but one tastes bitter. You know, electrons would taste this way. I read that article before. That was a cute article. Gosh dang it, bro. I keep hitting the disco and shit, man. I don't mean it, but we about to watch this movie anyway. So I'm about to peace out for a bit, man. Y'all ain't talking about shit anyway. Chill, thanks for letting us talk tonight, man. We'll see y'all.
See you down.
Oh, now you guys don't want to talk? Everybody's on mute. Oh.
Yo. What up, Mike? Yo, yo, from the bro.